ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Barara University, succeed we must. With God's will, we shall make the best of must. Let us unite and cooperate to build the nation in different sectors. Our pride and ego must will shine forever and will be victors. My alma mater, long live Barara University, Utlimum Viva. I request Dr. Nyitera Victoria to come and give us the opening prayer, please.
Good morning. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for everything that we have been able to achieve as an institution. And now, as we discuss and learn, oh Lord, I pray that you will be within our midst, that you will give us wisdom, guide our thoughts and our words, oh Lord. We thank you for today, and we pray that it will continue in your mercy and grace. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victoria. Let's take our seats. Madam Vice Chancellor, I'm honored to let you know that this is the second mentors workshop where mentors are given skills on how to handle their mentees. This has been a choice of many through the Directorate and the support from Global Health Collaborative. These have taken on the mantle to see that mentors are given the necessary skills. In this session, Madam Vice Chancellor, we are going to hear from the different persons in terms of career growth, mentorship in terms of characteristics and a good mentor and mentee, and we shall have group discussions. And then we shall continue to have a discussion of skills requirement of the postgraduate students by their supervisors and all. As a university, our mandate is to have research and innovations, but in this focus, Madam Vice Chancellor, the mentors also need to have pedagogical skills. We are delighted to have guest speakers from Global Health Collaborative, represented by Professor Jessica Heberara Agaba. Thank you for being with us. And Madam Vice Chancellor, Dr. Yap will join us shortly. He'll join us in the afternoon, not immediately. Without having any other ado, Madam Vice Chancellor, we shall have the program as it goes. And at this moment, I do request that the organizing committee stands up for recognition, led by Dr. Everest Nabasa. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you so much, Dr. Nabasa, and we look forward to this. Allow me now to invite Associate Professor Vincent Batwala, the Director of the Graduate School, to give his remarks. And as protocol demands, he will invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Nixon Kamukama, in charge of academic affairs, to also give us the opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Angela. The Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic affairs, the Director of Research at MGH Center for Global Health, the Program Director, Global Health Collaborative, the Dean is here present, the Deputy Director in charge of Uganda First Mile Program at MGH, the Deputy Program Director, Global Health Collaborative, and Senior Program Manager, Global Health Collaborative, fellow academicians, and supervisors in your respective capacities, students here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I most sincerely welcome you yet to this workshop where we are going to deliberate on such an important issue of graduate supervision and mentorship. Indeed, this is an important workshop for us. The university currently has 56 programs where we need supervision of students and also mentoring them. The Faculty of Medicine has 28 master's programs and 1 PhD program. And the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences has 1 PhD program and 1 master's program. The same applies to the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies has 3 master's programs and 1 PhD program. And that of Computing and Informatics also has 3 master's and 1 PhD program. The Faculty of Science has 8 master's programs and 7 PhD programs. All those we need supervisors for students. And supervisors are allocated to students as follows. For clinical disciplines, students get supervisors in the first semester of second year after they have presented their concepts, and then the staff interested in those research areas are allocated to them. For non-clinical disciplines of 2 years, students get supervisors in the second semester of first year, also after presenting the concepts. For PhD students, supervisors are allocated at the time of concept presentation before admission. And in here, the students are given a chance to participate in the allocation of the supervisor, because when they come and present the concepts, maybe they have been working with these people in the background before applying for admission. So when the students allocated supervisors, they move on with this together with the help of the departments when they present progress presentations until the end of the current program they have enrolled in. Ladies and gentlemen, this university has no curriculum for training us as supervisors for postgraduate students. Really, we depend on those traits where we acquire from our supervisors in our institutions where we studied, and these include communication, both in writing or verbal, when we are giving feedback to our students, flexibility, attitude, and emotional intelligence. That's why there is slight variation in the way we handle students, but of course, within the limitations of the postgrad handbook regulations. In view of this, I consider this workshop timely for us to share experiences and all listen to our students and make corrective measures where we go wrong. Fellow academicians, I encourage you to interest yourselves in the proposal approval processes of your students because you are a major stakeholder in this process. The proposal might delay at some stage even if your student is active, and this has a financial implication on the side of the student because they have to register every year, paying 1.27 million per year as function of fees, plus 20,000 shillings for National Council for Higher Education. And that might be expensive to a student. Ladies and gentlemen, the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training is mandated to appoint you as supervisors and also appoint you as internal examiners as we appoint external examiners. We have been doing this, and the documents are dispatched to you and the copies to the heads of departments and the dean. Recently, these documents have been important as they are required for your promotion. And we don't want you to get hiccup when you want to apply for promotion and you are looking for these documents. So please jealously keep them. That's why I'm here, to remind you to keep those documents. I was given an assignment to show the trend of graduate students who are graduating, but as I were loading the file, I missed to get it right. I'm going to look for the flash, and then we will load it and we shall share at a later stage. Once again, I welcome you and thank members for accepting to come despite your busy schedule. And our Vice Chancellor is here, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor and the Professor Jessica. You're welcome. We are grateful to the group collaborative for resourcing this workshop, and also, as I said, Dr. Navasa for coordinating with your committee this workshop. I believe you will introduce your members of the committee at a later stage. Thank you very much. At this time, members, I take the opportunity to invite the DVC to give his remarks.
Thank you, Professor Batwala, for the opportunity and for endeavoring to organize this workshop. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Byachika. We appreciate your presence. We know you are good at time management and you always want to be everywhere, which is good. Members, you should know what that means. So please, be ready to be surprised anytime, and you should always be ready to manage your house. But we appreciate you. I just want to stand on the protocol that has already been observed, and I want to also appreciate for inviting me to talk to you in this important workshop. It concerns me because this is academic matter. It's an academic matter, and of course we've been having challenges when it comes to supervision. Supervising students, mentoring students, it is key because that's why we are here. Training, that's what Dr. Batwala said. And when it comes to this kind of arrangement, training supervisors, it's not an event, it's a process. And I want to say that this kind of training does not only take place in workshops. It takes through examination processes, the viva, we normally have at regular basis. Because if you are a PhD holder or a master's student, your attendance is key. Meaning that when issues are raised by professors or examiners, it's part of learning. But what is common, to find that people absent themselves and you miss on learning. That's the most important thing. And I want to say that I encourage you to regularly attend, so that when professors are raising some of the issues, be there to learn, listen, and where possible, you can seek for clarification for those who can help. But it is something that is not an event, and I want to really emphasize on this. At the same time, training takes through manuscript writing, grant writing. When you get comments from the reviewers, then you go back to get solutions to respond. And in the process of responding, you can consult. The learning takes place. So I want to encourage you really to take an initiative to get involved in writing those manuscripts, and you compete for space at global level. It is part of learning. If you are given comments, 8 pages, that's when you go back and read and understand what it means. Yeah, we are talking about supervisors. This is research supervisors. Yes, of course it is important. You as a PhD holder, a professor, the issue of accountability comes in. The time you've spent here at the university and the years you've completed, what is your output as a PhD holder? What is your output? Do you live as a PhD holder, or you cannot be identified from the rest of the members? You know, some time back, we had a certain professor at Makerere, and he was introducing members. And he said, I will only introduce PhD holders. And he started 1, 2, 3, 4. Later he left out a certain gentleman, and he had a PhD. And the member asked, you've forgotten so and so. He said, no, he doesn't live like a PhD holder. Can we live as PhD holders by engaging in research, mentoring students, supervising students, so that you are known that you are a PhD holder? Your presence should be felt. And I want to say that on a daily basis, the world, the society is collecting data, each of us. They know us. We are known. And you cannot hide. So, meaning that, that's why at times students are struggling to be supervised by XYZ. And at times you wonder, I'm also a PhD holder. Why are they not choosing me? Probably, it does not mean that you don't know, but it could be because of your character, your behavior, you are not available, you are not supporting students, and your attitude. Those are maybe what I can call social competencies, the soft skills. You don't need to advertise yourself, but let those soft skills advertise you. Students will know that if I approach X and Y, is available, is helpful, and will help me. As part of this, of course, as supervisors, it is also our responsibility to engage our students. Where are you? I've taken so many days, or weeks, or whatever, months without seeing you. Because students, they need to be helped. They are lost in the forest, especially at those preliminary stages. They need to be helped. And of course, it is important to pull their hands and move with them, because it is all about mentoring them to be better people. But some of us, the person is just presenting a concept, and you are asking him a question as if he has reached that level, a final stage, and you are a supervisor, which is very unfortunate. Listening, interrogating a student, asking the student what he intends or she intends to do, and you get to know, you engagement, without forcing him to do what you think. It is very, very important, and it is common. Rubbishing a student at concept level is dangerous. So, Professor Batwal, I want to thank you so much for bringing all these supervisors and potential supervisors, because at your level and the years you've spent in academia, who is walking in your shadow? There are people who say, when I grow up, I want to be like you. Do you have such characters? When I grow up, I want to be like you. That means you are a mentor. If you've never got that statement from a third party, then you have a problem. That means you don't qualify to be a mentor. And you know, at family level, if your child does not tell you that when I grow up, I want to be like dad, I want to be like my mother, then you've lost it. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's work together. Let's be available. Let's be flexible. Let's listen to the learners so that we can help them. That's why we exist. Somehow you were helped. Can you give back to the society? A mentor is selfless and thinks through whatever is presented to him or her by this person who is struggling to get there. How shall we help them? Let's be available. Let's work on our mindsets. Let us love them. Because they, of course, before them, they think that you have a solution to all the problems. But when you bounce them, then they get lost. Some of you have gone through the same. Dear GT, you are in charge of this. And I think in your statistics you are going to present, I'm talking now as a head of academic unit. I wish you could even give students and a list of supervisors who are supervising those students. You find that there are people who have been supervising a student for the last 10 years. And the list is endless. So what is the problem? That's why I talked about the output. How come that your students are not graduating? Does it mean that students are weak or you are the problem? I think during this workshop, the RGT, those issues must come out. Because we have a challenge of blaming students. The other day in Academic Affairs Management Committee, we realized that lecturers, supervisors are not available, are not able to help. They don't give students time. A person waits for maybe a response from the supervisors, 9 months, 5 months, and in the process, he enters another academic year and is asked to pay tuition and functional fees. Now, do you blame students or you are blaming the supervisors who are actually delaying the students? So we need to go back and check what we are doing. Who is walking in your shadow? With these many words, I want to declare this workshop officially opened. Succeed, we must.
Another round of applause for Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite Dr. Edgar to take up this, allow me recognize the chairperson of REC. Professor Lele, please stand up for recognition. This is your docket. And yes, if you've made even the Vice Chancellor's head turn. So yeah, that's the gentleman we need to look at when moments come in terms of research approval. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll not recognize everyone, but allow me also to welcome and recognize Dr. Peter Woods, also from Massachusetts General Hospital, Global Health Collaborative. Thank you for being with us. Yes, and allow me to welcome and recognize Professor Patrick Ogwang Engel. Thank you for being with us. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Vice Chancellor, with your permission, Professor Batwala would like to finish his slides presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so the assignment was that I present a trend of graduating students. So, and the issue was that they wanted to see how we are moving from enrollment when they register in their first year. So we performed a retrospective analysis of of students graduating, and compared to the number that enrolled in their first year. So we started with the academic year 2017-18 and moved on. This here, down here, is that the COVID year, 2019-2020, and then up to the end, the recent graduation. But you see, this one, the blue one is the number of students who are registering in first year, and these are 5 cohorts, and this lower line is the number graduating. But this gap is understandable because students also take dead years for sometimes social or financial constraints. But then down here, we didn't have surgery and we didn't have PED. Those who graduated in PED, they were backlogs. So that's why the line drops. The next slide. That is MED, and the 2-year programs, they're here. This line is crossing. I think we picked some backlog here because you cannot graduate the number of students more than you that registered in the first year. So this is the 2-year master's programs. The other one was MED 3 years. So this is how the picture looks like, but this down here we need some further cleaning. That is all I have to do to say for these statistics. For that.
Edgar Mulogo. Professor Edgar Mulogo is from the Department of Community Health, and he's going to lead us into the next session, whereby we are going to hear more about career growth. We're going to hear about the characteristics of a good mentor and mentee. Dr. Edgar, I invite you to take your seat. Thank you for accepting to moderate this session. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to welcome and recognize all heads of department in the House. This shows that you are committed to disseminating the information downwards. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting the Mentors Workshop. Professor Edgar.
Thank you, Angela. No. The Vice Chancellor, welcome you this morning. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Jessica, recognize the chair of this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. This is the second research supervision workshop. I remember last year when we had the first workshop, the recommendation was that we make this workshop quite regular and have it every year. So I am glad on the one hand that we are able to have the workshop. I thank the organizing committee, the sponsors that have enabled us to have this very important workshop. So within the room, I know we have supervisors and we have PhD master's students. The next session that we are going to have is, as Angela has highlighted, as you see on the schedule, is about career growth and is about mentorship. Now, some of us have been both students and as supervisors. And I think a number of you are in that category, but a number of you are still on your journey to becoming supervisors. So I am going to invite the two presenters up here, up front. you can take the seats up front. I don't know whether Dr. Angela has come. Okay, oh, sorry. So I would like to invite you up here because you are making the first presentation related to career growth, experiences from first-time supervisory roles. Now, for all of us who are here, both the supervisors and the students, I'm sure a number of you have seen a rocket being launched. Okay? We call it a booster rocket. It is launched from a launch pad and it is taking part of that rocket into orbit, into space. Now, we have kind of been likened, the supervisors, to a booster rocket. So we begin the journey. The journey begins from the launch pad, and the student is up there in the last component of the rocket. So the journey is to space orbit. So at some point in time, if you've seen a launch, parts of that rocket fall off, okay? And so the first part to fall off in this journey for the student is the supervisor, okay? It might be another part. And eventually, the student is left alone to begin their career, whether in academia, whether in industry, whether in something else. If the process goes well, the falling off of the different components, it is hoped that that student has a very successful career, whether in academia or elsewhere. But if there are issues in that process, okay, then there will be questions about the career, the future career of that student. So this morning, Dr. Angela Musementa, I am inviting you to give us a talk on career growth related supervision processes. Thank you very much. Are you ready?
Good morning, members. My name is Angela, and I am here to share with you a presentation for this morning. The Vice Chancellor of this university, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, all protocol observed. I want to take this opportunity to share this experience. I've been struggling with email backlogs presently, and I actually saw this email this morning. Yeah, but I promise I won't disappoint you, and I hope I've not set my own question. Yeah, so I'm going to share about career growth based on my lived experience. Okay, so the most important thing to ask ourselves, and this summarizes my presentation, is what career stage are you? So I have those 6 categories, and this is drawing from the NIH point of view. So we have predoctoral. These are people at a level masters. For example, we have category number 2, graduate or doctoral career level. These are PhD students. And then we have postdoctoral or residencies. They have completed PhD level, and they are at a point in time where they have to move forward in their research career. And then we have the early career researcher, the mid-career researcher, independent researcher. I have been through most of these stages, and as you will see in my presentation, okay, this doesn't want to move now. Okay, so how do we get started? it's very important to identify our goal or our goals, our career goals. And what are they? They are specific milestones that you want to achieve in the journey of your career. Giving an example of myself, my goal is and has been to improve the health of people in rural resource settings using ICT assisted innovations. So after setting your goal, you need to think about what next. So the goal is set, you need a plan to accomplish this goal. And drawing a plan itself is not enough if you don't put that plan to work. And working on that plan is good, but if you don't stick to it, whether it's a PhD endeavor, whether it's a research plan, if you don't stick to it, then it will never be accomplished. So it's very important to stick to our plans. And in doing so, we eventually reach our goal and we have a happy face. Okay, so we plan and we act on our plans. You have a PhD, you want to do a master's, plan and act on your plan. You want to write your research proposal, plan and act. So I started thinking about my career goal after my master's. At bachelor's, I didn't know much. At master's, I was still doing general things. But after my master's, I felt strongly compelled to utilize my basic ICT skills to influence or improve people's health. And maybe this stems from the fact that in my childhood, I used to like people who are medical doctors. And now that I couldn't do medicine, I thought I could still do something in that line. So after identifying my career goal, I realized that I had some gap. So you can see the gap here. Yes, I had some basic computer ICT skills, but I didn't have, for example, the basics of health, so that I could be able to combine the two. So I identified the goal and then realized that I had some gaps in my knowledge and skills, and that set me to another step of doing a PhD focusing on ICT for health. So I was thinking that this could really link my basic skills in ICT with the skills I was going to attain that are health related. Okay, so how did I get to a doctoral level? First of all, I needed to select a university that had this kind of focus, ICT for health. And I needed to select a supervisor. So I selected a university that was the University of Manchester because I had a scholarship with Commonwealth. And my next step was to select a supervisor. So because I was very much excited with the scholarship, I simply went to the website for the University of Manchester and I looked at this person who was within the school. This was the business school. And because his background was information systems and he was doing research in health information systems, so I took it as a good match for my PhD, but I was not entirely correct. So it's very important for us as supervisors, as mentees, to make sure that our goals are matched with the supervisors or the mentees that we are interested in mentoring. Yeah, so I didn't check the profile of my supervisor, the research profile. I have to be honest. I didn't check it, but given another chance, this is something I would really check, because I want to make sure that this journey, this lonely PhD journey, I'm traveling it with someone who has matching skills and goals and passion in the area that I'm interested in. Okay, so why am I saying that I wasn't entirely correct to think that this PhD supervisor was matching my skills? So this is the answer. When I started my course, I tried to find out his research profile. And this is someone that had published about 3 papers, yeah, as first author, and very few papers as an author, not necessarily first author. And every time we would meet, he was a very lovely man. I like him even now. He would tell me stories of how he made the wrong decision to move from industry to academia, and how he had to use, the money he had compiled from industry to pay his PhD education, and how he didn't think that was the right decision. So, yeah. So I don't think he was a right match, but he did a great job to make me part of who I am. And even before I completed my PhD, he had already resigned. Yes, he had already resigned. And you know what? He resigned into music and drama. He has a music and drama group in London. Yeah. So that's why I have this, from a professor, PhD supervisor at the University of Manchester, to a musician in London, and he enjoys it. So it wasn't mandatory for us at the University of Manchester to publish before graduation. But I remember at some point I was very, very interested in publishing. And I told him, he told me, no, you came to do a PhD, first focus on your PhD. When you finish, you are going to publish. So I went behind his back and wrote a paper. And guess what? I think it's very important to listen to our supervisors and our mentors. The paper was rejected outrightly. So I am sure he doesn't even know that I did that, but I did it, and it was rejected. Okay, so throughout my PhD journey, and based on the culture from where I did this PhD, it was very okay to take critiques positively. First of all, we had this 1-year training in research methodology, and the pass mark was 75, and it was problem-based, so you could answer those questions drawing from a particular research problem, and it wasn't only, write and submit. You needed to present and support your arguments, and people would definitely give you critiques. So in so doing, it grew me into someone who takes critiques very positively. And also, unlike in other areas, it was important for us to be presenting our PhD research work every week to different people from different departments, from different universities, from different settings. And as you presented, you would get critiques. And since then, I take every critique as an opportunity to improve. And of course, we are students, we are researchers. I know that we live in the area of being critiqued. At every moment, there is a rejection you're trying to deal with. Maybe it's a manuscript that has been rejected, or maybe it's a manuscript that had this other reviewer that didn't like it much as every other one liked it. Maybe it's a grant proposal that has been rejected. At the moment, I am actually working on a grant where every other reviewer liked it and recommended it for funding, but there is this one reviewer who said he doesn't recommend it, and he gave reasons. So what we are doing, we are working on those comments, and hopefully it will be funded. And yeah, so eventually, of course, amidst those critiques, amidst those odds, I completed my goal. And after my PhD graduation, I actually requested my supervisor whether I could include him as a co-author. And he told me, Angela, I told you, I don't have time. Please write your papers and publish them. So that's why in my PhD publications, I am a single author. Okay, so what next after my PhD? And this is the level of postdoctoral. Of course, to many of us, the network and the rapport you build while you're doing your PhD is actually the same sort of opportunity that you build on to further your career. But for me, it was different because my supervisor is a musician now. So what next for me? I definitely could not do it alone. I'm talking about growing my career from a PhD level to a postdoctoral. I needed a mentor for grants writing orientation, manuscript writing, references to training opportunities, and of course, linking me to other relevant mentors. So I'm sharing my postdoctoral experience. So I came back to Uganda. I didn't have a mentor. The research infrastructure, of course, at MUST, we know it. And this was me from a prestigious Commonwealth scholarship to a low MUST salary. So at this point, I was actually contemplating whether I made the right decision to come back to this country. But nevertheless, I decided to stick to my goal of utilizing my ICT skills to improve health. And one of the things that really pushed me forward is attending professional presentations like how we are here. So at some point, there was a professional presentation in the Faculty of Computing, and the presenter was actually Dr. Mark Sidner, and he was talking about, his mobile health project. And guess what? He actually became my gatekeeper to the MUST MGH research collaboration. Because after hearing and listening to his presentation, I followed it up for further discussions. And that's how I ended up being introduced to the one and only one, Professor Jessica Heberara. Yeah, so I remember again my first meeting with Professor Jessica Hebrara was during a mass research dissemination conference. After the conference, we had like a get together, and I was actually telling her how I'm finding it difficult to cope at MAST. And at that point in time, I had seen a call for a postdoctoral position in Washington. It was with CDC. And I still remember what she told me. And she told me not to be a lifetime student. And then she added that I am actually more variable in this country than elsewhere. Yes, and she briefly told me how I can actually be in Uganda and work for these other countries. So she is and she remains my best mentor ever. Dr. Jessica, can you wave to us? Okay, so during my postdoctoral level experience, I found Jessica as someone who mentors by action. Because at that point when I was introduced to her, she was in the process of writing those 2 grants. I didn't know how to write. And she put me anyway as a co-investigator, site co-investigator. And in the process, as the projects were being implemented, I was learning. And I appreciate her very much for that. And I didn't just learn, but I tried to be practical. And how did I do this? From these 2 projects of Jessica, I wrote 2 first author publications. And these publications, of course, supplemented with my publications from my PhD, they became a basis for my K43 award. So along way, while implementing those 2 projects of Jessica, I suggested an idea in 2015, which she approved, and that made me the first K43 awardee in this country. Yes, on which she was a mentor, and also Dr. Muzora Conrad and other mentors. Okay, so from there, I am moving from, so the K43 was also supplemented by a bioethics supplement. Again, moving with Jessica as my mentor. And that was, of course, my early career experience at K43. So from K43, I moved to a mid-career experience. Like I said, I am using the definitions and scope of NIH. And this included getting an R21, R33 grant, which I believe was the first at MAST. And this was also built from my K43. So one thing I like and I'm proud about this is the fact that I have Jessica as a co-investigator. So from my mentor to a co-investigator. And of course, this could only be done with her continued support. So in terms of my next steps, I have a D43 in submission. That was a very big step of faith because I have been mentored for some time and I felt I needed to pass on the mentorship by also mentoring other people at Master and beyond. And I'm also in the process of writing my R01. It has not only been a bed of smiles. Of course, there has to be some issues once in a while. I remember my first disagreement, if not the only one, with Jessica Hebrara, maybe she doesn't remember, is when I got my K43, and she was convinced that I needed to drop the mast Saturday for me to concentrate on K43. And yeah, there I was like, my mentor. It's I know maybe it's applicable in other settings, but in this setting, once the government puts you off the payroll, it's a very big issue to get back. And I want to thank God I insisted. Sorry, Jessica. Maybe if it had come out like so, maybe I would have set a precedence of doing the same. So yeah, that was it. And so one other thing I learned a lot from this MAST MGH collaboration, they do respect communication protocols. It's very, very important. So like it's a team, and I met Jessica, of course, it started with Mark and then David Bangsberg and then Jessica. But I can't communicate to David Bangsberg if Jessica is not in the know. And I believe it's a good thing. And that takes me again to my research supervision, PhD research supervision. The first time I met my supervisor, he picked me from a train station, and in his car, he had a music. I couldn't get all the words, but I remember the key ones. So the song was saying, please give me only the best stuff. So I took it as though doctor was telling me, you know what? I know you have, within you, you have the best and you have the worst. Please reserve the worst for yourself and give me only the best stuff. I believe it was implied. And so when the supervision began, they allocated me the second PhD supervisor. But then I had an instruction from my PhD main supervisor that if I have to communicate to the second supervisor, the main supervisor must be in the loop. And I kept that one. So I believe communication channel is very, very important. So my journey to an independent research, I'm not yet there, but I am moving towards it. And I'm not doing this alone. So don't feel like whether you're at a level of a PhD or a master's or a researcher, a faculty, don't feel like you need to know everything. It's all about taking a multidisciplinary approach. So I'm working with experts in TB treatment and care. I'm working with experts in electronic adherence monitoring, health informatics, bioethics, behavioral economists, social scientists, statisticians, to mention but a few. I remember my first ICT-related project was, of course, a K43. So when I went to the Vice Chancellor's office to get a letter of support, he told me, I don't think you will get that with your ICT background. Anyway, I am going to recommend you, but I don't think. Yeah, so multidisciplinary approach is the way to go. I hope I've not taken a lot of time. This marks the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Angela. You could take your seat there. The way we are going to do this is we are going to have the two presentations because of time issues, and then we'll take the questions and comments after that. Dr. Angela, thank you very much for walking us through your journey. We recognize that you have received a number of awards, but probably what we didn't hear is the music awards that your supervisor has received. Does he have any number one hits or any other words? But thank you very much. It's a tremendous journey. And some, I don't know whether it's by coincidence that the two presentations, Professor Jessica here, who has been a great part of that journey, is the next presenter. Professor Jessica, I would like to invite you up here. A round of applause for her. And she's going to talk to us about mentorship.
Good morning. Wow, the room has really filled up. How is everybody? We're good? We're good. Well, thank you for embarrassing me, Angela, before I even get started. So I know many of you and have been really honored and privileged to be a partner for the last 15 years. I don't know all of you, so thank you all for being here. So I am a professor at Harvard Medical School, and I'm a medical doctor at Massachusetts General Hospital. Most of my own research is in HIV, but I work very, very much across disciplines. And over the years, I've really come to value the importance of mentorship and also the importance of learning the skills of mentorship. I think that was part of the opening remarks this morning. And I actually give 2-day workshops on this topic. So I'm going to give you a very short overview of what I think are the key components of that workshop, but hopefully one day I'll be able to hold the whole workshop here. According to the program, Dr. Yap Boom would be presenting with me, but he is on his way down right now from Entebbe, so he'll be here this afternoon. So you're stuck with just me for the moment. Can we go ahead? Do I advance, or do you? Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to cover, some of which you've heard already, is what is a mentor. But like all scientists, it's good to start with definitions to make sure we know what we're talking about and we're all on the same page. Then I'll go through a little bit of what I think is helpful for mentors to be successful and also for mentees. And I'm going to ask for participation, so get prepared. I'll talk a little bit about feedback because I think that's a lot of what we do as mentors, and it's actually pretty tricky to do well. I'm going to delve a little bit into emotional intelligence. I think you heard a little bit about the softer skills already this morning, so we'll talk about why that's so important. And then leadership styles, which I think actually has a huge role to play as a mentor. So what is a mentor? I have 8 tiles up here on the screen, but these are by no means the only roles of being a mentor. And I've heard us talk already just in the first hour or so of this workshop about being a mentor. And I've also heard being a supervisor and kind of using them interchangeably. And I think it's important that we pause and think, are they really interchangeable? So as a mentor, you could be many, many things, including a coach. And for me, a coach means helping somebody be the best person they can be. And that's very different than just supervising a paper or a grant. Not that supervision isn't important, don't get me wrong. We need to supervise. But that coaching aspect may be what your mentee needs. Maybe you're an advisor. You're going to pass on the content knowledge you have. Or maybe it's more actually of like a counselor, the other green tile here. Those can blend. Someone may need your support to get through whatever personal crisis they're going through in order to concentrate on their work. Maybe you're a teacher. You're, again, transferring knowledge. Maybe you're a guide. Angela very nicely talked about her journey. As a mentor, you can guide somebody through that journey. You can be a consultant about very specific areas. You can be a manager. People often have a lot to deal with and aren't sure what to do. That's one of our roles as being a mentor. I mentioned being a counselor and also a role model. So you can be a role model in many different ways, and by no means are these the only definitions of being a mentor. But my goal in showing you these 8 examples is to help broaden the way we're thinking about mentorship, because I think that's part of the key to success in helping your mentees really achieve their potential and become independent researchers or perhaps musicians if that's what they end up deciding to do. I also want to take a moment to talk about how mentorship can be different than just a task-oriented supervision experience. So when I think about mentoring relationships, I think of them as you can see here on this slide. So you can mentor in very short bursts, but I think the mentorship that we're mostly talking about today is really something that's more long-term, so that professional development over time. It may be dynamic too. As Angela mentioned, we still email and talk all the time. Our relationship has changed a lot in the decade or so that we've known each other. Reciprocal. So I get a lot out of every experience I have with my mentees, some of whom are in the room besides Angela, so thank you. It goes both ways, and I think that's really important to acknowledge, because another thing we'll talk about is how important it is for a mentee to be active. And that's something that we often need to teach our mentees. It's not something that everybody knows just going into that relationship. So as I mentioned, being active. And then voluntary. Sometimes it feels like we're forced to do certain things, and that may be true. We all have to graduate, we have to get jobs, that sort of thing. But the coming to the relationship as a mentor and a mentee in a voluntary manner helps, I think, elevate the potential of what you can do together and not just see it as something that you have to do. So some of the scope of mentorship, I think, is quite obvious. You can see here some of the career functions, like sponsoring people, protecting them maybe if they're being asked to do too much, challenging them to get the most out of their experience, exposing them to different possibilities, helping them get their own visibility. And then some of the personal functions may not be initially as intuitive. So how to be a role model, how to help them problem solve and counsel, how to actually help them accept who they are and give them affirmation. I think that's a really important point. You know, as Angela mentioned, we're all kind of babes in the woods when we get started. We don't know who we are. We don't know who we want to become. So that ability to help people accept who they are, affirm their strengths, and then help them overcome any weaknesses or challenges they encounter. So here's a list of some of the more traditional things that you may be doing as a mentor. So the research skills, helping people, write their grants, get their ethics approval. I won't go through all of these, but these I think are the things that you know well, right? The CVs and the whatnot. But some of the things that we don't learn in school are some of the most important things you can do as a mentor. And so as we think about this workshop today, I want us to challenge ourselves to think beyond the initial idea of what it might mean to you to be a mentor. And also, if you're the mentees in the room, like what are you looking for from your mentor to really be successful and to go from that babe in the woods to somebody who's really able to succeed and thrive in their professional goals. So that may be something like managing time. We all struggle with that. How to navigate work-life balance, which can be quite difficult, negotiations, how to manage people, how to work across cultures. Some of these softer skills are actually, I think, as important, if not more important in some circumstances, than helping somebody, improve their grammar or get that assignment in. How to work with communities, and ultimately, how to actually be a mentor yourself and to kind of carry the torch forward. So these are all other skills that we need to think about as we're trying to be the best mentors we can. So here's the chance to participate. Can some brave person tell me a few of the attributes, knowing this landscape that I've set here of both traditional and non-traditional roles, what do you think makes someone a good mentor? Please.
Being receptive.
Receptive? Wonderful. Go ahead. Empathetic. I like that. Inspiring. Wonderful. I saw over here. Authentic. I like that one as well. Maybe three more. Wonderful. So knowledgeable and bringing energy for those of you who couldn't hear. And maybe one more. Critical, yes. It can't all be sunshine and light. Sometimes we have to be critical, and we'll talk about that a bit more. So excellent. So here are just a few thoughts that I wanted to make sure we covered. I loved everything that you all said. So being clear about expectations. I think this is really, really important. And we're going to talk a little bit about communication. Again, this is a very condensed version of 2 days that I usually talk about mentorship, but we'll talk a little bit about communication. Setting goals and accomplishments, encouraging strategic thinking, providing networking opportunities. A lot of the people who Angela mentioned, the social scientists, the behavioral economists, the statisticians, those are folks that I introduced Angela to. I feel that's a very big role of what we do as mentors. Giving moral support, because this is a tough business that we're in. Being results oriented so we can show what we've gained from our relationship. Conducting individual meetings, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the structure of a successful mentoring relationship and how important that is to be predictable, reliable, and consistent. Staying in touch, you can't just talk every 6 months or so, it has to be very frequent. And then making sure to provide written communication, including reviews and timely feedback. So again, we could talk about this all day, but those are some of the key highlights I wanted to mention. And then a few other things about the quality mentor. So as Angela mentioned, providing different broader perspectives and maybe even being devil's advocate. So really challenging your mentee, and that may include some criticism. Allowing the relationship to be defined by the mentee. Does that sound familiar, or is that a little different for some of you? Because I think this is really important. So as I mentioned, the mentee has to be active, and again, we'll talk about some structure. But if the mentee is not guiding the relationship, it's sometimes hard for them to really transition into being independent and knowing where to go. So you need to help problem solve, identifying real issues versus things that just sort of appear to be real, and helping somebody achieve and progress. Focusing on individual learners by stimulating personal and professional growth, providing that feedback, which we'll talk about. And the last one is really important, being a trusted confidant. As I said, I don't know that I would be as strong as I am today and as confident as I am in my research and my professional life. So having that trusted confidant is really critical. So you can start to see how this is much more than just supervision. All right, let's flip it. What makes a good mentee? Anyone? Yes, please. Hardworking. Yes, definitely. Dora? Open. Yes. Because if you're not open, you can't hear what your mentor is saying. In the back, Julian? Self-driven. Yes, I like that. Part of the active role. Both of you. Okay, excellent. I like that. Over here. Eager to learn. Okay, maybe two more. Committed. Definitely. Julian, you can go again. Receptive of critiques. We'll do one more since you raised your hand. Same, I love it. So we're all on the same page here. Okay, so just a few more thoughts, and these are, I think, echoing what you've already said. So contacting the mentor, developing the plan, not being passive, providing directed communication, so not being afraid to talk to the mentor. And this is where some of those softer skills come in, and we'll talk again more about feedback and how to create that confidence and that trust. Because if that's not there, you're not getting that bi-directional communication, and you're making it harder for your mentee to be able to communicate with you. So explicitly asking for help. This is really important. Sometimes mentees want to impress their mentor, but if they're not asking for help, they can't grow. So creating that safe space for that kind of relationship is so critical. Being open, willing to trust, appreciating the mentor's effort, that's always nice. This is a bi-directional relationship, but there's a lot going on the mentor side, and so I think it's important to appreciate that and to respect time so that you come to the mentor with the plan, with what you're hoping to improve, and so you're efficiently using that time well. So what works and what doesn't work for relationships? And I'm very happy to share these slides, so I will go through this relatively quickly because there's a lot I'd like to cover. But this was a paper written probably about a decade ago, and it is U.S. focused, but I think the lessons learned from it do apply broadly. So some characteristics of a successful relationship. So we've talked about mentor, we've talked about mentee, and now I want to talk about the mentoring and the mentor-mentee relationship, so that actual connection between them. So some themes that came out of this, this was a qualitative study of many dyads of mentors and mentees. So reciprocity, again, I'm not going to go through all the detailed responses for sake of time, but that two-way street within that dyadic relationship was really critical for a successful relationship. Mutual respect for each other's time, effort, and qualifications. So it's not just the mentor or the mentee respecting the mentor, it's the mentor respecting the mentee as well. I think that can get lost sometimes. Having clear expectations. I could tell you many times in which I wish I had been more clear about what I was asking for. Because I can't expect the mentee to give back what I'm asking for if I'm not clear in what that is. And again, that goes both ways. Shared values. Sometimes mentors and mentees are very different people. It sounds like Angela had a very different mentor when she was getting her PhD. So having actual conversations about who we are as people, taking that time to not just talk about the work at hand, but who are we as people? How do we work together? What do we care about? And if we work very differently, talking about that so that we can value, have similar values. And then having some kind of personal connection. Sometimes that's easier than others, and you don't have to be best friends with your mentee. You probably shouldn't, but you want to get along. And then some things that are part of an unsuccessful relationship. So again, kind of the flip of what I said before, but poor communication. So again, so important to be clear and explicit. If you have different expectations, it's really kind of a recipe for disaster, is what they heard in their interviews. A lack of commitment, lack of time, and waning interest. And this is also really important. If you have a shared respect with each other, you're able to talk about changes in the mentee's life. So maybe that person decides they don't want to do research anymore. Let's not beat a dead horse. Let's figure out how to help that person find a path that works for them. So if you have waning interest, you need to be able to deal with it. And if you don't, it just becomes a really unsuccessful relationship that nobody values. If there are personality differences, got to work through those. And then this one is very important at the end, the perceived or perhaps real competition between a mentor and a mentee. Some mentoring relationships are a bit tangential. So you may have a mentor who's helping somebody who's in a different field. Angela and I are in different fields. We overlap, but I'm a medical doctor, she's IT. It works great because we're sort of working together, but not directly underneath each other, or like one on top of the other. But if you're in that shadow, sometimes that can be really hard if you're doing the exact same thing as your mentor. How do you differentiate yourself so that you don't have that competition? And as a mentor, how do you let go? Like at what point do you not need to be first author on a shared data set? At what point can you just help your mentee shine and not worry about what you are getting as a scientist? So having explicit conversations as you grow about who's going to be that principal investigator. As Angela mentioned, I'm now co-I, right, on her projects. I think that to me is success. Right? If I don't need to be the PI anymore, that means I did my job. Yes, I think I did, right? Okay, so I did mention a little bit about formalizing the relationship. Sometimes this is done within a program. It may be very clear what the mentor is supposed to do, when they're supposed to meet, but not always. So having a direct conversation, are we going to meet every week? Are we going to meet every 2 weeks? Maybe it's the same amount of time, but you're just dividing it up differently. Everybody should come prepared to that meeting. Ideally, the mentee prepares the agenda. That way she gets what she wants or he gets what he wants. Trying to do that in advance. So this is not just something we do every Tuesday at 10. Documents that you need. Maybe you need feedback on something, whatever it is. being concise with your feedback as a mentor, sometimes summarizing at the end, okay, this is what we talked about today, this is what we need for next time. It just really helps with the efficiency and the effectiveness of that relationship. And then just keeping a running list. So having the mentee email you every time what's going on with those meetings, I think really helps with that communication and effectiveness. Okay, so we're shifting topics a little bit here to feedback. Right? Who feels really comfortable about giving feedback? Anyone? Sometimes it feels like this, right? I felt like that. Right? Nobody likes feedback. Sometimes when you're giving feedback, it feels like this. I have 3 children, and sometimes I feel like I'm, barking at them while they're looking at their phones. And sometimes you get a review where you just feel like you've been murdered, like you are on the ground and you're bleeding out because it's so hard to get that criticism. But giving feedback doesn't have to be that difficult, and certainly not that damaging. So just a few best practices in feedback. So balancing positive and negative. Like, you don't necessarily have to do the feedback sandwich, which some of you may have heard. Good feedback, bad feedback, good feedback. But that is certainly a model that works. You want to make sure that you're either building or maintaining that shared space and that trusted relationship, even when you have to give negative feedback. Ensuring two-way communication. So people may have very different styles of working, and as I've mentioned, that clear communication is critical for overcoming any potential miscommunication. You can often begin with the mentee's self-assessment. Maybe they gave a talk that was really quite bad, right? And everybody knows it. Ask the mentee, well, what do you think? How did it go? And that can help them understand, maybe it didn't go so well, why didn't it go so well? And they can even give themselves their own feedback, and you don't have to be the one doing the negative feedback. Making sure that your feedback is actionable and valuable. Just saying that was a bad talk is not helpful, or that's a bad paper, rewrite it. Tell them what to do. Be very specific about those actions. Explore alternative behaviors. So helping people think, like, how could I have done this better? Let's explore that. So it becomes not just, that was bad, but here's an opportunity with more of a growth mindset to do it this way. And so there's a pathway to success and a pathway to feeling good about yourself as a researcher or whatever it is you're doing. Providing follow-up, so you don't just say this was bad and then you take off. There's a next point of contact, so that mentee has something to look forward to with the revision that they're working on. And then emotional intelligence is really critical. We'll come back to that a bit more. A few more things. Being prepared. So again, don't just say that was a bad talk. Let's talk about why. So you've thought ahead of time, what are the things that could be improved and how to work on them. Being very specific. Again, not just saying it was bad. Working on one thing at a time. Don't say it was a bad talk. You wrote a bad paper the other day and your grant really isn't very good. That's not going to go over well. Focusing on facts. This may seem pretty obvious, but sometimes when things aren't going so well, it may feel a little bit personal. So making sure that you're just focusing on the talk. The mentee is still very valuable. They have a lot of skills. There's a lot they can offer. It just didn't come through that time. So let's work on how it can get better. And then watching language. So that wasn't so great, and I'm really excited about the next one you're going to give. Those kinds of things can make a big difference. Okay, let me pause here just briefly to see if you have any questions about the feedback or about anything I've said before I switch gears a little bit and talk about emotional intelligence. Okay. Oh, wonderful question. Yeah, so I think by saying but, it sort of implies like you're negating whatever they're going to respond to. Like, you can say that was a really bad talk. And then they may say, but I tried to do this or whatever. And it's sort of a way of framing it so that you can look forward to something going well. I think that's the idea behind it. Any other questions? Yes. That is a wonderful question. And I'd actually like someone in the audience to answer it, because I want to make sure that this point is coming across. Because if you remember nothing else I've talked about today, it's the point you've brought up. So can someone else help me answer that question? I saw you trying to raise your hand.
From what I've seen, thank you for the presentation and good morning, everyone. From what I've learned, it's totally different, 100%. Though it can be two-way. You can be a supervisor and then a mentor to that student, but not every student you supervise is your mentee.
Okay, thank you for that. And they don't have to be totally different, but they can, and I think that's really important. So let's hear some more thoughts.
Thank you very much. I have maybe one question, two questions, two in one. Are there situations when a mentee needs to give you their worst? And this, I'm trying to cross from what Dr. Angela presented, because like you said, at postgraduate level, this is really for the students. They don't know what they want. Sometimes they're flailing about, but they're also dealing with life, and sometimes they bring their worst to the table. I'm asking because I particularly have had two students in two different cohorts, and they came with their worst. One was from COVID. She lost 7 members of her family, and she just lashed out at me as, I don't know whether I was a supervisor or a mentor at that point, but I think somewhere we crossed. And the second also had, I think, personality challenges, and she just gave me her worst, and but we worked through it. And then the second thing is, when shouldn't we be mentoring? And this is really not a question, but it's to bring to awareness the fact that as mentors, sometimes we are not at our best. This happened to me, I think, last year. I lost a child, and I was terrible as a supervisor and a mentor. And I did not drop the students I had at the time, but I wish I had. Maybe I should have.
Well, thank you for those questions and comments, and I'm so sorry about your loss and whatever was going on for your mentees. So I'm going to answer your question, then I want to come back to the difference between mentor and supervisor. So when your question is when the mentee brings the worst? So I think this goes back to communication and some of the softer skills of setting the expectations for the relationship. So if it is a safe space that you are establishing with your mentee, they can and probably should tell you what's going on. Now, we can't also be everything for our mentees. There have to be boundaries. We all have lots to do. We may have other things that are going on in our lives. So you can't do everything for everyone at every time, but you can have conversations about what is the expectation in that relationship. So maybe it's too much, and you just say, I'm really sorry about what's happening in your life. Let's find someone you can talk to about that. That may not fall under your responsibility, but if you have those clear expectations, good lines of communication, you can deal with whatever the worst may be. Does that help answer your question? And then if you're having a lot of challenges yourself, maybe that is a time to step back and to reach out to whoever you're working with about finding a replacement, because we want the relationship to be positive and to help the mentee succeed. And if you're dealing with something that's very traumatic, that's not fair to you and it's not fair to the mentee. So again, I think communication on all fronts is so important. So let's just go back to the point about the difference between a supervisor and a mentee. I'd like to hear at least one other person respond. Are you stretching or raising your hand? Okay.
So you are asking a question.
Oh, wait.
Please just introduce yourself, your name and which department you are from.
Thank you. I'm Atwine Barnabas. I'm a lecturer, Department of Pediatrics and Child Health. We actually had this discussed a few days ago about the difference between a supervisor and a mentor. And I think we agree that a supervisor really is there to help you over a specific task for a short time usually, and the relationship is short. It's a little bit more superficial, and it's all about this task. All you're trying to help this student do is finish their research, or this mentee rather, is maybe finish their research, or finish some assignment or something, and it's just that, and after that is done, the supervisee moves on with their lives, and usually the relationship is really superficial and strictly about this task. But then about the mentor or the mentee, the relationship is a bit long-term. It's about a long-term project, and actually perhaps even sometimes lifelong, and the relationship is a bit deeper. It actually goes beyond the task at hand. You need to find out how they are doing beyond this task, because your understanding is that whatever is going on in their lives is affecting this task they are doing, and the relationship is a little bit more personal. I think we actually had one person tell us about the relationship with their mentor. It involved them buying air tickets for them to travel, hosting them at their home, having meetings with them about, talking about their marriage and their children and their, things like that, Yeah, I mean, this is just... This is just 2 days ago, actually. So I think that's the difference.
Okay,
Yeah,
no. Keep it down. Okay, so I think that generated a lot of discussion, Barnabas. So we can maybe carry that on. Grace, did you want to add something?
Thank you very much. My name is Grace Kansime. I'm from Internal Medicine. Thank you very much, Prof, for the presentation. While I agree with Barnabas, I think the challenge in our setting and why mentorship versus supervision confuses us is that you are a student in the university or a postgraduate, and the only person you have this close relationship with is your supervisor. So we rarely have mentors in our departments. So when it is the supervisor, it is the person you'd spend maybe most of the time with. You're talking about a project. Yes, it should be, I help you to finish your research and graduate. But then my child is sick and I have no one else to talk to. So we end up having that. And so I am very glad that this is happening today. And I am hoping that Prof. Batwala, I see our VCs here, that we are going to have mentors and supervisors. And maybe then we shall understand and fit in our roles then. Thank you.
Thanks, Grace. I think that was a really great kind of summary. And we could talk about this for a long time, and I see tea is being prepared back there, so I'll move on. But I hope this is something we can continue to talk about, particularly among ourselves. And I see we are. Oh, okay, let's take a couple more comments. Mary, can you bring the mic? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I didn't introduce myself the other time. My name is John Hans. I'm the Deputy Dean Faculty of Medicine. On the issue of supervisors, I know it has been defined, but when does mentorship actually begin? Because it is that you start as a mentor, or you start as a supervisor and then you transform into a mentor? Because from my experience, most of the students I've supervised, even at undergraduate level, they never leave me. They continue. You are going to write for them recommendation letters, introduction letters. They will come, back for their postgraduates. They will still look at you, and then even some of them for PhD, they are asking you. So when we say that supervision is for a short time, what do we actually mean? Because these students remain part of us, at least a good number of them. So can we then consider ourselves as mentors because we stay with them? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, then I'll come to you in just one moment. So just to summarize how I see this, I see supervision as one of many roles. And so what I hope I've been conveying to you is the importance of defining what that role is. So you may be a very short-term supervisor. I am supervising you on this paper. I am supervising you on this project. But if you are being a mentor in a broader sense, then maybe there's a counseling role, like you mentioned, about something happening at home. You could be that coach, the advisor, the counselor. Remember all the 8 tiles that I showed you? There are lots of different relationships. But I do think it's really important that we are clear about the boundaries, because if we are signing up to be someone's mentor, we can't be everything to everyone at all times, right? Then nobody's going to sign up to be a mentor, right? Because we all have our own lives. We all have our own ambitions as mentors. So I think, again, this comes back to expectations. Spending some time up front with a mentoring relationship saying, what are we doing together? Because that sets the expectation for the mentee. They know to come to you with certain things and maybe not others. And for you as the mentor to be able to set those boundaries and be able to be the best mentor you can within that framework. But if you don't take the time to set the framework, it can get confusing and it can lead to an unsuccessful relationship.
Sorry, Dr. Jessica. So we are going to keep our questions and comments until break time because we are not doing quite well on time. So please go ahead with...
Do you want me to finish in like 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So sorry, we'll come back to the questions at the end. But I think this has been a really good conversation. So again, I hope we can continue to talk about these issues over the rest of the day. So emotional intelligence, and I will shorten this. I was going to do a little bit more participatory stuff, but we'll shorten it for now and just kind of talk through this. So I want you to just think in your minds of a time when you had a difficult conversation with a mentee and it did not go as well as you hoped. How did your words or actions contribute to the conversation going poorly? And we've talked about feedback as being a challenging moment. It may be something like that, or maybe not. So just take a moment, think about it for yourself, and then we'll move on. So this is an example, if maybe you didn't have a good one in your mind. You have 2 colleagues. So you have Dr. A and Dr. B. Okay. They've just presented their research at a conference, and a question comes from the audience that challenges what Dr. A and Dr. B said. So Dr. A responds defensively because what he heard and what he experienced was an attack. That's how that person felt in the audience or in the moment. Dr. B jumps into the discussion with a very different attitude, and she's welcoming the challenge and is really eager to debate the data and the conclusion. So these are very different reactions based perhaps on the emotional intelligence of the 2 people. And that's why I bring this up because initially emotional intelligence may not sound like something that should be at a workshop like this, but I think it really does flavor a lot of what we do as scientists, a lot of what we do as mentors. So, we've all heard of intellectual, the IQ, but the EQ is this self-awareness, motivation, self-management, social skills, empathy, the things that can help us be good mentors. Some of this can be divided into a 2x2 table. This may sound like business school here because they like to do 2x2 tables, but I do like them for these kinds of conversations as well. So when you're trying to think of your own emotional intelligence, you can break it up into recognition and regulation, as well as your personal competence and your social competence. So again, for time, I won't go through them all in detail, but self-awareness of knowing, you're recognizing in yourself what you're good at. Like, I'm good at the feedback, or I'm not so good at the feedback. So you're aware of who you are, where your strengths are. And you may need to, regulate your personal competencies. If you don't have that skill, you should go out and get it. Think about it. Emotional intelligence is learnable. You can think about your social awareness. Like, can you read the room? Like, when you walk in to talk to your mentee and, they've been crying, or you can just tell they're having a bad day, maybe that's not the time to give that really critical feedback. So you can use your emotional intelligence in the social respect. And then how do you manage your relationships? Again, if you know what your strengths are, how you communicate, what your empathy abilities are, that's going to help you in larger interactions. And I love this quote by Vincent van Gogh, who I think, probably he was a very famous painter, I think from the Netherlands. Not necessarily the most regulated person. I think he had a lot of mental health issues. But he said, let's not forget that the little emotions are the great captains of our lives, and we obey them without realizing it. So those softer moments really matter. There are many things I've probably said to Angela that I don't remember, but that may have really impacted how she felt about our relationship. So we have to remember that in our interactions. So better mentoring can be achieved through emotional intelligence. So I'm going to skip this just for time. And then I do want to bring up one more 2x2 table. And I told you I like the 2x2 tables. So this is called the Johari window. And it was named for a guy named Joe and a guy named Harry, who made this, which I think is kind of funny, because Johari sounds like a single person's name. But they divided up how we know ourselves into self and others. So what we know about ourselves and what others know about ourselves is our public self. Okay? Everybody's kind of on the same page. But then as yourself, you may not know something. Like, I may have a complete blind spot that I'm really bad at something. And I have no idea, but all of you know it. Okay? We all have those blind spots. Okay? Then there's things you know about yourself that nobody else knows. And that's your hidden self, things you don't want to share with people. And then you have the unknown area that's unknown to you, and it's unknown to everybody else. And that's just kind of an unconscious unknown. So when I said that emotional intelligence can be learned, what I mean here is, in that first quadrant, what's known by me and what's known by all of you, that's out there. We don't need to learn anything there. But if I have a blind spot, I need to ask you to tell me. So if I need to solicit feedback, that's hard to do. Again, feedback is hard. But if we want to be the best mentors we can be, and honestly the best people we can be, we need to ask people to give us feedback. There's also what you know about yourself and what others don't know, this area 3. And so that's self-discovery and exposure. So what are you willing to share, and how do you build out that first block into the third block? And then the 4th area is hard. We won't go into that. But I hope this helps you think about how to improve your emotional intelligence. And again, how does this relate to being a mentor? So what is the purpose of your mentorship? How are you defining it? What are the processes you're going to go through? How are you going to come to this dyadic pairing, where you really feel the same way about the relationship as your mentee? How do you make sure that matches there? How do you work with them effectively, helping them learn and not just having them listen to you? And then what do you know about yourself and your style? So we're going to talk next about your style. This is another quote. I'm actually not sure who Shunryu Suzuki is, and maybe anyone here may know, but I like this quote. So each of you is perfect the way you are, and, again, there's the and, you can use a little improvement. See how positive that is? Those are some of the things we can do with our mentees. So how do we use leadership? So leadership can be thought about in many different ways, and I'm going to use leadership in the context of mentorship. So think of them as very similar in this moment. So we can use them for certain purposes, like our vision. We can think about them as process, so the work itself, what are we doing with our mentee? Again, the personal, that's the emotional intelligence, our own ability to add to the relationship. And then how are we working with a broader group of people? So these are all different domains of mentorship. Oops. Okay. So how does this fit into mentoring? Oops. Back. Okay, here we go. So what is the purpose? Remember those 8 tiles, right? So we're going to use our leadership styles to help define that. What are the processes we're going to use together? How often are we going to meet? All these sorts of things that I've been talking about. You can use different techniques to guide your relationship. So how do you want to work with your mentee, helping them learn, and again, what do you know about yourself? So a leadership that gets results. I'm going to go through 6 different styles of leadership. There are many different styles. It's not just 6, but I like these examples. But the most effective leaders and the most effective mentors will use different styles at different times. So think about that as we go through them. I don't know that you necessarily have to use 4, like it says here, but think about the style that you want to use to be as effective as you can be. So these styles are coercive, visionary, pace setting, coaching, affiliative, and democratic. Okay, so coercive. This may be a style that you're actually very familiar with, even if you haven't ever labeled them before. So a coercive style is where you just need something done. Like it has to happen now, and I'm going to tell you exactly how to do it. Okay. Has anyone ever experienced that as a mentee? Okay, we've experienced this a lot. Sometimes you have to do this, right? That grant is due tomorrow, and these 4 pages are awful. So here's what we're going to do to fix them so you can get the grant. Okay, so not necessarily something you want to do often, but sometimes you need to. And maybe if you see this a lot, you might want to think, or do this a lot, if we recognize in ourselves, maybe we want to mix it up a little bit. So a visionary style. This can be sort of a come with me approach. Like, let me show you how I see your future. Let me show you about how your technique that you've been developing is going to change the world. Like, everybody loves that. Like, being a visionary leader is fantastic. It doesn't always apply. Like, that's not going to help you when the grant's due tomorrow, but it may help you 6 months before the grant is due. So that might be a time to be a visionary mentor. So an affiliative mentor. So maybe your mentee is having a lot of personal issues and you really need to align with them and understand what's going on so that you can accomplish your goals. That might be a time when you really want to focus on the person, not necessarily the task at hand. Again, this isn't going to work when the grant's due tomorrow, but when you're establishing that relationship, being affiliative is going to help you set up the best dyadic relationship that you can. Democratic. So this may work great when you have a group of mentees. Like, you got to come up with some, kind of a consensus around, like, how are we going to do things, or maybe even just with one mentee at a time. So it's much more about commitment, consensus, giving the mentee a leadership role within their own mentorship, helping them be that active mentee that I was talking about. So this can be very useful, again, in the right circumstance. And then pace setting. So this is a really interesting style. And I used to think that pace setting was much more positive than it actually can be. So pace setting means I'm going to just show you what needs to happen and I expect you to keep up. So I got that grant. You should get that grant, right? I submitted, that paper and it got accepted the first time. Like, I submitted it. You should be able to do that too. Right? So on the one hand, you're setting a good example of how to do things well and how to succeed. But on the other hand, that can be really intimidating and demoralizing if you can't keep up. So there are times when you want to set the pace, and there are times when maybe being affiliative is a better approach, or one of the other styles. And then coaching. So I always like to think of coaches, as I said before, of helping you be the best person you can be. Like, you're really building people up. So that's a great framework for the success of the dyadic relationship, but it may not work, in all circumstances, again, like with that paper that's due tomorrow. So I'm going to skip this, and my final thoughts before Edgar pulls me off the podium is I hope that this has been helpful for you in thinking about the concept of mentorship and what it means to really work with your mentee on many different levels. So I just want you to reflect about the best qualities of being a mentor or a coach or whichever label you want to put with that. I hope you can take away from our discussion this morning and what we'll talk about the rest of the day is recognizing those qualities that you want to bring as a mentor to your mentee. How can you use emotional intelligence? I hope that our discussions have given you tools and things you can think about, not just knowing what's going to make you a good mentor, but how to be that good mentor. How can you use these different styles to help you do that? Pick and choose what's going to be most effective. And then just think about a couple things that you do well now. We all do things well. Think about what your strengths are and, remember, what you want to add. Okay, so what have you taken away from our discussion so far? And with that, I'll just like to acknowledge that a lot of what I've talked about today was developed with some of my colleagues at University of California, San Francisco, particularly Monica Gandhi, Jonathan Fuchs, Mallory Johnson, and Clyde Evans. And I should have mentioned David Bangsberg. Again, he was my mentor, and I would definitely not be the person I am today without him. He was absolutely fundamental in helping me see my own potential and my inspiration to help others see their potential as well. So thank you, and I apologize for going over.
Thank you, Professor Jessica. Could you just take a seat here? We are doing really badly on time. We are already 30 minutes over time. But I would request that if somebody has one or two burning questions for Dr. Angela, please, could you ask them, keep them brief? Any questions for Dr. Angela? We all listened in to her journey. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair. Angela's presentation was very inspiring, and I would like to request her to tell us how did you become a very effective mentee, or I don't know if that's the right word, while at the same time mentoring those under your responsibility in your department. How did you balance being a mentee on the one hand, and then a supervisor or mentor or coach on the other hand? Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, we'll take that question.
Thank you so much, Jonan. It's a very good question. I'm still learning. I do supervise students, of course, and I try to mentor junior researchers. And what really helps is to, first of all, set the goal and also listen to what my mentor tells me, because I remember at some point, Jessica told me, yes, you have first author publications, but you also need to have a mix. Do you have some publications where you say the last author, the corresponding author, last author? So I took it on my heart, and I always make sure that even if it is just a project or a PhD, of course a PhD work is the student published as a first author, but in, for example, my projects, I always let other people also do some publications as first authors, and then you find me as a last author. And of course, I'm learning from my mentor because she does it a lot. So that's learning by doing. And yeah, so it's not easy, but I always try to ensure that, I try to balance supervision, being a mentor and also a mentee. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Angela. So we are bringing this session to a close. I would like to invite Angela and the media people, because we need to have a group photo, and after that we can then go for a cup of tea. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to time, we shall do the group photo later. Let's go out for tea, a healthy break. We have 2 serving stations. We can use the other side and that side. This is the time for eating competition. Please, I need you back in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, we clap for our presenters.
Thank you. We have only 15 minutes for the tea break. Stand up. Dr. Fred Kagwa, this hand clap brings you in. And whoever has Dr. Kagwa Fred next to him, please, let's have that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have Dr. Kagwa come in. Dr. Fred Kagwa comes in now. Mr. Owen, help me bring Dr. Kagwa in. He is. I now invite, it's your role, Dr. Mother. It's you to invite them. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the person we've been waiting for. Just laugh at him, he'll understand. Yes, let's put our hands together. Yeah, Wululet, give him a Lulus. We're clapping for you for keeping time. Please have a seat there. I now would like to hand over. Odendi, wherever you are. Odendi. Odendi, wherever you are. I'll now hand over to Dr. Martha to invite her candidates to take their seats.
Thank you very much, Miss Angela, our angel. All protocol observed. Good morning, colleagues. How are we? Yes, it's a privilege and an honor to moderate this session with my colleague, Dr. Kagwa. So I would like to invite Dr. Speciosa Berunji, she's already here, Dr. Maureen Kabarunji, then we have Odendi Robert. May we also have Dr. Mujenyi Godfrey and Dr. Wilson. Does that make us 6? How many are we? 2 ladies, 3 gentlemen. Okay, that will do. I'm told the others have sent their regrets. So this session is for us as supervisors and mentors to listen from people who have gone through our hands. We would like to hear their experiences. And we are supposed to discuss problems, but I would like to rephrase that to challenges. Challenges are handled better than problems. So our colleagues here are going to take us through their experiences, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. And without taking a lot of your time, I don't want to share my experiences, but I know, all of you have gone through the MAST PhD. Yes, so we are going to, our discussion is going to be contextualized to MAST, but we shall drop in some other examples. So I would like to start with Dr. Speciosa Birungi, who will take a few minutes to take us through her experience. Please welcome Dr. Speciosa Birungi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? You have heard my name is Speciosa Birungi. I'll quickly add doctor because it is a new experience that I am still getting used to. Next slide. Yeah, I welcome all of you to this exciting workshop. And before I delve into why I am here, I thought I should mention that mentorship plays a critical role in a PhD or even a master's student's academic and personal development. It also provides support and guidance as well as direction. As I talk about my PhD journey, I would like to also explore a few aspects of what mentorship students, what students expect in a mentor. And for us to appreciate my PhD journey, this is a personal experience. I'll bring out a little of how I arrived at this point in my life. 35 years ago, I entered MAST to assist the then Vice Chancellor. I'm bringing this out for someone who may not know who Speciosa is. And I would like us, for the benefit of those who were not here or who have not heard, that Speciosa is as old as Mbarara University. And I was to assist Professor Kayanja to navigate his journey as a Vice Chancellor, as he tried to build credible systems within the university that we are all proud to be associated with. MAST has grown, and we now are proud to have the first and lady Vice Chancellor. I think she has left. I take the opportunity to appreciate and welcome her to MAST, and I cannot wait to start working with her. I have risen through the ranks from secretary to now deputy academic registrar. Now to the beginning that brought me to today. After mature age entry examinations, I got admission for the bachelor's degree at 42 years of age. Appreciate that 42 was very old, because I know some of you go into the university at 23 or 22. So the goodwill of the Vice Chancellor then and the academic registrar gave me an opportunity to have study leave with pay for 3 years and sponsorship. Let's clap for us. I excelled at my studies, and I was always in the first class category. I am coming. At 45, I attained a first class degree. I came and joined MAST for a postgraduate diploma,
which I got in 2007. Then I enrolled for a master's degree. I thought that would have been a very good foundation for me to do a PhD, because I was always looking at it and I did not know whether I would get there. Unfortunately, I was thrown out for administrative reasons, and for a few years I stayed out of class. But I made some return years later and I received the award in 2012. And soon after, I enrolled for PhD in 2012. My journey as a PhD student and the challenges I met. First and foremost, balancing work with studies. It is very, very difficult if you are in a position that will make you extremely busy, and then you have to study at the same time. This did not give me opportunity to make good progress. And then I had a time management issue, dividing work and then family and then studies was an uphill task. And then it is sad, even more sad, when you do not have the support and protection of your immediate supervisors. That makes it difficult because you have to meet their deadlines. And then the pressure to publish or perish. And sometimes because of work, I would find myself working in isolation during the night, which was not enough time. I would not be having a good mind to concentrate. And all that led to my overstaying on the program, and there was a price to pay. I endured the pain, but went through the examination process, and I faced the truth during the public defense, which most of you attended, both online and physically. And I'm grateful that I did not falter at the time, because my morning came just in time. It was a long and lonely journey, but I did not lose my mind. I stumbled and fell. I experienced moments of despair. But I always drew strength from T.D. Jakes' sermon on the agony of crushing. I was actually crushing. And I quote, "Sometimes God takes us through surgery for different reasons. And when you go through surgery, you have to know that recovery hurts too." Dr. Kayondo knows that. But if we can endure the pain, we can find hope in the promised expected end. End of quote. My PhD's journey was like going through into theater, undergoing the cut of criticism and the challenges from my doctoral team, and the countless revisions and disagreements led to moments of frustration and misunderstanding. But I drew, again, inspiration from the wise words of Rosalind Ngisa, and I quote, "Some of us have learned how not to cry in public, how to dance with broken bones, how to sing with a sore throat, how to laugh even when life is not being funny, how to stumble, stagger, and still walk with a swag." I had the swag. "And yet, how to know and trust without a shadow of doubt that God cannot fail, even if he tried. Here I am as a testimony of this goodness, of his goodness, mercy, and grace. This PhD chapter of my life can be called many things, but perhaps just one thing best fits it: grace." End of quote. Today I'm a testimony of what God can do. How did I overcome the challenges? I had to do time blocking for the different activities that I had to take on. I also sought help from mentors and peers. Peer support contributed to my academic success and growth. I set clear, achievable academic and career goals, and this helped me to stay focused. My mentor, I'll not mention the name, guided me to build strong peer networks, which were very instrumental in my professional development. And then also I had to prioritize my well-being. So I was motivated to continue and I had the strong sense of purpose, the support from my family and mentors, my passion for the field of study that kept me going. Because my mentor understood my struggles and was proactive in supporting me. Allow me to mention, in addition to what others have said, the role of mentorship. Mentorship made a significant difference in my PhD journey. I received guidance during the tough decisions I had to take. I received emotional support during very difficult times. My mentors positively impacted my academic development. They guided me through the highs and lows and molded me into the person that you see today. They helped me navigate academic hurdles and gave me constructive feedback. All these coupled with my dedication, resilience, quest for knowledge, and reliable supervisors, they are the reason I'm telling my story today. Needless to mention, and probably emphasize, my mentor played a critical role shaping my academic path and growth. What are the expectations that I had in mind? I expected guidance. I expected constructive feedback. I expected emotional support. And I got inspiration. All these helped me to navigate the PhD journey. My mentor, in addition, created a supportive environment for a student-mentor dialogue, and that empowered me to seek his assistance whenever I needed it. I expected more support to achieve balance between life and then the PhD journey. It is important to maintain a healthy balance between academic work and personal life, and that includes family and one's personal health. My mentor helped me to manage the stress. He set realistic expectations and then prioritize my well-being while I excelled academically. He provided practical tools to assist in navigating the demands of academic life without compromising my health and my well-being. I expected effective communication, which I really got, and that helped me into building open, transparent, and open communication and honest communication. There was honesty and transparency between my mentor and I. And that created a safe and open space where I felt comfortable discussing my challenges. I expected encouraging dialogue. One time during the master's program, my supervisor said, "It is your fault because you came to study when you are old. That hit me hard, but I was determined to continue because I had a set goal. So my mentor encouraged check-ins and provided non-judgmental space for me, the student, to ask for help whenever I needed it. My mentor understood the value of consistent, open communication and the role it builds between a mentor and a mentee relationship. Peer support and networks helped me quite a lot. I managed through my mentor to build strong networks, and I understood the power of peer relationships and how to build meaningful connections, while my mentor facilitated networking opportunities and guided me on how to leverage peers and professional contacts. Why? Yes, I'm just about to finish. And I am thinking about the future of mentorship in this changing mentorship landscape. It should evolve to meet the ever-changing student needs in today's fast-paced academic and professional environments for greater impact on the mentee's success. In addition to adapting to new challenges, mentors will need to remain flexible and open to adjusting their approach to address emerging challenges, especially remote learning. The award, my morning came just in time. I received the award 1 year after the Vivavos at a grand ceremony held on 27th May 2023. The first one, by the way, in my father's clan. And to the PhD students, it's never too late. If Speciosa can receive the award at 62, you can make it. And my prayer for you is that may your doors open, may your names attract greatness, may my testimony touch your lives. It does not matter where you find yourself, your destiny. I was asked to pay 26.5 million because I had overstayed on the program. And I had to take two decisions, either to drop out, which had consequences, or to strive to continue. And I shared my problem with a few people, and Viola took it up. And I got 18 million in 4 days. And I thank God. But that was a learning experience. So those of you who are planning to overstay. So I thank the current management for giving me the award. And before I end, Madam Vice Chancellor, allow me to welcome you with profound love and everything that comes with love. I can't wait to work with you. As I end, I have a final quote. Mentorship is not about giving answers, but about empowering others to find their own. End of quote. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Speciosa. A big hand of applause for her. She has indeed shared the good, the bad, and some of the downright ugly of doing a PhD. Dr. Speciosa, I thank you very much for bringing out the role of mentorship. And there's something you said about your supervisor. You said your supervisor said you should not have come because you're old, but your mentor kept checking in on you. So I want to find out, were these two different, or did one supervisor act as a mentor? just briefly.
Thank you. Actually, at the time I was admitted for PhD, and probably up to the time I completed it, there was little or no mentorship systems in MAST. And this mentor I'm talking about was actually out of MAST. So the supervisor had nothing to do with mentorship.
Okay, there you go, colleagues, supervisors. And thank you very much for sharing that very emotional journey. And for the mentors, wherever they are, the mentor that helped, the mentors that still help, thank you. And I take note that Dr. Speciosa did her PhD as an administrator. And there's one or two sentences that she mentioned, and I thought, okay, can the ground open up and swallow me? But anyhow, here I am. And we thank God that even if sometimes there are people who are tough on the journey, the Lord may use those very tough people to get you through. We would like to thank those who offered support, raised the school fees, like Dr. Viola, those who told you, you can go on, even when it is hard. But colleagues, it is very hard for an administrator to do a PhD. And on the panel, we have one administrator and then the others are academic staff. And so it's good to compare both experiences. Thank you very much, Dr. Speciosa. I'd like to take this time to call Dr. Maureen Kabarunji. Dr. Fred has said, you work with the ladies, me, I work with the gentlemen. So Dr. Fred will. So Dr. Maureen, please come. We are not doing well on time. We're supposed to close this session at midday. So we are going to give you 3 minutes. The first person, because she was the first, she had the privilege of taking that time. So Dr. Maureen, the floor is yours. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Kawarunji Maureen Mukisa from the Department of IT in the Faculty of Computing and Informatics. I'm here to share my journey as a PhD holder, but our mentor, actually she's my mentor, she has said everything. Being the first presenter, we gave her the opportunity to take all the minutes. And for me, I will just share something very small about what motivated me to take on this PhD. Being a young lecturer and a mother, I had to go into this because of different academic expectations. And where we are heading, or where we are all looking at research, and you have to publish so that you cannot perish. My mentor used to tell me, you either publish or perish, and I used not to want to perish. And by grace of God, I've been able to go through all the hurdles. Most of the hurdles are the same because we have financial constraints, balancing life and work. All that can make you really lag a little behind, because even me, I did not finish in the right time. I had to do this PhD for more than 5 years. And at times I was like, maybe it's because of COVID, but there were other reasons. What really motivated me is that as a mother, we are role models to our children. We are role models to the entire world. And once you grasp what you have, then you're able to produce or multiply the little knowledge you get to others. In my little time, after obtaining this PhD, I've been able to mentor so many within the little time. And I'm able to also proudly say that I'm a proud lecturer who have also been promoted of recent because of my PhD, because I've worked for 12 years as a teaching assistant, but now I am assistant lecturer and I hope more is to come. And right now I am the acting head of department in the IT. So I'm very proud and happy. And I give thanks to the university because I was not able to pay my own tuition, but they gave me tuition waiver. And even I have to thank my mentors, my supervisors who helped me, because ladies were too emotional. Whenever I would enter their offices, tears would be flowing. And I had nothing to explain, but the pain was so much. You see things are moving, years are moving, and you need to graduate. There is a lot, but I thank my supervisors, I don't want to mention their names, and my mentors, because I had both mentors and supervisors. But they helped me to move, and they gave me moral support, spiritual support, and also at times some financial support. So PhD students who are in here, I want to encourage you that you can make it. You don't need to be alone, much as they say that this PhD journey is lonely, but you need people to hold your hand, you need people to hear you, and you have to be open-minded. Otherwise, the sky is the limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen. That is great. A round of applause to her. Yeah, she talked about quite a number of things. She reflected being a mother. I don't know. The fathers here are also going to tell us what their take is. Yeah, without wasting time, I want to start with Godfrey. Yeah, Godfrey, come and hit the nail on the head, and we see how it is from the medical side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. All protocol observed. I'm Dr. Mjeni Godfrey. I come from the Faculty of Medicine, and I'll first talk about where we come from as a Faculty of Medicine. When I graduated as a medical doctor in 2002 at MAST, it was prestigious to be a doctor. Then I got a job as an assistant lecturer in our department, and immediately, by then there were even no postgraduate programs in the Faculty of Medicine. So there were few isolated, but in clinical medicine there were really very few. And a program started in my department. I was a pioneer resident and graduated with M.Med in 2006. It seemed like you have reached the horizon. My people, in the department, around the faculty, you would really think you're going to survive with a master's, and knocks for PhD would come and you say, maybe I don't need that. But as a person, of course, I had priorities. One time, I prioritized my wife to go and take up a PhD program over me because we couldn't go at the same time. And I'm glad she's possibly here, Dr. Esther, who is a proud, independent researcher, I think, according to Angela's definition. Thank you. I think I take it to the fact that I'm also a father. Maureen said she's a mother. And I'm also a husband. Yeah. Me and my family were business farmers. So when it is a time for harvesting, you really have to be a PhD student and still work. Being a full-time student is a hurdle, and a senior lecturer at MAST. I'm not saying I was denied a study leave because my bosses here have never asked for a study leave. And he keeps telling us that it is possible to continue doing everything. I also want to be an entrepreneur, start looking at things and multiplying resources you have somewhere, somehow, and you have to incorporate that in the study. These days, if you don't research, you are nothing, so you have to continue doing other research projects in addition to your PhD research journey. And all these require you to prioritize your time. I think time for reading, the best time for me as a PhD student, since I ended master's. I remember towards my master's defense, I was asking for permission from my wife that I pack my bags, I go somewhere for like 3 weeks, read, prepare, and come and defend. She says, you have nowhere to go. So now I prioritize to read very early in the morning. By the time we come to the department, for routine business, may have finished the reading bit of it. So it's a good way to look at things. Amidst all these activities, Zoom classes have been very good. It's, well, I should say thanks to COVID, but COVID came with Zoom, and the cross-cutting courses at MUST really have helped PhD students, and these need to be strengthened, honestly. We were the pioneers for the Zoom classes. We interacted with almost all PhD holders in the university, and this brings a very special flavor to the program. Learning resources, you are there. Oh, children need to be visited. Visitation, you have to go. So while you're driving to wherever, you wire yourself on Zoom, okay? You listen to videos as learning resources, and I think these are very important for PhD students. One challenge that I have met in the Faculty of Medicine is the concept presentation. PhD concept presentation in the Faculty of Medicine is like a viva voce. They will ask you questions. It's just like, oh, why a marriage where you are given a certificate on the beginning day. So I think for me that was a big challenge. You prepare, you know, and I think some people are smiling. That concept presentation has prevented very many people from joining because you dread it. Selection of supervisors and doctoral committee, getting that team which is willing to walk your journey. And I think our PhD mentors told us that it is your journey, you need to decide to do something that is passionate to you. But bringing people on board to make sure that they believe in what you believe. Of course, there is also mentorship and being guided because you might be thinking the wrong way. So getting that team, to me, is a hurdle. And prospective PhD students need coaching in here. Rejection. You can write, you think you have done your best. When you take it across, even your peers say, something is lacking in here. So that rejection needs to be worked around. Dr. Speciosa mentioned doing a PhD at, I don't want to say older age, but as a senior. There is something where you reach and there is a scenario of swapping roles. You have been there as an M-Med, a supervisor for M-Meds, you've been like a senior, everybody is looking at you. Suddenly, you're actually the one that needs to look at others. And if you don't have humility, it can be a tough journey. And in this, personally, I have my mentors here. Dr. Kayondo is my head of department. He's a member of my doctoral committee. Associate Professor Ngonzi, my dean. And somewhere, somehow, in our littleness, we have worked together along their growth. But now they have to supervise my growth. So I thank them for their efforts. Tips that helped me, of course, family motivation. My daughters are there, we are competing. They say, I'm finishing senior 4 this year. Daddy, when will you finish? Every time they come home, they're asking, where is your graduation? Am I going to miss it? Which month do they graduate at MUST? And that keeps you in the balance. Of course, my wife is always supportive. A supporting environment, the department, the cross-cutting PhD courses. Ladies and gentlemen, when you get a PhD waiver at must, and you know it is 6 semesters, beyond that, you have to pay for yourself. For me, that's my motivation. I don't really want to get a little money from my pocket. I want to utilize all the available avenues. And that's my motivation. Peer support, the PhD classes, I think we started as 53. That was massive. We're on a WhatsApp group, a mailing list. What happens to the other person, you know what is happening to another supervisor, you share experiences, the good and the bad, and that keeps us moving. Shared Zoom classes, we have WhatsApp groups, and team building activities within us as PhD students. Ladies and gentlemen, the PhD students have some things they don't actually like. Telling them every day that it's a lonely journey. We need people to walk the journey with. We know it's a personal reflection, but we need to change the narrative and say, we are here to walk the journey with you, and we shall be there. And lastly, in 2003, there was a supervisors workshop in Chihumuro. And in my mind, the things I listened, I said, I wish this can be an annual event. And I'm glad it is here. And we shall get better. Succeed we must. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A round of applause. Robert, as you get to the floor, there's an interesting word, rejection. Yeah, rejection may not be only about the papers, it can also be about the friends, it can also be about the colleagues, and etc. So, Robert, yeah, give us your journey in the next 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I want to observe the protocol in place. My name is Odendi Gideon Robert. I am a PhD student in the Department of Psychiatry, Faculty of Medicine. I work for Uganda Prison Service as a clinical psychologist. My motivation came as a result of seeing that the prison system is still running on punitive measures rather than doing rehabilitation. So I said, why are some offenders keep coming back? Why do children in remand homes in Kambringisa Rehabilitation Center graduate from that humble background to becoming hardcore criminals? So that's where I came from. So I would like to go to the challenges. I wouldn't like to list some achievements because I'm still on the way. One of the challenges every student almost meets is delays from the Faculty Research Committee or FRC. You know, there is a password when we meet. How far have you gone with the FRC? How are they treating you? So I was held at FRC until I had to reach to the director. When I was in his office, that was the first time I interacted with him in such a manner. You better. If only I had evidence that you have been there for that period and you have been communicating and the reasons why you have reached this level. I said, Professor, I submitted my protocol on 23rd July 2023. Today is 3rd July 2024. I didn't want to reach the first anniversary. Said, he called the secretary, can you give him a pen and a paper? Print all the communications you claim you have had. Bring them to me. I did in 15 minutes. He perused through, he said, you have done your work. Go back. I don't want to go into some other things, but within 3 weeks, I had received communication from FRC And yet, earlier on, it took me and my supervisors 7 months to be eligible to be reviewed at the board, at the committee. That is Dr. Scholar. I don't want to say things like those who go to funeral places, say no, so and so. I was very soft-spoken person, but you're already gone. So I want to appreciate her presence. She's beyond supervisor, because when Professor Jessica was taking us through the mentorship training, I kept checking the box. She almost ticked all of them. The second supervisor is Dr. Charles Muonge. Here was Dr. Scholar, here was Dr. Charles Muonge, but I kept checking. Actually, if you are to call them for training, you will only be calling them to interact, because they have ticked all the boxes. Yeah, so second point, because of time, I just want to say a few things. One, I'm a self-funded student. I am privileged to be in the presence of the VC, the director, DRGT, and the other people. I'm a self-funded student. The other students. I came knowing that I have responsibility of paying tuition. But at the same time, I said, no, in order to compromise my research standard, what else can I do? I had a provision. I had chance to apply for some grant, but I lost it because I was held at the faculty for 1 year. So my appeal is it feasible to support self-funded students when it comes to data collection management? Because that data will eventually produce in form of information. It will have to be global material. So my appeal is that self-funded students need to be supported, if possible. Even if I miss, let other people benefit. But it's my humble prayers that this will be one of the candidates, if ever. So in the interest of time, my seniors have talked a lot. I wouldn't like to summarize, repeat whatever they have been saying. But I thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah. Wilson, as we get on the floor, that is a very interesting talk. Faculties, there is a lot of delay. Wilson, take us through, and then we will see how we summarize.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm happy to be here. It's great to see all of you. My name is Wilson Tumihimse. I am from the Department of Computer Science, and I am a part-time lecturer and doing some research. My core is in research together with Professor Jessica and Dr. Angela Msimenta. It's great to be here. Well, I'm going to speak from the perspective of a volunteer. I joined MAST in 2015 as a volunteer when I was doing my master's in health informatics. So I was with Mr. Amos Owen. Yes, so they gave me an opportunity to volunteer. And so I used to sit in Office 3. So I finished my master's in 2017. And because of being in an academic environment, I realized to survive, I have to study. I need to get that PhD. And of course, there is a term that they call, we're coming from humble backgrounds, but they are not humble. Poverty is not humble. I don't know. Maybe it's not stigma. Maybe it's, but, yeah, so, so the motivation, yeah, knowing where you come from, you realize if you don't study, you will not, yeah, so I joined. So in 2017, I submitted in my concept at the faculty, and I was, 2018, around May, I was admitted. and I started my PhD. I did not have tuition because remember this is, so I didn't have a tuition waiver because I was not, thank God I was working. That's when, so in 2016, I started working. Dr. Angela, because she was my supervisor at Masters, so she took me up. So I became, by then that's when she had won her first K43 grant. So I became her research assistant. So from there now, of course, that's where I got money to pay for my my master's, and I completed it. So joining PhD, of course, well, I get salary, but I don't have tuition. Well, I am a man of faith. I am a believer. I know that I can even pass through this wall. So I was like, I have already come from far. I can't fail to go for a PhD. So I enrolled. The good thing is that when you're doing PhD, they don't chase you from class. Until Speciosa will call you. So she called me, she's like, Wilson, we need money. Because I had to, before submitting to REC, so I had to commit. I don't know, well, you don't still remember, but I had to write. Yeah, so and thank you so much, because if you people had not, the director, DRGT, if you had not, because my supervisor had to commit, so we had to say there is a grant that is coming, so we are going to get tuition for him, and they allowed me. So that is second year. I got third year, no tuition. I didn't have tuition. So we had written an R21 grant. The first time, that was 2019. So they had put me as a PhD student. So it did not come through. So they had to tell us to resubmit. So we resubmitted it. And then we got it a year later when I was in third year. And that, because I was still working with, of course, she was my supervisor also at my boss and my supervisor at PhD. So in third year, 2021 July, yeah, that's when that grant came, and they paid all my tuition. Hallelujah. Yeah, so I just, so that's, so of course so my tuition was paid, and of course in 2022 that's when I defended, and I got my PhD. My supervisors, Dr. Angela Msimenta, Dr. Fred Kagwa, Dr. Daniel Atrine, they made the work very simpler for me. I am a product of good mentorship. When Professor Jessica mentored Dr. Angela, I'm the beneficiary. So I am so I think one last thing that, of course, one last thing I've learned from all this journey for PhD students, giving up is not of God, because there are very many people that will be encouraged by your success. So the journey is really, is very, very tight, but we thank God there is grace. If people can, some of you have tuition waivers, there is no reason. Of course there are challenges, but you can make it, all right? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Wilson. Wow, that's great. I'm lucky to have been part of the mentorship team. He completed right on time, and that is great. Well, we want to get about 2 questions, but first, there is a Nokia phone that is missing. It could be misplaced on one of the tables, so look around where you are. If there is an extra phone that is not yours, please raise your hand and someone will come and pick it. We have lots of students here who have graduated PhD recently or some time back, and yeah, there's a chance we still have about 3 minutes. So if there is someone who wants to say or ask a question, I only have 2 to give out. So as I wait to see those hands, I can also, yeah, there's a mic here. Someone can help me take this mic. So in terms of summary, I see issues of study leave, issues of family, being on full-time, cross-cutting courses, presenting concepts, proposals at faculty. These are issues, of course, rejection, wreck. Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I observe the protocol. My name is Julius Tomsime. I just graduated with a PhD in biology. I thought I could give some perspective also from the Faculty of Science, considering the challenges PhD students face.
1 minute, yeah.
In that 1 minute, I will say the first thing is there's always scarcity of equipment. Basically, you'll find that a student does not feel the value for money, the fees. Because you pay, but then you have to look for resources from another university, from another country. I think that is a big challenge. Let me use that.
Thank you. That is great. I think it cuts across even in medicine. Thank you for bringing that up. And I think one of the students actually suffered that is Dr. Kamoga here. He suffered lots of challenges in that. Some of the equipment procured and they get spoiled on plane as they come. They arrive when they are actually non-usable. Yes, Dr. Kayondo.
Thank you so much. Me just to respond to one of the comments given by one of the students, the candidate's PhD, first with the concept at the not even faculty, at the department level, because the concepts are sent back to the department to really, we are the ones given that audacity to say that this really fits into what should be of the PhD of Faculty of Medicine. And I don't think it's a vibe, as you say. It is really to make you, to harden you, first. Two is to really be sure that you really know what you're going to do. And also to us to give feedback to the academic register that someone is not coming to present a humanities concept in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. So we really take through, for us, we really appreciate, it makes these students even firm when times for the defense comes, because they have gone through what should be, they really go through a defense at a concept level. And for me, I think that's very important. And lastly, about my chair for the FRCs here would give a better response, but I think the delays at FRC with regards to the PhD has been a problem of having few people to read PhDs at the faculty. And I think right now this has improved because there are the number has grown, and now there are people on FRC, like me myself, to read only PhD proposals and review them and give feedback to the FRS. So I think now things are better. My chairman will give better. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of time, we will not give the chairman a chance to speak. Yes, okay. Just 1 second. Yeah.
Thank you once again. I'm Dr. Chengera Kisitu from Department of Surgery. I have a question which goes to all of us here about probably mentorship. I envy my colleague here, Kayondo from OBS-GYN, who has a number of PhDs. So the mentorship becomes a bit easier in his department. Come to the Department of Surgery, we just have our first PhD, I think, student going on, and with the one we are waiting for, he comes up and then starts the mentorship and so on. And diversely, when I look through the Department of Surgery, specifically orthopedics where I come from, in the whole country, we might be having, I think, only two, who again are not much in the research and they are taken away into clinical work. So really the mentorship thing doesn't come up. However much I might be a prospective candidate of PhD, I lack really that fine-tuning to make me dive into a PhD because all my colleagues have not done. is it possible maybe to borrow from Ob's gang or wherever to come into the department of such and such that they really give us the courage to do the PhD, because as you can see, definitely we are getting gray hair and we don't want to go to 62 years. The challenges are really too much. So we really need anything to come up. We are within must. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think there is a burning, okay, the Dean's office wants to respond to something, but in one, I'm sorry, I'm not someone who usually likes to go beyond time, but we are just 2 minutes ahead of time. That's not so bad. I will make it 5 or 6. Dr. Jonans, you have some quick response, but departments which have actually less capacity are really facing a challenge. Yeah, I will wrap up in 1 minute some of the challenges I went through during my PhD in line with that. Please, in 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Dr. Kagwa. I know the VC will not be happy with me if we do not offer an apology to the candidate who presented his frustration at FRC level. I'm very sorry that you had to go through that long wait of almost a year, plus others who may have been affected in that way. Personally, I'm not really aware of your situation. I think we haven't met, which is also a bit strange because I sit next to the administrator's office, which handles FRC issues, and most of the students actually I'm aware, especially those who have issues. So perhaps there's an issue of communication there, but also to add to what Dr. Kayonda has mentioned, we've made some reforms in FRC. We now have 3 subcommittees under FRC, one for the clinical MEDs, another for the MSCs, and then another for the PhDs. So there are dedicated subcommittees for each of those. Of course, the blame is actually not on FRC. You are all aware that we had 3 semesters in 1 academic year. And each semester we have about 150 proposals that come to FRC. So they are overwhelmed, especially when it was just 1 committee. About 15 people reviewing all these proposals. And one of the challenges is that they come from the department when they are very raw. Some of these proposals, you wonder how the departments actually send them to FRC. So that is a collective responsibility, I think, for all of us. The other issue, in addition to the communication, or maybe to highlight some of the challenges in communication, is that some students are not, okay, the sending of emails. Someone does only 2 things. One is to put the FRC email address where the email address is supposed to be. The second is to attach and then click send. So you don't even know what has been sent to you. So the filtering of emails by the FRC, you really don't know what you're dealing with. Maybe this is like, some of them go to spam, and I know those who are on the mass mail know that the security features of mass mail have kind of tightened. There are things that if an email is not clear, it goes into spam. So some of those have been retrieved, some proposals have been retrieved by FRC administrator from the spam folder when students come complaining. So we have PhD students who cannot write a reference in the email, who cannot say, okay, dear, and then write something and then sign off. We have so many of them, PhD students, and I'm glad that we have some PhD students here who should really be able to share some of those frustrations with the FRC. And then we also have celebrity students.
Lastly,
celebrity students. So
finally.
we will discuss these ones, I think, on the side, because we have heard from only one side. The supervisors have their story. We hope that in the afternoon, all of us will be there so that we get that other side of the experience, and then we have a more focused intervention. But on the side of the faculty, we have tried to make some reforms, and hopefully all of you in the departments will support us, because the reviewers are actually departmental members. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonans. More to that will be from 2 to 3:30. Still the discussion of problems experienced by PhD students will come in that, unless if you're going to use 10 seconds, if you go beyond that, I'm sorry,
Thank you,
I will
Dr.
cut you
Kawa.
off.
Don't enter into my 10 seconds. My name is Viola Nyakato. I'm from the Faculty of International Studies. I think for me, hearing the stories of the students is a very important thing. And one thing that I wanted to say very quickly is that this kind of arrangement shouldn't be an ad hoc. Instead, it should be institutionalized, because we need to hear from one another. And the journey of a PhD is quite difficult, but these students are our clients. And even as mentors and supervisors, we actually need help. We need to know what kind of journey we are going for, who mentors a mentor. So those are some of the questions we need to deal with. And so I can't go on the defense side. I've been a head of department, I've been a dean, and the stories in those offices show you that we have really gaps to deal with, and we can actually do better. And I appreciate the kind of discussion and debate that we have had in this room. And if we shared our stories, we would have a norm, a culture of must and identity of must, and just an outlier for some instances, so that we have that kind of arrangement. So for me, I really appreciate the students sharing, and these things they are talking about are part of the experiences. And specifically, if we know that this is a privately funded program. Some of these students pay their money, and I was telling my colleagues here that I have had a student who dropped everything, left her family, and went to work abroad to get fees to pay mast and get her PhD. So you need to hear those stories and know that what we are dealing with is an issue of a service that we're offering, and in an issue of putting in place a culture, but also as mentors, we need help. We need help, and we need to know what we are doing and how we are doing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have our university bursar, someone from planning? Were they invited here? Because I have seen an issue on fees versus equipment and resources. Value for money. We need to... Professor?
1 second.
It has ended.
No. Thank you. I will make it really 1 minute. I want to comment on Speciosa's presentation. One thing that came out, Professor Robert Murisa Kabeba from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. One thing that Speciosa highlighted was the agony at finding her way and focusing. Perhaps that's how I can do it. I want to link that to Angela's paper or presentation, where she finds herself with a musician, and she highlighted the importance of background check on the supervisor. It's one thing that I always ask my students: when you are picking me, have you looked at my page? Do you really find a fit between me and you? And that question is really challenging for students. And for MAST, when they are allocating supervisors, I know they ask them that later. But I would task the students really to do a thorough check on who you are supervising, who is supervising you. The challenge is that you pick someone who cannot lead you where you want to go. Then, to prospective Dr. Mujenyi, the defense at the beginning. How many of us have ever driven in a wrong direction and realize after 5 minutes and you have to come back? And it's troubling if you find yourself on Entebbe Express Highway where you cannot branch off. So that greeting at the beginning is really to focus you so that you don't get lost. I wish you could appreciate that greeting at the beginning. You will find your way, you will reach there. I am telling you, appreciate that. Those many questions that come at the beginning, really they are very important.
Thank you, Prof.
I want to thank you
thank you. The grilling at the beginning is quite tight and important. Usually when the beginning is tough, you have a smooth, I always tell my students that during masters I met my supervisor only twice. In the beginning, we discussed how the research is going to be, what I need to do. He said, I don't know how you can achieve this, I don't know how you can achieve this. But I had a second supervisor who was on frequently. The next time was, okay, I've heard your work is ready, send me your presentation. Looked through, say, that was called a green light. Said, yeah, this is good. And on defense, there's where I made a mistake. The results were right, but I wrote it wrongly. And then he also asked. But well, that was master's. But PhD, actually, the choice of supervisor is very important. The mentors are very important. And one thing I have realized is we do not know how to communicate. We, the mentors and the students. And what Jonan said actually proves what has always come from newspapers. I quote, Mbara University students do not know how to communicate. Why? They say they are scientists. So Jonan proves that, but we have courses of communication skills. I usually ask colleagues that if you want to prove how you communicate, check your email address now and tell us how many unread mails you have. That is the first checkpoint. I was just checking, I have fresh ones, 10, unread only for today. So this is very critical because as a student communicates or as the supervisor communicates, is the student reading? Are they responding? Is the supervisor also responding? I think I suffered that a lot with my supervisors, and you would send papers for them to read through. Time is going, you have a target. The next thing, you don't get comments from them, ask colleagues to respond. Next thing, you send to a journal. The next thing, you get comments because they are part of the whole team, and they get comments. Yeah, comments which are sent without their knowledge of what was submitted. I think this is happening a lot, and it is because of us, the mentors, but also the students. So it is both sides. The communication part is really wanting. The issue of fees versus equipment, AR, I think you can summarize in that line. I understand in the old days there was quite a leeway when we used to have the money and the university accounts. There was some hopes that could fix some things, but now money goes to URA. Even when you have more students, more payments, it is difficult to claim the money back to the university from Ministry of Finance. REC. Where is Professor Lele? Yes, REC. Monday we had Academic Affairs Committee. There is a big challenge in REC. They are so overwhelmed with so many proposals. REC is national, not only must, because other people from Gulu, from Kabale, from wherever submit proposals also to must REC. So there is a very big, overwhelming number of proposals to review. So there is need to either have 3 RECs or 4, otherwise you are going to die up. And this is one of the issues delaying students and also grants. The other that I have noted is which one? For students who are staff, balancing up has been a challenge, which continues to be a challenge. You have to teach, you have to supervise, and you also have to be supervised. So it is really a challenge to complete the PhD on time. And yet there are rules. If you stay The human resource manual is clear. If you overstay, actually, they say you're supposed to be dismissed, not even pay. Supposed to be dismissed. That is must human resource manual. Maybe there is need to also adjust that, because it is difficult to balance. You are teaching full time, you've not been given study leave, you are paying for yourself, and etc. And finally, please, AR, you can summarize and then
Okay.
we conclude it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fred and colleagues, the panelists. I would like to thank the panelists for being very polite. You agree with me, they've been really polite. I think there are certain things that they have not brought out, maybe out of, because some of them say our supervisors are here and we don't want to say this. But thank you very much for being polite. I attended one similar activity in Makere, and my goodness, it was fire. So you have been very polite, but you have brought out the challenges that you have faced. And DRGT and the organizers of this, you have heard that we need more of these, and particularly an interaction between the mentors, the supervisors, and the students. And something that would be probably not just 1.5 hours, but more than that, so that each side can listen and hear and walk in the shoes of the other side. There's something that DVCAA keeps saying. He says the PhD journey right up to graduation is a political journey. And I didn't hear that coming out. You know, when you're doing a defense, I know that a few times somebody is given marks or examined depending on who their supervisor is. And that is the politicalness in the PhD. It didn't come out. I thought it would come out. Then there's that sticky issue of fees. Just to drop a little bit, we are beginning to have conversations around these fees. If it's not the students' fault that they have delayed on the program, like Robert said, it took him a year to get feedback. What then happens? And then DRGT, AR, BASA will say, no, you have overstayed, we need the money. So we are beginning to have conversations around how can we assist a student who has overstayed in the program, and there is proof it wasn't his fault. Dr. Chisutu was in a meeting with us and the DVC, and we're thinking, how do we go about such things? And the issue of equipment, Dr. Freddy talked about fees vis-a-vis, value for money. If I pay 8 million, how much does the university give me out of that? That's a conversation that the university planner, together with the deans of faculty and management, can take on. And finally, colleagues, somebody said if the mountain was smooth, we couldn't climb it. If the PhD journey was a smooth one, we wouldn't be proud of coming out as PhD holders. So it really shouldn't be smooth. So some of these things are really expected. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to sit with these panelists. I have actually enjoyed myself and learned quite a lot, and I look forward to such conversations over and over again. Thank you.
MC, please, you can come and take over. Thank you.
Let's clap them off the stage. If you're on social media, you know what happened to Facebook, but we were hacked as a must, and we've done press releases. I'm not defending ourselves, but we've written to Facebook, and we're about to sue them for that because they're not responding to the bad image they're giving us. Madam Vice Chancellor, with your permission, allow me to request PhD students who have just graduated in the last two graduations to please rise up, who have just graduated. Be proud of your PhD. Yes. Some of them are my relatives in terms of height, you can't see them, but if they are here today, it means they have learned from their mentors and they would like to carry this forward, and for that I appreciate them. Professor Gertrude had a booklet about mentors and mentees, and if it's no harm, she can share these to the faculties Even me, a communications officer, wanted to be a mentor at that rate. So, top notch, Professor Gertrude, please if you can provide that. And I want to hear your answer publicly. Thank you so much. A hand clap to that, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into the next session, and it's going to be led by Dr. Barrio Rogers, and he's going to give us skills requirement for a postgraduate student supervisor. But ladies and gentlemen, like you know, you've been seated for long, I request you to stand up. Yes. Hey. And I do think that we all know the name of our Vice Chancellor. She's who? Without the title? That's not her name. What's her name? Okay, you don't know her name? Pauline who? Biachika Chibuika. So we're writing the name Biachika Chibuika with our bodies. You are used to the other small letters. Okay, let's go. B. Go down. B. B. Down. B. Let's go. B. Put the that. Put the stomach. Yes. Give me the Y. Both hands up. Which M? Okay. Bia. Okay, letter A down. A. Down. Put the middle part. Okay. K. Go down. Up. Give me that. Give me that. Bring the leg. Bring the leg. Yes. K. I. Down. And put the dot. Dr. Musa did that. Okay. K. Down. Up. K. Give me the leg. Okay. A. Down. Up. Down. People are writing Z. There you go. Okay. You may take a seat because Chiwika, we shall not get tired. A special announcement.
Somebody who is directing. This role of supervision, as we have already known or seen, is complex. Not simple. People have different expectations, as we are going to see. There are different challenges. Somebody has mentioned that a student comes with his or her challenges to you, even where you cannot shoulder the challenges. You also have your personal challenges, but you must guide the person. So what science, what trick are you going to use? These authors have identified 4 key areas of supervision. One is oversee, so that the project comes to an end, academic project comes to an end, successful end. Where is Vincent? Vincent always asks us, how many students have you supervised to the end? Successful supervision. When you drop in between, then Vincent will say, did you successfully supervise this student? 2, teach the art of research. John Ansa said some students don't know what to do and how to do it. As a supervisor, you can teach the student. How do you write? How do you publish? How do you search for information? So on and so forth. But you have a skill to do that, as we shall see later. A role model. What you do informs what the other person does. Somebody said, don't do what I tell you, not what I do. But you are not a good supervisor. Publish. How many have you published in the last 2 or 3 years? Lastly, provide supportive relationship. Jessica has talked about it. But what kind of relationship are you providing? Professional. Members, I think last week we had some discussion on our MAST platform about supervisor-supervisee relationship. And there was some funny publication out of it. Here we are talking about professional relationships with three components: intellectual, technical, and emotional. Jessica's talked about the emotional part of a student. How do I guide? Next. So what are we talking about? We are saying that supervisors support graduate students as they learn to create and transform knowledge, and so on and so forth, so that you foster commitment for long learning and contribute to the public good. At the end of the day, I expect this student to have mastered this and have done this. There is a famous graph where at the beginning the supervisor has more knowledge than the student. Then along the way, the curve changes. The student's knowledge now increases up to a certain level. Then the student's knowledge goes beyond the supervisor's knowledge. The other one is curve, is flat, then for the student it goes high. Now when you find at the time of Viva, as a supervisor you have more knowledge than the student, then you know you have a problem. Some of us as supervisors defend students at their defense. I think the student wanted to say this. Huh? Who has learned more? Is it you now, you still have more knowledge than the student, or it should be the other way around? Proceed. We mentioned the expectations from students and from supervisors. Supervisors expect students to be independent, follow the advice, depending on the style we are going to see, produce work that is fairly polished, have regular meetings, be honest when reporting progress, and be excited about their research. Be on top of what you want. Godi, Kayondo wants you to have a high notch on what you want at the beginning. Not for him to tell you, you must look at this and this. No, you should be able to tell him at the beginning so that you don't get astray, as Robert has said. What about students now? That we should supervise them. Do we really supervise them? Or we just look at one page and say, okay, I think this is okay. Please go on. Let's meet next time. We are going to see these things. Read their work well in advance. Let's meet tomorrow. So when you come to my office, I say, by the way, why are we meeting? I sent you my concept note. Okay. Okay, tell me, what did you write? Where is this? Okay, okay, I'm seeing it. What did you mean to say? These guys expect us to read their work in advance and be able to give them positive criticisms. We are going to see this later. Available, when I give an appointment, make sure I fulfill that appointment. Not telling somebody to be in my office at 8, then by 7:30 my phone is off. Until in the evening, then I give a host of excuses. You know, I was in the field, you know, I was in theater, I was in X and Y, so on and so forth. And so many others. Again, these guys expect us to have sufficient interest in their research. This goes into what Robert has said. When we are looking for supervisors, we choose the person who has an interest in my area. Or I want to be admitted for PhD, then I go to Kayondo, can you be my supervisor for PhD? Because it's a requirement. Okay, you're right, we shall see what happens after FREC. 1 year, 2 years in FREC, and so on and so forth. I think we should be honest. We are going to see that one later. If we have no interest in students' work, be honest to yourself and say, you know what? I'm afraid this is not my area of interest. Not because there is a requirement that if you are going to be promoted, you should have supervised a number of PhD students, therefore add on me on my list. Whether I have interest or not, I don't think that's not expectation of our students. Next. Now, there are supervisory styles that we may adopt along the way to meet the students' expectations. Here we have low structure, high support, low support. You may take a pastoral style where you provide considerable personal support, but not necessarily in a task-driven, directive capacity, and the environment is low structure but high support. Or you may be this other person, laissez-faire. It's up to you. I don't push a PhD student. You know why you are here. Whether at 45 or 70. After all, you are paying for yourself. Self-driven. I stay there. That is there. Because they know PhD is a lonely journey. It may be contractual. You provide direction. They're the student. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. According to what is needed, the handbook, what one always refers to the handbook, a handbook. Or the last, regular interactive relationship with doctor-student, and usually avoid non-task issues and provide an environment with high structure and low support. Now, so these styles may depend, there are other ways of viewing the styles. You can be an expert guide, quality controller, a friend, a coach, a co-writer, or a delegator. Now, our style depends on a number of factors. Supervisors' personal preferences. Should I drive this student? Or I let the student do it? After all, it's your project. You are funded. Please do it. What about students' personality and needs? There are students you need to pull. There are students you need to drive. And all the institutional expectations. As must, how do we expect to carry on supervision? Next. Now, to do this, as supervisors, there are a number of skills that are required. Very many, I'm just speaking a few. One, we have academic research or reading skills. These guys talked about the subject knowledge. As a supervisor, are you on top of the game? Do you know what is happening in the area you are supervising? Or you want the student to lead you? Have you read? Have you written? Have you published? Can you be able to guide the student on the right research methodology? You are doing something in guiding, and somebody is doing something in business. All methodology may be quite different. Can you be able to guide the students according to the topic you have? I think this is the right methodology. What you are saying to the student, okay, go on, we shall see what happens. Next, students have talked about it. Kagwa has talked about it. And somebody has said that we don't have this skill of communication. As supervisors, do we give out clear and constructive feedback? Your work is trash. I don't expect a PhD student to write like this. By the way, are you admitted for this program? Doesn't help. Active listening. How many times do we listen actively to our postgraduate students? What if somebody comes to your office and says, sir, you see, no, I know what you are talking about. I'm happy about what somebody has said, you attentively listen to his concern. Please take time. That's an art. Some of us don't have that talent. But at least if you are a supervisor, have a minute. Let the student talk. Listen, even if you don't have a solution. But at least if you have listened to the student will feel relaxed. Okay, my supervisor has attentively listened to me. Regular communication. How often do you communicate with the student? Somebody said he submitted in June on 23rd, July on 23rd. It was not until a year later that he got a feedback. So do we regularly communicate, give feedback, constructive feedback? Then, do we tell students what we expect? I want you to go and look at methodology. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the chapter of results. Present results 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or you say, go and work on results chapter. Your methodology is not clear. Work on it. So what are we communicating? Work on it and then we shall see. I think this methodology of yours does not fit here. Please do something about it. So what am I going to do? What am I going to do about it? I'm doing about it. Then lastly, it is always a good practice that our comments should be written so that you can refer to them. You know, there are some supervisors who always change their comments. Today he tells you this because he has not read your work. Next week he says, this cannot happen. How did you think about this? But if you had a written comment, you say, sir, I received this comment. You told me to address it like this. But now, have you changed your mind? If he has changed his mind, it's okay. But at least you have a reference. Mentoring and interpersonal skills. I'm just going to talk about two of these. One of them is motivational skills. Do we motivate our students? The ones we are supervising. There are many ways or styles that we can motivate these guys. Can give them challenging tasks. We can delegate them. As somebody has said, don't be always a first author. Let the student take lead in the project. Let the student go and present preliminary findings. And so on and so forth. Take care of their emotional intelligence as well as cultural sensitivity. Culture is important when you are supervising. There are certain cultures that forbid something, some practices. So when you are supervising a student, you should understand the culture of this student. And don't do something to offend him or her. We need to have a skill of solving problems. If your student stays long at a freak, really as a supervisor, what have you done? What have you done to help this student? Have you kept quiet and said, this is freak business? There are things we are supposed to troubleshoot. Call the head of department and say, yes, our student is stuck. How far have we gone? I'm not saying confront the dean and say, Mr. Dean, we are not moving forward. But there are simple things, troubleshoot some other things. Then again, some of these things may be on policies. Do you read these policies? Do you know them so that to refer the students? I think this challenge, there is this policy that can help you. Next, Let me talk about professional and ethical standards, research integrity. As a supervisor, you should be able to detect that the student is not cheating, copying, plagiarizing, or xeroxing. How many of us as supervisors are in position to guide our students on that? The RGT has a software. Turn it in. How many us as supervisors have turned in our work or know how turn it in works? So if you don't know it, how will you guide your students? Then fairness, treat all students fairly and equitable. Lastly, keeping student supervisor, a healthy student supervisor relationship, only professional, and keep professional boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen, let's avoid supervising students at awkward hours. I only have time after 6:30. That's when I am fresh, come for supervision. What is the science of 6:30? Don't go beyond, keep it professional, relate with the student in a professional manner. Provide friendly, open, and supportive assistance. We are not saying do what a student is supposed to do. Support, direct, guide. Again, we have to be flexible and be adaptive. There are things where supervisors have to recognize that we may not be aware of. Things are changing. Let us not stick to our old guns and say, I think this is what is supposed to happen. Remember during COVID, when most of us as supervisors said, there are things we cannot teach online because this thing is not supposed to be taught online. But they said there are better ways of doing things, This is supposed to be done in this way. Then we can have counseling and guidance skills. Identifying opportunities, refer to these guys, encourage peer learning, and prepare students for their future career. Give them reference, refer them to professional bodies, as well as communities. If there is an opportunity somewhere, please tell your student, this is how you are supposed to do it. Lastly, self-reflection and professional development. I've just talked about it. Let's go next. So, from this, these are good characteristics of supervision. Just also said it in the morning. Students were also mentioning it. What do they expect from me? Good communication, co-supervision, and so on and so forth. And all these lead to successful project completion. Then we have outcomes of skills through graduate supervision. At the end of the day, this student is able to be independent. Is supposed to have ethical and social understanding, clear writing skills, problem-solving skills are built, teamwork and leadership, and so on and so forth. Lastly, a graduate supervisor, from what we have discussed, is a mentor. He has some components of mentorship, as we have seen. From the presentation, we are not sure my mentor, my supervisor, and whatever. So we are putting all these things onto the supervisor. He does supervision as well as mentorship. He's an advisor, and he guides the student to navigate the challenges of advanced research and so on and so forth. The academics play a crucial role in supervising postgraduate students, transferring research skills and expertise, and the supervisory process requires constant adjustments. Let's not be rigid. This is how I've been doing it. Things have changed. The style you use on one candidate may not be the style you apply on the other candidate because the needs are different and even the times have changed. Also, the students have to adjust accordingly. Next. So these are some of the readings that I've used for this presentation. Next. Now, at MAST, we have been running a course on graduate supervision. It has been supported by AWB, Academics Without Borders, and MAST. We had two cohorts. Next. So these are volunteers from Canada that have assisted us run this course. We ran it 2 times. We had the first cohort and second cohort. There are some members of staff we trained across the entire university and from other faculties and universities. Next. These were the first graduates from MAST, from BSU, from Kabare, and so on and so forth. So I thank you so much. Maybe what I needed to say is that we are going to run this course, I think, next year. Bob, next year, we are going to be running this postgraduate supervision and mentorship. I want to see the graduates of this program. Can you put up your hands? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barrio. Once a dean, always a dean. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Thank you for this insightful presentation. We're going to have the Q&A for just about 5 minutes by Dr. Everest Nabasa, who I will task as the chair of this mentors workshop to invite the Vice Chancellor to address us before we go for lunch. Dr. Nabasa, the floor is yours. He did a good job organizing. We can give him a round of applause. Dr. Nabasa was also part of the search committee. You come, I was just introducing you. He's a lecturer, senior lecturer, and he's the dean, Faculty of Computing and Informatics. I don't know why they laughed.
Okay, thank you very much, Angela. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Angela said that she's vertically challenged, but me, I might be much, much more vertically challenged. So if I stand here, some of you may not see the very tall man behind this lectern. I'm Nabasa Everest. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, and I've been in MAST for the last 25 years. Clap for me. But for today, my happiness lies within the committee that put this together. This is a mentors workshop, and I would like the following people whom I've been working with to come, such that some of us can look at their faces, if you are around, such that we thank them. Annette, Kembaba's Annette, please step forward. Mary Namukisa, Rina Mshagara, Professor Edgar Mrogo, I think he said he has a class, the one who was modeling us in the morning. Professor Grace Kagoro, and Miriam Njelamasco of DRGT. I think we can stand there a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, the credit is not only mine, but it is supposed to be given to these gallant people. And I think according to gender, we've not done badly, Madam Vice Chancellor. Having gotten our Vice Chancellor, who by all means is in the same category, we said for your first time to attend this kind of workshop, you need to look at these kinds of people. So ladies and gentlemen, please clap for these people. If there is anything that has gone wrong, it is not because of the mentors, it is just the people who selected, the people who gave the talks. It is this committee that selected the people who have given the talks. If they have done well, please clap for us. You can say your name and the organization you work for.
Thank you. My name is Annette Kembabazi. I work as the Deputy Program Director, Global Health Collaborative.
I'm called Rina Mshagara. I work as the Relations and Communications Manager for the Global Health Collaborative.
Grace Kagoro, Professor of Ecology in the Department of Biological Sciences, Faculty of Science.
Mary Namuksa, Research and Infrastructure Manager, Global Health Collaborative.
Okay, thank you very much, team. I really want to thank you so much in front of these people. You have done a great job. I hope that this is going to be a success until we end. You can go and resume your seats. When I was coming, the director DRGT reminded me that please, Everest, when you stand there, remind these people that on Friday, we have the Must Research Annual Dissemination Conference. So he's inviting you, has already invited you, and he would like you to attend in these large numbers that you have come for today. And even tomorrow, I think there is the PhD symposium. Those who are invited, please go and attend. It is also equally a very important activity. I know we have very few minutes. Now, from the presenters that we had since morning, anyone who would like to have a question or a contribution to what Musimenta shared with? It was about career growth, experiences of first-time supervisory roles. Anyone out there? We just have 5 minutes before we can invite our Vice Chancellor to give us her remarks. Yes, please, Professor Ogwang, commonly known as Covidex.
Since I'm very short, I'll ask while seated. I want to commend Madam Angela for one important thing she mentioned in her presentation, and that is setting goals. Before you begin a career, you need to set goals. Most times, people go to study because there is funding. So they begin a program like Masters of PhD. Along the way, they say, but I think I don't like this thing here. Then they change to another goal in life. So I think that's what's so important. You must know what you want to be 5, 10 years, 20 years from now. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else who'd like to give a comment? Okay, Professor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for organizing this symposium. I'm David Kitty. I'm a professor of surgery, and I teach surgery. And so I call myself a mentor, though all this has been emphasizing PhD mentorship. And I think even clinical scholars are mentored. I teach surgery. I must teach someone to operate a hernia well so that it doesn't get recurrences on table. So we are all mentors, and I prefer that when we're talking about mentorship, we should open up the subject to encompass all kind of mentorship, including clinical skills. There was a question about supervisor versus mentorship. I'll take a bit of time, I'm very sorry. And I believe that these are the same things, that we apply the same principles. A supervisor apply the same principles as what one we call a mentor. It is a question of time that a supervisor takes a short time, but the candidate acquires, he has set a goal where he wants to go, and he can get these pockets from different supervisors, just like light moves from one point to another, applying the quantum theory of light, that light moves in pockets. So even a candidate can get the skills he wants or where he wants to go by picking them from different supervisors, and all those on the way become mentors. So then I want to talk about the issue of FRC and IRB. They said that candidates delay from getting their communications back. But there is also one thing which I think does not come out clearly, that these organizations or committees should learn to co-opt. If a research subject is from neurosurgery, for example, they could ask me. I look through for them and send back the report. And that way, it will be done quickly. I'm not a member. If it is about orthopedic surgery, then they should invite Dr. Kisitu to look through. He presents a report to them, and then they present to the candidate. But what it appears to me, that they attempt to read everything. I think that's not fair. Then how do we choose a supervisor? There are two things in research: subject matter and the skills of conducting research. And a candidate, and now I'm talking about a supervisor candidate, to supervise a candidate, should have both in that area. You see, it's not good for me to choose me to supervise a candidate when his subject is in orthopedics. It cannot work. So he should have those two skills, research skills and clinical, the subject matter in that research which you are talking about. And the same thing applies to an examiner of this book. I have seen retiring gynecologists marking a book in orthopedics. How does it work? It cannot work, because there are already recent advances. I know he did some orthopedics when he was an undergraduate, but that's the knowledge he has. But things have moved on, and we want this research to present current things at that particular moment. So the candidate, the examiner and the supervisor must have both research skills and subject matter. Then we say that as mentors, we must get near the candidates, but it must be professionally. I remember one incident where the candidate was very good at elevating his elbow, very good, and then somebody went there to supervise him, and they went and they all began raising their elbows, and things don't work well. And even academic programs changed because the supervisor or the mentor also went to the side of the candidate. He learned to elevate his elbow like the candidate, and things don't work well. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Kitia. for those wonderful comments. I now hand over the mic to another person.
I'm Barnabas Atwine. I'm a lecturer in pediatrics and child health. My question was actually directed to the panel, the panelists. For the last maybe 4 or 5 years, I've been a threatening PhD student. I've just been planning to start, about to start for like the last 5 years or so. And part of the hesitance is because I feel my life is already full. Like my life is full. All the facets of my life are filled up. Like I don't see where I can get more time, more space, more energy, more anything that would really help me go through a PhD program. And I fear that if I start a PhD program now, I would lose something. I would have to give away either my children or my wife or my or my clinical work or my teaching or something. I just looks like So I just wanted to ask people who have done PhDs here, and especially panelists, do you feel you lost something as you did your PhD that you think was very, very important? Or do you feel you're able to do a PhD and you never lost anything, really? And I think, yes, and how can you, in your full life, how can you add the PhD commitment? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Someone has a fear to start because he feels he might lose something as he's doing his PhD. Professor Murisa, would you like to respond to that? No? He needs an answer that he feels if he starts a PhD, he will lose something. Maybe he has to somehow give up on his family for some time, maybe kids. Who would like to give him? Yes, Professor Kitia, as an elder, I think he has an answer that can help.
I thank you very much. He says he wants to lose something. He must reveal what he thinks he will lose so that we can give him an answer. But for him, my understanding is that he loses nothing. In fact, he becomes knowledgeable in that area. He becomes a consultant.
Okay. I hope that response helps you, that you will lose nothing. Look at what you are going to gain after you have attained that PhD. The rest you can maneuver. Okay. There is a hand there, Speciosa. Marisa, make it quick, then we give it to Spe.
Thank you very much. When you asked me whether I should respond to him, I almost lost what I wanted to say. But I think having a PhD, let us not fear it. The first question you ask, for every goal you are setting, you ask yourself, what do I want to achieve with it? It's the beginning, really. When you just go in because it is a fashion, everyone is getting it, you'll never complete it. So make sure that you set that. Know why you want it. My concern is, I think what has not been said a lot is on the institutional part. I know it came out in some presentation about institutional failure. The issue of delays at certain levels, that's institutional failure. But what is the problem? What comes out clearly is that we lack some capacity. And as a must, what are we doing on capacity? I know National Council for Higher Education has a limit to the number of PhDs you can supervise at a go. But I know some of us or some colleagues have surpassed that. I don't want us to lie into, you remember the KIU saga of supervising a cohort? That was one of the reasons. Finding 10 PhDs graduating and under one supervisor. And you know what happened to that. I don't want to go into that. So as must, what are we doing? Are we working towards getting the right supervisors in terms of promotions, in terms of even contracting out? Do we have our collaborations? When I came to MAST, we used to have international collaborators whom we would send our students at the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, former development studies. All our students, most of the students, Dr. Bario and others, we are supervised by professors abroad. I don't know what is happening currently, whether we have that collaboration to boost our capacity. So that is one thing that we must work on. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you take it to Speciosa? Then you come back this side. Let's make our comments a little bit short.
Let me greet you again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Atwine, there's nothing to lose. If I made it, you can. Except, of course, if I have an experience I didn't share, I almost regret why I did a PhD for one serious reason, that I am not working as deputy AR. I was actually demoted and I supervise cleaners. That is one reason that can make you go down, but don't go that way. Supervising cleaners is also a good job. And you being a medical doctor, you can still go back to the ward and make it.
Okay, thank you very much, Speciosa. Give it to Dr. Kijambu, since you are near him.
You want me to introduce myself? Okay, Dr. Nsambu Kijambu Frederick. My name is Dean, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. Dr. Twine, I disagree with them. You will lose.
Okay, business, what will he lose? Make it quick. Make it
talking.
quick, doctor.
In business, we have what we call opportunity cost, alternative foregone. When I started my PhD, I was importing 10 vehicles per month. When I started, it went. However, there is also what we call comparative advantage. Do what is best for you. This business of telling me you are not going to lose, they are deceiving. You lose in one way or another. I submit.
Thank you so much. The people this side, I think this side we are too quiet on responses. Give it to him, then we go this side. We can pick like 2 people, then we close. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Paul Alele.
Let's give him an ear, please.
And just listening to the discussion and the question from Dr. Twine, I'm thinking that the university perhaps, or at some future session, there should be a talk to faculty, to the academic faculty, a talk on work-life balance and also probably burnout, because like he has just described, he has a heavy clinical load, supervision of postgraduate students and other things he does, his family. And I was, during the vetting for the Vice Chancellor, I was very happy that she talked about work-life balance. And I think there should be a deliberate effort by the university to ensure that staff, academic staff, probably everybody, every staff member of the university should have some talks on work-life balance. And also there is something called imposter syndrome, which some of you may be aware about, and Professor Jessica can give us a talk sometime in the future about imposter syndrome and burnout, so that we all benefit from some of this, because the university expects us to do research, to teach, to supervise students, do clinical work, and all these things. And we have a lot of work we do, and sometimes balancing these things can be a challenge. I submit.
Thank you so much. Let me give a chance this side. Anyone this side? Hello, this side. Yes, there is someone here. Dr. Karoma Cleophas.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dr. Cleophas Karoma Kansime from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. From everything that has been talked about, And one of us who says he has that fear to start, we need to first listen to ourselves and also at the same time speak to ourselves. There was this surgeon who was operating hearts, the cardio things, and removed someone's heart, then worked on it, then put it back, and the heart could not beat. And he had to tell the patient, speak to your heart. So when the patient spoke to the heart started beating. So we need to speak to ourselves and know what we want. As someone talked of opportunity cost, what do we want at the end of it all? So do we go for PhDs because there is a scholarship? Is it our choice? Is it the area of interest? Or maybe, Maslow's hierarchy that we used to talk about. You want to have a PhD? Yeah, simply to be sure that I have a PhD. So we need to speak to ourselves, listen to ourselves, reflect, and know what we want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, there. Okay. Then from there, we can have the last one. Then
Thank you.
because time is really going, we shall have some people online.
I'm very happy to hear what Dr. Karoma has said because personally, yes, I have been threatening like Dr. Barnabas, but my hesitance has been because I am confused about where to go. Whether to do it in a clinical area or to venture into an area where I'm going career-wise currently, which is health professions, education. So I am confused because on the one hand, I'm a clinician, but on the other hand, there is this exciting new career prospect that has come up. And so I think, Joseph, stop laughing. I think it would be, and I think this is where a mentor comes in helping you to sort through and really listen to yourself amidst all the other voices, because one person will tell you, but you're a clinician, another one tells you, but this is where we are going, or this is more exciting, or you sound more passionate when you speak about this or the other. So I think maybe her and I might have a conversation later today.
Okay, that is Dr. Karoma Cleophas. Thank you for thanking her. So you can listen to yourself. Let's get, the hands keep getting me. There is Dr. Godfrey Mujeni.
Yes, thank you. When Barnabas asked the question, people surrounding me kept on pointing at me to respond. And that's the motivation as to why I have. Actually, Morocco is the one who has asked for the microphone to me. But there is quite a lot of things, honestly, you will lose. Nobody should tell you there is nothing to lose. I was very passionate about UMA. Uganda Medical Association is my association. I'm a clinician. I listen to them every day. But when I started the PhD program, I archived the WhatsApp group. I look there once in a while. The last time I checked, there are like 70,000 unread messages. And I'm sure there is a lot I missed there. Barnabas, you will lose your freedom. But there is a lot of things to gain. One thing that I know, currently I'm a very disciplined person. I do not waste time. I don't go into things which do not contribute to, one, my family, my career, my PhD study. So there is, and I liked Jambo's submission, there is quite a lot of things you need to balance. The losses, they are there, but the gains are more. Finally, as a clinician, I joined MAST in 1996. I started treating patients, clients in 2002. I remember at one time I was a young person. I have delivered a girl whom I supervised the birth. Yes, I supervised her birth, and I now supervise the birth of her child. So when you put all those together and you say, I have to go back to a PhD class. Yes, I have to, because when I'm introducing myself, I'm a university lecturer. The requirements are which ones? Are you a senior consultant in Ministry of Health? They will judge you by how many patients you have seen. But that's not your job. And honestly, we do it with gladness in the hospital because we treat those patients, because we are passionate about them. But Barnabas, me and you, we are lecturers, we are senior lecturers, and our yardsticks are clear. People have been saying publish or perish. But me, I'm saying, if you are a lecturer, do a PhD, or I don't want to perish.
Don't mention that.
But continue the way you are until your retirement, and you'll be retired, honestly. They will not keep you here beyond that age. I am submitting in that way. Waking up is asking me what time I wake up. You lose your freedom. If you like morning sleep, fine. But you have deliverables.
Okay, thank
your
you so
mentor
much.
needs you to submit this. You will have to look for time and do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mujenyi. Hand it over to the last person there. Let's have just one. Okay, that one, he will be the last one.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm called Tom Ogwan.
1 minute, 1 minute.
From Interdisciplinary.
You have a minute.
Thank you. I want to follow on what Professor Murisa said and on what my colleague here said in his presentation about delays. The delays are beyond the faculties. And I think the director is here. One of the things which keeps coming up is the payment for reading dissertations and theses. That at a PhD level, we pay 200,000 to external examiners to read this work, which has taken a supervisor like 5 years or 4 years to complete. So we are paying them 200,000. The student is paying millions to the university. The supervisors are getting 200,000. Apart from the motivation of being promoted, there's no other motivation outside that. So when you have external examiners reading this work, you even don't have that audacity to tell them, please, can you give us this work within 2 months? Because they are paying him peanuts. In certain universities, which we all know, just attending a meeting is 200,000. And then you have to read this work, which is like, I don't know how many pages, and we pay these people 200,000 shillings. Really, are we being fair? So I also want students to understand that sometimes the delays are institutional, but they are beyond the capacities of the departments and the faculties. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for raising that. And in the house, of course, we have our boss, the VC, and all of us who are administrators. We've taken note of that. My boss will say something about that maybe when she's talking to us. Let's have the last person, then we can go to 2 or 3 people who are online.
Thank you so much. I will really be very brief because a lot has been tackled. You know, the PhD thing has overtaken the whole session of supervision and mentorship. However, my concern is, we have heard from Freck, is the workload and also whatever we have been talking about. I just wanted to know, because what has been presented here is what should be in an ideal setting. When it comes to the Faculty of Medicine, there is a twist which comes around. The student supervisors ratio is a little bit going high and high every time. So I just wanted to know what should be the very ideal number a supervisor can handle efficiently according to maybe the DRGT or the postgraduate manual. How many can we handle? Because you find the supervisors having like 4, 3, so.
Thank you so much for that question. He's asking about the ideal number of how many students should you supervise at PhD level. Would you like to respond? Even masters, even masters.
Thank you very much.
It is true that it is a standard set by National Council for Higher Education, but that standard, if we put it in the handbook, we shall not have supervisors to supervise students. So we have to agree to support the students. If you want the number, it will not be possible, really. The other thing I want to respond to, there is a colleague there who brought in the issue of examination fees. I must tell you that we revised the rates. PhD, we are giving now 200,000, but
Ugandan shillings.
yes.
Okay.
But we revised that to $200 for PhD, and the masters $150, whether you are external examiner or internal examiner. But the university is still looking for the money. What I'm saying, you see, when you start to walk, you don't start running. We have started walking. I think with the changes that you all know, we shall get there. $150 for examination of a master's, whether you are internal examiner or external, and $200 for a PhD. I think then there we shall be doing a great job. Thank you.
Only when the money gets available. For now, we remain where we are. Dr. Kayondo, you pleaded that you really want to be the last.
Thank you. I'm still going back to Barnabas, my colleague Barnabas. There are so many things, yes, you lose, but even without a PhD, there are so many things you lose. Just by the matter of your work, you lose so many things, more so in the social side of and financial side of life. But there's nothing you're going to lose professionally when you do a PhD. And the catch here is choose the PhD subject you want to do in the area you are working in as a clinician. Why do you want to choose you're a pediatric oncologist? Why do you want to choose a PhD in cardiology, in infectious diseases? Definitely your side of cardiology, of oncology, you will lose so much. But if you choose in something which you do every day, I chose urogynecology PhD because that's what I do every day, and I didn't lose much, and I gained more, and got to know so many people because of that PhD in the right field which I chose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kayondo, for that message to him. Members, we had some people who are online. Let's give them a chance. Can we have at least 1 or 2 members online? Those who are online, can you hear us? Anyone who has a comment, members online? In the chat it says, as supervisors, we need to do reflective supervision to support the supervision process. This fosters growth, self-awareness, and professional development in graduate students. Reflective supervision should be emphasized. Then, do we have another one? Primrose. Primrose, go ahead.
Yes. I'm here struggling to speak to you.
We are hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Make it quick. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for these presentations. They come timely. I don't know if we had an opportunity to mobilize wide. Crying out for all this wisdom that has been shared this afternoon. Maybe what I wanted to emphasize from what I have posted is that both the mentors and the mentees must always find path of learning together. On many occasions, students put in a lot, more especially with emerging knowledge on methodologies for research, data collection methods. Students have gone a long way in finding apps that help them to solve so many problems with the latest technology. And many supervisors, on the other hand, the mentors, they are kind of locked up in the old technology that they learned from their school experience and a few workshops that they have dropped in here and there, but they have not even troubled themselves to understand this new knowledge that they have gathered from other sources. So it is not does no harm for a mentor to walk a journey of taking in new knowledge. And then acknowledging as a supervisor what you really don't know or what you have scanty knowledge about, so that if the student can be given an opportunity to go and learn it better, that as a mentor, you must open up your heart to allow the student to teach you what you don't know. But also, this brings us to the referral system. Many supervisors and mentors want to have it all. They want to know it all, even when they know that you cannot be good in everything. Recently, I read a PhD topic and I wondered whether the supervisor knew the contemporary meaning of the concept that the student was using. And I said, how did they walk this journey when the supervisor seemed not to understand what the student was talking about? So sometimes in the journey of supervision, referral is very, very key for both the supervisor and also for the student. And when this referral happens, we must learn to acknowledge this knowledge that we are gathering from other sources and bring it on board. This is why in research we have a section of acknowledgement where we bring in to recognize all the knowledge that has been shared by other people. Thank you. Wishing you the best.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heard you loud and clear, and thank you so much. Anyone else online? Anyone, members online who'd like to give a submission? Okay, since there is no one else, I take this singular honor to thank everyone that has participated for now. We still have sessions in the afternoon. I now take the opportunity to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Pauline Byachika-Chiwika. Please come and address your colleagues in this university. Thank you so much, Madam. You are most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nabasa. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today. I hope you're all well. Dr. Chisitu is saying he's also happy. Thank you for that. I want to thank you very much for welcoming me to MAST, first and foremost. Thank you. You gave me a very warm welcome, and thank you. I'm already feeling at home. I see some familiar faces, and I have already known or met many new faces and new names. Some that I already knew that I have met again, like Professor Guang, like Dr. Kansime, my former student, and so many in the room. But I have also learned many others, met new ones like Professor Kagoro over there, like Rina, like so many in the room. And I'm very happy that within a short time, I have been able to meet many of you and to interact with you. And I look forward to continuous interaction with you and getting to know where you sit, where you work from, what your achievements are. I know that you have had so many achievements, and to get to know some of the challenges that you're going through and how we can work together to address them. I'll start by introducing myself, all protocol observed. My name is Pauline Biachika Chibwika. I'm a professor of internal medicine and epidemiology. I come from Makerere University, where I served as head of department of internal medicine for the last 5 years, but have been teaching in Makerere for the last 16 years. I'm very, very happy to now move from Makerere to MUST, and I look forward to a good future here at MUST. I must say that I wear 2 hats here today, the hat of a supervisor and a mentor, and the hat of an administrator in my new role. And I hope to continue with both hats. I already submitted my application to Dr. Kansime and to the Dean of Faculty of Medicine for me to be able to continue teaching, supervising, and mentoring under the Faculty of Medicine. I hope that you'll vet my application successfully and you'll be able to give me some sessions to teach. Thank you very much. As I start my remarks this afternoon, I made sure that I come and sit through this morning to listen because I'm still learning about MUST. I know a little bit about MUST, but I still have to learn in detail to be able to carry on my role. So I made sure that I sit throughout and listen very attentively. And I want to start by saying that we have very many universities in the country. You all know that. We need to stand out of the crowd of the universities in Uganda as MUST, don't we? Yes. We need to stand out of that crowd. We need to raise our flag much higher than the flags of all other universities in this country. And we can only do that if we work together. We can only do that if we forget the past conflicts here and there, the fights here and there, and work together as one university to raise the banner. While I was walking around and interacting with people, I have heard several stories. Some have sent me emails, anonymous emails. I have seen some places, and I think MUST has lost many, many years. MUST has been overtaken by some other institutions. We need to regain that glory. We need to work together. So, dear esteemed colleagues, as I start my comments today, I want to thank you very much for the great work you're doing. Thank you so much. I know we can achieve much more together. I want to thank the Vice Chancellor Search Committee. Professor Nabasa is here. He was one of them. And Martha is here. I saw Martha somewhere. Thank you very much for selecting me. I come with energy. When Professor Jessica was presenting, she showed a slide on leadership styles. That was one of the questions that they asked me during my initial, very first interview. They asked, what is your leadership style? And what you said here is exactly what I told them. I hope Professor Nabasa can remember my answer. I said, my main leadership style is this. However, I combine several leadership styles. And depending on the situation, I can bring out a different leadership style. And that's exactly what you said. Thank you, Professor Jessica, for that. So I also want to draw your attention to one of my previous publications from Makerere University on mentorship needs at academic institutions. I published it with a number of colleagues. If you read it, you will understand that many of the issues that you brought out also apply to other institutions and apply to Makerere as well. The issues of resources, the issues of time, the issues of not knowing how to do it, they're all in that publication. But we still have to move on, despite the challenges that we face in our everyday lives. Now, I want to also start by appreciating all of you and thanking you for participating actively. The participation has been very, very active, and especially towards the end. I am afraid that I have to go away. I will miss the rest of the participation and the rest of the comments that you might bring out, which I really wanted to listen to. But I have asked Dr. Batwala to appoint a rapporteur because many issues are coming out. I hope that the rapporteur is going to bring out these issues I hope we shall have a report at the end of this day, so that together as top management we can discuss some of them and see how to go about some of them. And next year when we come back, let's evaluate ourselves. Evaluation is a constant process. So I want to thank you for the interest in mentorship and supervision, because these people we are mentoring and supervising are our future. That should be one of the motivating factors for all of us to supervise and to mentor. They are our future. If we don't mentor them, if we don't supervise, then we have a bleak future. Therefore, each one of us should put it upon ourselves to ensure that we can mentor and we supervise. And I want to ask Dr. Batwala, as DRGT, it is important that we put out a list, have always, it's not an inventory, but a list showing who is supervising who. How many mentees do you have at any one point? How many students are you supervising? And what is the progress? What is the success rate? Are you supervising your students successfully to the end? Are you dropping them? I know some supervisors drop students halfway through, and it's important for us to have that track record. I saw what you presented here, and I asked my neighbor, how come he's presenting MEd only? How come the next one is about, I think the next one was science, the graph that you showed. And Master of Science, yes. The 2-year programs, yes. And I made a comment, and in the room, I mostly hear Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Medicine. At some point, you hear Faculty of Science, Computing and Informatics, Interdisciplinary Studies, but I think Faculty of Medicine is taking the bigger weight. What can we do to also have more weight in the other faculties, to have more PhDs in the other faculties? This is your docket, DRGT. We need to see that we increase the numbers of PhDs, increase the numbers of mentors and supervisors in the other faculties as well, because we are a university of science and technology. Yes, during this workshop, we have discussed best practices. We have also discussed achievements so far, but we have also seen challenges, and I'm going to talk about the challenges in a few minutes from now. We need to strengthen ourselves to be able to harness what we have for the future, as I said. I want to thank the organizers, Professor Nabasa, as the lead, plus your team, and Dr. Batwala, the team that has organized this workshop. Thank you very much, and also for inviting me to listen and get to know the institution more about PhD supervision and mentorship. I want to thank all of you for the comments that you've brought out. They are very, very, they're invaluable insights to me as the new VC, as I take on this mantle, to be able to understand what's happening regarding supervision, regarding mentorship in the institution. And I have some comments that I'm going to make at the end regarding our operational challenges. At this point, I just want to tell you a little bit about my PhD journey. I did my PhD more than 16 years ago. 16 years ago. Don't start estimating my age, but that's it. More than 16 years ago. And at that time, the supervisors were very few. The technology was very, very, very scarce. And somebody asked, how do you choose which subject which PhD area to tackle? And Professor Gwang also made a comment at the end regarding setting the goals and knowing what your goals are, and therefore selecting the best in your own interest. I must say that is ideal and it's very good. However, in a resource-limited setting like we are in, sometimes the goals can change depending on what funding is available. So back to my story. When I finished my MEd many years ago, somebody walked into our room and said, oh, there's this opportunity in clinical pharmacology. Professor Gwang, you know, plus those who taught us many years ago, and I want to respect my elders, Professor Kitia here. I'm very happy to see elders in the room. You all know that not many people had interest in pharmacology. So when somebody came in and said, there's this opportunity to do pharmacology, everybody was like, who does pharmacology? Who is interested in pharmacology? Those who teach medicine know that students are not so interested in pharmacology. And then I said, okay. We said, okay, the lecturer said, think about it and let me know. And I went, thought about it, and I said, nobody likes pharmacology. This is a good area since nobody else likes it. And I said, I'm going to do pharmacology. And that's how I went into. I set my goals, and I went and told her I want to do a PhD in pharmacology. So my PhD was in clinical pharmacology and pharmacokinetics. And throughout my PhD journey, everybody wondered, what are you talking about? When you draw those curves in pharmacokinetics and talk about area under the curve, and everybody's like, those things are not interesting. But I knew that that was a niche that could take me where I wanted to go, and the sky was the limit for me doing a PhD in an area where nobody was interested. So that is another criteria, those who are still selecting what PhD to take, what PhD journey to take. So yes, that is my PhD story, but also at that time there was no technology. I was doing drug assays. We didn't have HPLC. I think the only HPLC machine was in the Department of Pharmacology, but it was also an old one. So it was really difficult. Back to mentorship. I was mentored. And I learned that as a PhD student, you need to develop several skills, including grant writing skills. Don't depend on only what you have. So I set out to write a grant. With my supervisor, we wrote a grant to bring in the equipment. And we brought in the equipment. The grant was only enough to purchase the equipment. So when it got into Entebbe Airport, it got stuck because we didn't have money to clear it. It was very expensive. We didn't have money to clear it. So we had to still find another grant to clear that equipment into the lab. Now, when I went into the lab, collected all my samples from the patients, went into the lab, I could not find technicians to help me do those drug assays. I employed somebody and they were also getting lost. I myself, as a PhD student, I was getting lost to the point that I had to do some experiments on myself. Until time came, I said, you know what? I've been on this PhD for 3 years. I need to finish this PhD. What can I do? I thought through it with my mentor. I said, let me apply for another grant. I applied for a small grant, $10,000. And that grant was able to take me to Thailand with all my samples, to Thailand, to a lab at the clinical pharmacology unit in Mahido. I think many of you might know about it. I'm sure Professor Guang knows that unit. I shipped all my samples. I went there. I stayed there for months until all my assays were done. I did all my analysis and wrote my papers and came back and went to Ireland and graduated with my PhD. So what am I saying? PhD students need to be proactive. They need to learn many more skills than we can imagine. The PhD journey needs one to be interested in developing themselves as individuals. The answer to my colleague from pediatrics, you lose a lot. You lose a lot, but also gain a lot. It is said that a PhD holder knows so much about so little. So much about so little, but during the process, you learn a lot. The PhD methodology, the research methodology, the philosophy, the networking, the politics. There's a lot of politics during a PhD. The politics, learning to speak to people, the networks, the collaboration, it takes you very far. So if you have an opportunity, please go for it. You will not remain the same. The sky will be the limit for you. So I want to encourage all of us to apply what we have learned here today, to take it out there, to mentor many others, encourage them. I'm very glad that tomorrow there is a PhD symposium. And I'm sure the question of why should you do a PhD will be probably answered. In this 21st century, should I do a PhD? Why should I do it? What motivates you? Different factors motivate us. I'm very sorry that to hear from Maureen, I don't know where she is. She said she was an assistant lecturer, teaching assistant for 12 years, and then completed the PhD. And the PhD could only take you to assistant lecturer. That is very unacceptable. And I don't know why it happens that way, but I think That is something I just cannot imagine. 12 years as an assistant, a teaching assistant, and then you can only move to assistant lecturer. We shall look into some of those. I cannot promise, but I feel for you, and I wouldn't want to be in that position for now. I hope that things can get better. So I want us, as we move on, let's together work together to foster this culture of mentorship and mentorship excellence and supervision excellence, because that is the only way we can go for the future. To empower our students, our younger generation, to support them to achieve their full potential. Our students have a lot of potential. If we don't support them, they will not achieve their potential. And it is our role to support them to achieve this potential. And we also need to continuously evaluate ourselves. And that's what I'm throwing to DRGT. How often do we evaluate ourselves? I saw in the manuals that the students should evaluate us. But how often do we evaluate ourselves as well? To say that this is where we want to be and this is how far we have gone. So I look forward to working with all of you and to witnessing the positive impact that this workshop will bring at MAST and to the community as a whole, especially to the academic community. I want to thank you for this commitment, but before I finish, I just want to touch on a few operational issues that were brought about. The scarcity of resources. I know that is a song. Everywhere, even where I have been, it is a song. And it is something that we all have to work together to look for more resources. We have to develop our skills because there is funding out there. Develop our skills to apply for these grants. We cannot only rely on the government of Uganda. I want to thank the government of Uganda for giving us money for research and innovation. But also I want to say that as MAST, we are not receiving enough because as a University of Science and Technology, what I know is MAST has been receiving approximately 1 billion. How do we compare ourselves to Makerere that receives 30 billion annually for research and innovation? What can we do to convince the government to give us more? We can only convince the government if we have justification, if we show what we are doing in a good concept and right justification to show that we can actually utilize the funds for more research and more innovation and take these innovations through to the next stage. Without that, I don't think they'll give us any more money. So we have to work on that. Regarding the fees, I cannot speak much about that since I'm new in office, but I think still MAST, Makerere, and these public universities are still the cheapest in the region. We need to appreciate that. If you look at other universities in the region, the fees is exorbitant. We need to appreciate that we are still the cheapest in the region, but still strive to make it better. I am afraid that there are several delays that you have talked about in the pipeline. As top management, we have discussed already, we've discussed the delays at the REC level. And Professor Alele, I hope I have your name right. We have tasked you and your committee to give us a comprehensive report. I hope you received that communication. A comprehensive report on the REC performance so that we're able to judge where are the delays coming from. Are they coming from the FRC, scientific review committees? Are they at REC level? And if they're at REC level, are they from the investigators themselves, from the PhD students, or from the REC members? We need that comprehensive report so that we are able to put in place some measures to correct these delays. But also, MAST having one REC is something we need to think about. I think one REC is not enough. We need to establish more RECs at MAST. UNCST has given the mandate to institutions that are conducting research to set up these RECs. With good justification, we can set up another REC. So I want to throw it to you, Professor Lele. Let's look into these issues. But let's also strengthen the scientific review committees and the faculty review committees so that the process can move faster. That is with the RECs. I know that some delays are also with the supervisors. I hope that after this workshop, the supervisors also will be motivated not to delay the student. If a student sends you their work to read, why should it take you 2 months to read a student's work as a supervisor? Let's have the students at heart and try to expedite their processes when they give us their books to read. Yes, the other issues regarding mentorship and supervision, operational issues, DRGT, I know that I have been planning to meet you. I've been very busy these days, but I'm planning to meet you so that we can see how to streamline some of these things. We may need a mentorship coordinator, a supervision coordinator, a student support coordinator. All these things fall in your docket. We'll discuss and see how to go about it. I see we already have some champions here. Angela Musimenta, I was so impressed by your presentation. I don't know where she is. Yeah, she's a champion. Professor Barrio, the one who presented on supervision, is a champion on supervision. And I hope that we can make use of some of these well-resourced people to champion some a formal program that, although we had some challenges, we also had some successes. We need to talk about them more often. I also want to say that I have noted that at MAST we don't have an animal use research ethics committee, and I think it's very important that we develop one, and I hope that we can discuss that. And I want to thank Professor Kitia for commenting on co-opting the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology Research Guidelines, which I participated in developing, are very clear on this, that if a research ethics committee does not have capacity to review certain protocols, they should co-opt. They can co-opt members with that expertise. So I want to encourage the FRC, the RECs, to co-opt when they don't have that expertise. Yes, so the choice of supervisors, Professor Kitia still talked about that. I want to encourage you and to say that the best way to choose supervisors is to always have the content expert as well as the methodology expert, a combination of the two. If you have only content experts, the student is usually going to suffer. So it is very, very important for us to combine those two. So not to take too much of your time, I want to stop there. I want to thank you very much for this workshop that is an eye-opener for me, who is coming from out. As I was told, I'm an outsider, but now I'm an insider. I'm very, very happy that I have become an insider and that now I'm privy.
I'm sorry. Mia culpa. Reverend says we need to give thanks and pray for the food.
Thank you. Let's pray. God, we thank you so much for a healthy moment you have given us together as members of staff. Thank you so much for the students around. Thank you for every good thing that we have shared. And Lord, thank you for the food and drinks that we have already shared and those that we're going to share. We pray that you abide with us as we share them. In the name of the Lord we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. And one of the organizers has an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 serving points. One is down in the basement. That is where the restaurant is, but there is also another one just at the reception. We are doing that for the interest of time because we have an afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Is Dr. Jones around? He sent in an apology. So the faculty is not represented. Is there someone from FAST? No. Okay. Our dear panelists, I've not yet given you the authority to start discussing your presentation. Members, these are the panelists before us. We have 3 ladies and 3 gentlemen. So given that number, I will have the prerogative of choosing who to present first. Can you be seated as a panel? Okay. The topic which will be presented or will be discussed by these people. We are looking at problems experienced by postgraduate student supervisor. In the morning, we heard about postgraduate students telling us their problems. This afternoon, we want to hear the perspectives of supervisors regarding postgraduate supervision. And at this point, let me just make some consultation. Okay, I've been informed that it's not going to be the way it was during afternoon hours. So these are the panelists. We are going to give them the chance. We are already late. We want to strictly use 1 hour. Then we use the remaining minutes for questions from the audience. And in no special order, I think we are going to follow the way you're seated very well. You have a lady, then a gentleman, then a lady, then a gentleman, then a lady, then a gentleman. So whether I start from the other side or I start from this side, the order is very organized. But seated next to me is my immediate boss, who is my dean or the deputy dean. I think I would not want to jump that hierarchy. Let me start with Dr. Cleophas, and then we'll follow that order. Thank you. I will be timing you. Exactly, we need to do this in 1 hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tomo Gwang. I'm Dr. Cleophas Karoma Kansime, Senior Lecturer and Deputy Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. If the VC was still here, I would have said that I have spent, I became a senior lecturer in 2016 and now it's almost 2025. So I would have put my problem forward. If she was still here, maybe she would hear me like she had Maureen. So I'm here to talk about the supervisor's challenges. But in most cases, the supervisor's challenges go hand in hand also with the problems faced by the students. Because if students face problems, then in most cases they cross-cut to the supervisor too. I'll start with my small experience when I was going to start my PhD. Immediately after my master's, our dean then, Professor Pamela Mbabazi, got a NUFIC funding or scholarship. So some students were supposed to stay here and others were supposed to go to Belgium. So personally, I was supposed to go to University of Antwerp. So the people came in, the funders were going to have interview. And I think Professor Pamela Mbabazi had briefed Professor Kayanja, the students that are going the other side and those that are staying. So I was part of those going the other side. So slightly before the interview, Professor Kayanja calls me like a parent, now talks to me and says, you have just wedded and you have a small child, please don't go out. So now I wanted to go out. You know, things of going abroad. When it was my turn, now I changed and said, for me, I'm staying here. So I looked for other reasons. I didn't say Professor has said. I looked for other reasons of staying and put them forward, and I stayed here. So that's how my journey started. But also staying here also gave me advantage because there are many fundings or scholarships that come with the, that are in favor of people who have registered here. So to some extent, I managed to move the world, you can say the whole world, because most programs that would be coming, they would be targeting students who are registered in Africa. So that's how my journey started. And then I moved and completed my PhD as a Spirit Site student at Refugee Studies Center, University of Oxford. And also having registered here, it also gave me that Commonwealth Scholarship, the split site study. So also being registered here, there are also those benefits that you can get that can help you to work. So experiences as a supervisor, or the experiences that I'm seeing around among other supervisors, there is also drawing a boundary between your role as a supervisor and the role of a student. So when Dr. Rogers Vario was presenting here, said that a supervisor says, go and work on your literature, go and work on this, go and work on this, without telling them what to do. But sometimes when a supervisor goes forward and puts what the student is supposed to do, sometimes is misconstrued to be doing work for a student. It happened to someone here, had a supervisor abroad, and when the supervisor sent in corrections, I think the dean looked at the corrections and now reported to the vice chancellor that the other supervisor is doing work for the student. But you know, when you get a book and you write, you put red pen everywhere. So sometimes the supervisor is misconstrued to be doing work for the student, when actually it's not. But then you are trying to mentor the student and also show what to do. So that boundary needs to be drawn, and then we need to know. Then here at MUST, there is also, we have a postgraduate handbook where every faculty interprets differently. The way we interpret this handbook in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies is different from how other faculties or some faculties are interpreting. There is, for example, that question of average. If 3 supervisors, external and 2 internal, send in marks, then you make an average, whether one person has failed them or not. But when the average clocks 60, the student is supposed to go on and defend. So when at a certain time we talked about it, they said, other deans were like, but where is that in the book? So we also need to read the book and interpret, and we have the same voice. Or maybe we need a conference like this, where that book is interpreted and we are all uniform and on the same line. Dr. Tom Ogwang had talked about the question of motivation. I was a victim when I was a student here. And when the letter appointing a supervisor would say, you'll be given, is it honorarium or something? If I remember the language. Honoraria for supervisor. And I remember the supervisor said, what is honorarium? Asking me after having received the letter from the vice chancellor. It's not me who wrote the letter, but the supervisor wanted me to interpret the letter, and I explained what honorarium means. So at the end of it all, as they explained, it's 200,000, and the director has also given his view about that. So the supervisor said, since you have got scholarships, you'll have to pay me. Yes. And now I was torn between now. The supervisor, now I can't go to report to the vice chancellor, I can't go to where, but now I need supervision. The supervisor said, you must pay me. It was hard for me. We were 2 students, 1 student refused to pay. For me, I got some money and paid. I was sponsoring myself and even paying a supervisor on behalf of MUST. So he did not sign the book for the other student who did not pay. And he completely refused to put his signature. The good thing, they were 2 supervisors. So, yeah. So also I was also supported and mentored by my supervisor, the late Emeritus Professor Barbara Herbond at Refugee Studies Center, University of Oxford. And since my area was in refugee studies, so I got a lot of support from Refugee Studies Center, where I feel the 1 year that I spent at Refugee Studies Center helped me to complete my PhD. I can say that PhD was done in 1 year after several years of back and forth here. But when I settled in 1 year, I completed my work. So I have to give time to others. Since it's a panel discussion, we can keep chipping in. But there is this pressure exerted on the students. For example, to do with timelines, of course, you must finish in 3 years. Beyond that, you have heard Dr. Speciosa Birungi, how she had to pay 18 million. So also with that pressure, it will ascend or it will trickle down to the supervisors. So I don't know whether there should be some revision about the costs, because students pay highly and then supervisors are not paid. So we need also to look at that pressure, because some people may have social problems and they cannot complete in 3 years. So it may not be easy, and especially when you're based here and you are not given an opportunity, for example, like Dr. Mujenyi was saying, did not go somewhere else to write. But for me, I can testify that the time I went to University of Oxford and settled, it helped me to write and complete. I remember my supervisor used to say, you read and read and read and read. So I would read and read and read. So I got a problem. Here, the problem I had most was a problem of scarcity of information. So when I got to University of Oxford, it was abundant information, also which became a problem. Too much information, how to figure out and get. So this one, students can learn from that and see how they can work. So can I go to the next?
Yeah,
we can keep chipping in.
Yeah, you can give to Jonas. Members, write down whatever questions you have. We are going to give have the final opportunity to ask them the
How
questions.
much time do we have, each of us?
I'm giving you 10 minutes because you are 6, that's 1 hour, so that we use the other 20 minutes for questions.
Questions, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, moderator, and good afternoon. We've been asked to mention the problems or challenges that we face as supervisors. I thank my colleague for highlighting some of them, and I think the earlier discussion, we mentioned a few of those. I don't know, maybe the best way is to share, because can I just outline them? They are quite a number. There are two types of students from my experience. There are those who are international students who don't have the distractions of being in their home, studying from home. And then we have those who are from here, from around, who must attend weekend parties, who must, catch up with colleagues every evening. So they present different challenges. The students that I've worked with who have come from outside of Uganda, usually they finish on time. That one, they finish on time. Their write-ups are very neat. They have smaller theses. They publish high-quality works, even when they are struggling with language, some of them. On the other hand, our fellow nationals, they take longer. They even have more experience. They are already lecturers or assistant lecturers, but they take longer, and their books are bigger, and they are kind of not very focused. And I think that shows some of the challenges that actually our students face, the distractions. Working, they have a job here. Most of our students will have a job either at MUST or in one of the institutions, because it's very rare for someone to do PhD when they have no connection with an academic institution. So they are already teaching somewhere. Then they may be also working in their professional associations. They are doing some work with government, some consultancies. They are very smart, but then they don't have time. So those are in summary, the two types of students that I have worked with. So there are challenges that we have already noted about administrative approvals, about the REC approval. I did my PhD in the UK at the University of Strathclyde, both masters and PhD. I never had to seek REC approval.
I never had to seek even administrative approval. I don't know why. It is the proposal is approved almost straight away. As long as the supervisor has approved, then they write to you that this is your title. Then the scope of work, you're working very closely with your supervisor. So when you're given a student and then you're working with them on a day-to-day basis in a lab, I'm in the field of pharmaceutical analysis, which is not clinical, supporting the clinical things, analyze medicine and so on, drug development. So when in our current setting, when you get a student, you're working with them, maybe even at undergraduate, they come for masters, you're teaching them, they're in the lab always, and then they write a proposal, the department clears, and then you must go to FRC, and then they look at ethical issues. Rarely, because when you have no human participants, no animals in your proposal, ethical issues are usually they are not there. The students are already doing those things in their lab. So I think maybe DRGT and the university as a whole, we need to look at some exemptions. And you say if you're doing this type of work, you really don't need to do to take your work through some of these things. So I feel like some of those, then you go to REC, and then you have to register with UNCST, and all that time is spent, and the student is stuck. They cannot start their work, because if they start, then they'll say, when was the work approved, and when did you actually, start collecting data? So I think some of those issues can be addressed. Then, as a supervisor, I've also faced challenges with research facilities. We face problems with research facilities, especially in some of the new areas. I came with a master's in pharmaceutical analysis. Shortly afterwards, after maybe about 4 months, I went back for a PhD. When I came back, I thought it was my responsibility to start some postgraduate program. But then, we have not really had any significant recruitments for the past 10 years in MAST. So when you're starting a program, you have to choose, you have to choose between not having a program and therefore not getting the academic credentials for promotion, or starting a program and doing it alone, or maybe with very few limited support from within the university and outside. My department is very supportive. Professor Gwang is very supportive. He also did the same, started the pharmacognosy program, and managed to mentor a few people. The program I started, the pharmaceutical analysis masters, has been running for 3 years now. We have our first batch of graduates in the last graduation ceremony. But then you find that it strains you. It strains you because out of the 6 course units, you are going to probably contribute to all of them in one way or another, either practical or some classes. So it drains you, and somehow you don't give as much support to each and every student that needs it. So it becomes difficult for you to be a mentor. My supervisor had 15 PhD students at any one time, and he was very effective, at least from my point of view. He was quite effective. We had some kind of doctoral committee, but there is a unique person that was there for each candidate, the assessor. So this assessor was supposed to write a report about you as a PhD student every quarter. And you had to meet with this assessor and present your progress to that person. They had a mandate to say this person has dragged, and maybe the university can think how to address your issues. I think that's something maybe we could also bring on board, so that there's an independent person out there that has to write a report about a number of maybe PhD candidates, one or more, to DRGT, and then you have this progress. I know DRGT usually asks us as the faculty deans to, to give updates on our students, and then we ask the HODs, and then the HODs ask the supervisors, and then eventually you find that you cannot tell exactly. The supervisor has to ask the student, oh, where are you? Where have you been? How far? We really don't know where the progress of our students. In a nutshell, there are some challenges, of course, that come straight from the students that I mentioned, where a student seems not ready to learn certain things, or maybe sometimes maybe as supervisors we assume that there are things that students should know. There's a student who kept on WhatsApp saying, I've sent you an email. So sends a screenshot on WhatsApp. I see it. On the email, I don't see anything. So, and he did it like 3 times. But then I also said, how do you send an email? I mentioned it, I think, earlier. How do you send an email? There's no title. There's no body. Of course, there's no signature. There's an attachment, and the email address actually was accurate. I could see that there was no mistake from the screenshot, but I wasn't seeing the email. I don't know where it went.
Doctor, can we...
So there are those challenges that we get, where you really don't know whether, and who are beginning. They wanted to see if I could actually supervise, but I couldn't receive an email. So there are those challenges, but I think collectively, as a university, we need to make the work of the supervisor conducive by putting in place the supporting infrastructure and also support the supervisor. And then on the side of the student, we need to minimize those bureaucratic issues, especially where we think they are not very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person, Dr. Scholar.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Scholar Ashava from the Department of Psychiatry, Faculty of Medicine. I'm a researcher, I'm a supervisor, I'm a lecturer, I'm doing all those sorts of things. And what my colleagues have said actually cuts across. When a student is having challenges, you are the supervisor, you're also going to have challenges. So Dr. Janalis just said that most of our students are adults. They are employed somewhere. Some may be in the university setting, but some are actually employed elsewhere, in the world to earn a living. So it becomes difficult when you are supervising someone who also has other responsibilities, because they have to balance their studies, but they also have to, work and study and finish this program. So, but the challenges we face, I think, for me as a supervisor, is actually workload. We tend to have so many students to supervise at the same time. And once you have about 4 students that are ongoing, that becomes a challenge. You are not going to be very effective as in response to their emails on time. And once you delay a little bit, the students also go to do other things. So it becomes a cascade of delay on either side. So I think workload, it becomes a very big challenge. Personally, I tend to invest a lot in my students' work. When I become a supervisor, when I say, hey, I'm going to supervise you, then I'm invested in your work, and it's more like we have to do it together. And I want you to finish, because when you progress, then I progress. So for me, that's my style of working, and it tends to be a little busy for me, because I have to make sure the student moves so that we can move together. Yes, and okay, students come with different needs. The question is, why are you doing a PhD? So some come, they want a PhD, as we said earlier. The question is, why are you doing a PhD? So more like, I'll go there and get a PhD, maybe I need that title, maybe things like that. So once people get in without a clear purpose on why they are doing that PhD, it becomes very challenging for you to assist the student progress. And as of now, I have a student who registered, I think about 3 years ago. We are still at proposal level. We are not progressing because the student has other things he's doing. He's moving, he's, a lot of things. So when a student has no clear purpose of why they are undertaking a PhD, it becomes challenging for you as their supervisor. And of course it delays you, because you're kind of, in between. The student goes, you give them comments, they spend about 4 months without, giving you feedback, and then you don't know where to start from after that. So I think students who are busy with other things, without a clear purpose of where they are going and why they are doing the PhD, for me that becomes very challenging, because when I decide to supervise you, I'm more invested in your work and I want us to progress. Then my colleagues here talked about delays at different levels, REC, FRC for us who are in the Faculty of Medicine, but I'm actually the only medical doctor here on the panel, so my students mainly do human subjects research. And so they have to go through all the processes, FRC, REC, and then Uganda National Council for Science Education. So as much as we think about we can waiver, but certain studies, you have to go through the processes. And in the morning, we talked about setting a goal. What are you doing? When do you want to do it? And what do you hope to achieve? So once the student knows that, then they are able to plan, and know I have 3 years, for example, to finish my PhD. At this stage, I should be at different levels to be able to get ethics approvals and be able to collect data. And then on progress and finish your program. So the challenges for me, what I see is maybe students are not well informed of what to expect as they enroll for these PhDs. And they need to be informed. Somebody comes to your department, they say, I want to do a PhD, and also jump on a bandwagon and say, I'm going to supervise you. But you have not understood these students. And many of them are going to waste your time because they don't know what to expect, or they think I can do this PhD for 10 years. 10 years, I want to move on, I want to supervise other students, you get it? So I think as supervisors, let's be intentional on why you want to supervise these students. Let's sit with them as they are at the level of developing their concepts. Let's get to understand their purpose. Why are you doing this PhD? Where do you want to take it, or where do you want it to take you to? And thus they plan early and they set goals of which they can achieve early on time here. So ethics approval is the stage. We need to let our students go through it, but they can plan and move at the right stages. My other challenge I faced is this challenge of co-supervision. I'm supervising a student and another colleague somewhere is supervising the same student. That's what happens most of the PhDs. What I've seen is that most students, for me, I'm invested in work. When I want to do work with you as your supervisor, I have standards. I want us to have a certain standard. I don't want my name to be on shoddy work. I want us to get somewhere. We improve, you improve, I also improve. I progress, you progress. So some students don't want to go through those stages. So I'm that person of, I want A, B, C, D done. My colleague is easy, you can just move. And then we don't agree on things. And then the student fails to progress because we are all like, hey, I want a degree or certain level of standard. My other colleague is easy. A student can just move, but I want quality work. So I've seen that being a challenge, of course, supervising. Usually what I tell my students here is first work with me to a level of where you can defend your work, then you can go and work with the other supervisor. Yeah, so co-supervision to me becomes a very big challenge because I don't want to compromise my standard. I want to do work and I want us to progress and I want us to publish that work. I want work to be seen. So when a student doesn't listen to me, most times I've said, I can't progress with you because I don't want to put my name on something that is not sounding well for me. Yes, so, I think I talked about purpose, and here I had mentioned motivation. Always ask your students why are they doing this PhD, and that is the purpose I talked about. Because once you're on the same level, then you're able to progress with this student. For me, I don't do supervision just for supervision. I do supervision because I want my student to achieve something. So when a student is not up to the standard, I fail to progress, and usually I put them aside. I let them to go to where they can fit better. Yeah, so, for me so far, those are the challenges. I'll pass on the microphone to my colleagues.
Thank you, Doctor, for keeping time.
All right, thank you, members. Sambu Chijambo Frederick, and my name's Dean, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. I'm going to talk from two perspectives as a lecturer and then a dean. We normally have three categories: undergraduates, masters, and PhD students. These students have different expectations. They have different values and interests. You find that especially undergraduates, they don't know what they want. These ones you can try and push them. Okay, you panel beat them to the shape of the pot you want. Now when it comes to masters, these students come when they are saying we are going to master. We are mastering. What is that that you are telling us that we don't know? And it becomes an issue. These students, especially from our faculty, are multitasking. They have several jobs. These students have disposable income. They have money. One time the director found so many vehicles. He said, "Did you have a workshop?" No, I said, "No. Students are attending lectures." So, when they have money, what happens? For them, they hire mercenaries to do their work. You want to work with them, they are saying, "Now, what do you want, you man? The thing is done, I got my consultant." And you find it very hard to switch him from the place where he is to where you want that student to be. It is a big problem. Now, I don't know why they chose me, because I'm a married single. We have a problem of sexual harassment as a supervisor. It is not an issue to play with. I myself have had it several times. One time the girl told me, "What do you want? I can give you anything." Tough as I am, she told me.
And what did you do?
I will tell you. So, it is a big problem. Another one told me, "Can we meet in Sheraton? Your fuel, the fuel, I will cater for fuel, accommodation, and everything." Yes. So, if you are easy, that is a problem which we need to work on. You have to be very strong. Another problem is our fellow lecturers. He's a senior lecturer and you are supervising. And he can come across these students. Who is supervising you? Chijambu? Ha. Okay, good luck. He's trying to give that person poison. So, Professor Jessica said, allow the direction of the relationship to be defined by the mentee. That one is relative. The environment we are working in might be different from yours. If you allow her to tell you what you want to tell you, you will be there. So you have to be very careful. And we have a problem of workload analysis. These days, DVCAA says, I want your workload analysis. It doesn't look at the number of students you are supervising. We need 12 hours a week. And now we say, but I'm supervising. Yeah, no, that will come later. So workload analysis is an issue. We need to work on it. This business of politicking, they all talked about it, that there is politicking. Some seniors don't supervise. When you try to critique the book, it says, who is that one? Okay. So, those are the few things I wanted to share with you. Succeed we must.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Grace.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Chijambu. My name is Grace Birungi. I am an associate professor of chemistry from the Faculty of Science. Quite a number of issues I've already presented, and since I'm in the same institution, so I don't think I'm presenting anything new. But maybe just to give a few examples or expound on some of the issues. I want to start, at the very beginning, when I had to supervise, especially in the environment that I had to in a young university. And I think somebody earlier mentioned about the issue of also wanting to be trained. You come as the first one, and when you also need mentorship, and you're expected to know how to supervise, basically you're learning on the job. It is a kind of sink or swim situation for you. And the mentors were really were not there. So we, at the beginning, had to find mentors from different units, and I'm glad somebody mentioned the issue of co-opting. And at that time, since the university was small, you know, you could pop in into Dr. Gertrude's office, you could pop in Professor Kayanja's office, anyone, Professor Pamela, anyone was willing to share with you the information, except when it comes to, you know, subject matter, where you actually have to, like I mentioned, swim or sink. So mostly I have learned on the job. For those students who were my guinea pigs, my apologies. Sometimes work has to be done. So mostly the challenges associated with first-timers I experienced. But right now, I want to just move on to a few things. The systemic challenges have been mentioned, the lack of facilities. You know, even if the student is 200% motivated, and they need to do their analysis and you have zero equipment, there is no way you can wave your magical wand and have a thesis. So some of the students in our faculties have faced a lot of challenges. I remember one time a student sent me a full-page email around midnight. I saw it, I said, no, I won't respond, because if this student is awake now, if I respond, it's unlikely they will sleep for the next 2 days. Because first, there's no solution, the equipment is not there. So how we actually have survived is through these kind of networks. Wherever you go, you make your friends and ask them, please host my student as a colleague in other universities. And so that sort of is currently where we are hanging in. And I also wanted to mention this issue of a bit of, maybe I can call it a cultural issue, I can call it a system issue. And I'm glad Dr. Scholastic mentioned it earlier. You know, you want to mean business, you want to supervise, and you have a co-supervisor, and you also want to deliver. So if you work well, great. If you don't, it is unlikely. But actually for me, my challenge hasn't been directly with co-supervisors, but other people whom I like to call busybodies. You know, they will come and see your student and say, hey, you're working with Dr. Grace. That lady, she will read your work from page 1 to last, and will you graduate? By the time you meet the student is stressed even before the first interaction. And you know, your colleagues in your department, you're fine. So eventually, if they have the ability to settle down and speak with your co-supervisor, they are fine. But there's a group of people, the politicians, I suppose, they will know, you know, they don't want work to be done. So you and your co-supervisor are guiding your student in a specific direction, and there's somebody out there saying, I heard that she's strict. So normally for me, I ask that person, did I supervise them? If they say no, then you will know. I mean, I haven't supervised them, so how can they possibly know what I do and what I don't do? Then another culture, I will call this a must culture issue of I will say this one straight. I think one of the things most people know me is for saying things as they are straight. Supervising his fellow staff is one of those crosses that are very difficult to bear. Why do I say so? This is a colleague you have shared a lot of moments with, and then all of a sudden, the coin changes. And sometimes you have been their student or not. This doesn't apply to me because obviously, as I mentioned, I was the first in my department, but I've observed it. So somehow they expect that because you have been friends, you are supposed to write the concept for them. Because you have been friends, if the research problem isn't there, you're supposed to magically see it there. So if I say, really, this work, it doesn't meet it, it doesn't cut it. And I think most of the colleagues would have faced such a situation. So until you get your priorities straight or you put on your clear borders, the student may not progress. The issue of workload has been presented sufficiently. Actually, when I see the people who have graduated from MAST while working, I want to bend down and say, Igwe, because the workload is a lot. You have your social challenges, you have a lot of expectations. Just because you are a student, it doesn't mean that if the system has no marks, your dean will not write to you. So the issue of workload has been presented. Now, my last part is on the student. The student types have already been presented. The students who come with a clear goal, those mostly graduate in time, unless they have challenges with language. Sometimes you get a student, perhaps from a different university, and you expect that they are postgraduate students, they know what to do. But they still can't write a concept, so you have to go back to the beginning. And if you have many students, it becomes difficult because, as they mentioned, most of our students are adults. So you have an adult whom you can't just call by first name. Actually, you have to add Mr. on your student. And they are in the same class with your recent graduate, your undergraduate, who already has some of these skills. So I think they feel challenged to present their vulnerability so that they can seek help. So the challenge is, of course, later will show. And that means you will need more time. So instead of a 2-year or 3-year program, you find that the years continue until you actually address the problem. Then sometimes, somebody earlier mentioned about celebrity students. I don't remember who. Oh yes, these people, some of them, their bosses, where they are coming from. They are used to ordering their secretary around. So the student comes and sees you, go and do this and this, and I'm looking, am I the supervisor? Oh yes. You say, I want to meet, so you set up a meeting schedule, and they call you. On this day, I am unavailable. So me, I normally respond according to the situation. So when they were presenting supervisory styles, I was wondering if I mutate day by day. So sometimes I just say, okay, I thought I was the supervisor. And the student doesn't get it until after like a month. So then they send it. It's a weekend. Now the response will be on a weekend on Saturday. Can I see you in the evening? So I will normally respond, is it Saturday there also where you are? So why am I giving these examples? Actually, that is not the main message. The main message is communication. So, you have set certain clear instructions that you want the student to follow so that you are all on the same page, but somehow they want to be the one to give you direction. So when I started, I was very structured. I don't know if I'm getting tired. I was very structured. I would ensure, you must write your report. And we had this table, which I would give you as a template, and you keep ticking where you are. But now, depending on the student, if you are informing me when I should meet you, I'll be responding, is it Saturday there also? Until finally, you know that you are a student. So sometimes it is the circumstances, sometimes the type of student, sometimes the communication channels that I have mentioned. And one time I will use example. There was a student at one time who, instead of responding to my queries, decided that they will address them to my head, my former head, and CC to me. I saw it and said, okay, this is copied to me. Am I supposed to do anything? So when the student came, there was issues. Before I knew it, DGRT was calling me. I said, okay, check in your file if I am already appointed for this student. If I don't have an official appointment, I don't think I can continue with this student.
Dr. Grace.
So in summary, yes, thank you very much. So I wanted to mention that my biggest issue is, of course, the clear setting of goals and understanding that this is what my supervisor expects, and I can either do it or ship out and get another one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace.
I think I will stand because I'm facing the other direction. Yeah, I'm called Kauma Simon. I think I was chosen to represent Faculty of Computing and Informatics. I am the head of department, Software Engineering. And I am also in charge of postgraduate. I'm the coordinator at the faculty. So every student, every postgraduate student must pass through my office. So I do a lot of work, and maybe that's why Dr. Everest chose me to represent the faculty. I was seated in the strategic position. My colleagues have mentioned everything, but nevertheless, I'll just expound more. There is too much workload, and what causes this? Last week, I saw we are at a level 30, even we are not yet 50. So Professor Batwala and top management, we need to work on that such that we get a number of staff recruited so that we can leave the supervisors. We give them time to supervise the students. There is lack of capacity when checking the postgraduate handbook. They say for you to supervise a PhD student, you should be at the rank of senior lecturer. At our faculty, we have a number of colleagues of mine who are teaching, who are assistant lecturers, and yet they have PhDs. So there at the postgraduate handbook, there is some contradiction. So there is lack of capacity, lack of promotion, and so on. I've supervised a number of students, and the students are unique. There are those who are special. There are those who cooperate, and there are those who don't respect deadlines. And personally, I hate that. You remind a student, you set a deadline, they don't mind, but towards maybe they want to defend their faculty, their proposal at the faculty, or maybe they have pressure from the funders, those who are funded by on scholarship. So they wake up. You've been waiting for them for like 2 months, even after communicating, but they send their proposal and they expect you to read that proposal within a night and give feedback. Personally, I don't like that. So we have such kind of students. I would also mention that there is lack of motivation from my colleagues, and I told you that I'm the coordinator. You may set up progress presentations, and you expect that your colleagues will be part to guide the students. You only find yourself, a few of you, on the panel. So that's a very big challenge. I don't know if even in other faculties it is there. In addition to that, we have our senior colleagues whom we expect that they should give students time. But you know, there is this tendency, some people, they neglect their duty. They concentrate on more on writing grants, winning grants, and they forget about the other core responsibilities. So that's a big challenge. I don't know if other faculties have it. There is conflict between supervisors. My colleague, Dr. Sikora, mentioned it, and also my colleague, Dr. Grace, mentioned it. Maybe I'll deviate a little bit away. Do you know that you can be supervising a student because you don't agree with Simon, so you try to put down the student because of our disagreement? So that is also common in some places, and it's still a very big problem for us. And besides that, you may see the DC has passed the student. Maybe it comes to mock defense so that the entire faculty can give positive feedback to a student. But you find a colleague really putting down the student and say, this is trash. and so on. So that's a very big problem. So we should avoid politicking. I should also mention this goes to Professor Alele in Faculty of Computing. Most of our students, they don't do human subjects, and we find that they are, as supervisors, our students are a little bit delayed, even if they are not doing a topic which has some human subjects. So we kindly request that to speed up the process, you can adopt some of me, I'm willing, you can adopt some people from other faculty, you assign us task and say, your responsibility to read, and then we should give you feedback. Does not necessarily mean that we should be part of your committee, but so that we can hope and we see that the proposal and the protocol, they go through quickly. Yeah, thank you. That's what I wanted to say, since my colleagues have already mentioned everything.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for this panelist? So members, you have heard everything from the panelists. Thank you very much for the great presentation. And it's time to ask questions from the members. But as I wait for questions to come from the members, one question to all of you. Why is it that our students cannot write concept notes, good concept notes, yet some of them are actually our students? They did their masters from here, those who are going for PhD, and those who are doing masters, we teach them research methodology. Why is it that they don't have the capacity to write acceptable concept notes? The second one is in the process of politicking, which is there in all the faculties, because I'm also talking as the coordinator of postgraduate studies in our faculty. This politicking and the co-supervision conflict that you have all highlighted, where do we place the student in all this? Because at the end of the day, the student becomes a victim. Do we have any mechanisms within the faculty where we can address some of these challenges? So let me open it up to Professor Lele, Dr. Viola, and then, yeah. Emmanuel, I've seen your hand. I don't want chaos in this room. I will give it a chance. Then later on, Professor Batwala. Let's start with Professor Lele.
Thank you so much, Tom and colleagues. I would like to react to a couple of issues that have come up, beginning with Dr. Kauma's point. It is true that computer science students do not do human participant research, but a good case can be made for taking a glance at those proposals, and let me try to explain why. And also, at the same time, I'll be also addressing the one by Dr. Jonas Tusimire. So, in some situations, when students, especially PhD students, submit protocols or proposals for review, their research actually eventually will involve human participants. But in some cases, especially we have received protocols from mathematics. They are purely mathematics. That one we give them approval straight away in the majority of cases. But even those, there are, for example, modeling. There are people who use mathematics to model different things, HIV rates and all that, malaria and so on. So I think there's a good case to be made that these kinds of proposals need to be reviewed. Regarding the one that the scenario Dr. Tusimire talked about, imagine that a student, a master's student, and this applies to biotechnology, computer science, AI, and all that, all these different things. Imagine a student has a very novel idea to perhaps work with a virus, work with a bacterium or something, modify it for something, okay? And out of that innovation or that study, a product may come which may be very dangerous to human life. think about COVID-19. There are theories about it coming from a lab and so on, HIV, all these things. Imagine if this virus, which has been modified in a lab, escapes into the human population and becomes a problem. That is not a scenario that any of us would like. So I think there is a strong case to be made that all protocols at all the different levels of research should be reviewed by somebody. There should be regulation of research. I think we all agree that research should be regulated. Now, how much of the regulation should happen is the question we should ask ourselves. Some countries do things differently, like what he said, but the framework in Uganda and UNCST came up because of an act of parliament. The framework in Uganda is that all research must be reviewed.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, just a few more points. So I also want to talk about the delays. Some of the delays that we have, or that we talk about, including delays with REC, actually come about because of different things. One of the things we see at REC is that some students are not familiar, postgraduate students are not familiar with using the online platform, which is what we entirely use now. So they are not aware of dates of submission. We have a deadline of 15th of the month by which you should submit your protocol so that it is reviewed at the end of the month or the beginning of the next month. Many students sometimes have expectations which are not realistic. So somebody submits their protocol on the 29th or 30th of the month, and then they expect to get feedback in a very short time. And then there's this back and forth between the REC and the student. Some students delay to give revised proposals or comments and so on. So there are many things. But the most important one is really that as of now, and this applies to many researchers here who do studies on animals and so on, we no longer review animal studies, and I wish the Vice Chancellor was here. There is already an application to start a committee to review animal studies. Since last year, I think the submission has been made to National Council. And we are also going to have another REC is already in the pipeline, which will be housed at the Faculty of Medicine. And I think this is going to really help with the speed of this. But most importantly, which is what I want to emphasize, is that master students, and I think we are not only talking about postgraduate PhD students here, master students, after they get approval from REC, are not expected to send it's an optional thing. They don't have to get clearance from National Council. PhD students must get clearance from National Council. So PhD students are treated at a higher level. And then lastly, so again, going back, I hadn't finished my thought about that issue of safety. There is actually a National Biosafety Committee in Uganda. There is a National Biosafety Committee in Uganda and a Biotechnology Committee. She's a member there. So the reason that we encourage students and so on to submit those kinds of studies to REC is to try to we don't have biosafety committees on the different institution level or universities. And so that is, we are taking upon ourselves the role of the biosafety committee, and that is why we do that. And lastly, when you have a student submitting, or a student, or even a researcher which is non-academic, not for a degree, when you want to get this fast approval from REC, we encourage you, whether you think it does not have human participant research or it will have, please submit your protocol, and then the REC is the one that decides to give you the fast clearance, like the case of mathematics, which I mentioned earlier. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alele. Let's go to Dr. Viola. After Dr. Viola, is that Dr. Martha? No, yes. Okay. You then I go to Dr. Menyu, then I come to Professor Batwala. Let's be brief because of time.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to be so brief. I'm called Atoembile Jenina, Faculty of Science, Biology. I really want to thank the panelists for the experience. It was so good and real. I want to talk about the conflicts in supervisors, and this time I want to be on the side of the students, not the supervisors. When it comes to the PhD, you find you're given like 3-4 people, and if you find this person wants to travel alone with a student to the extent, then you go back to the other one, it delays sometimes, and delays the student. So I would propose what the supervisors can do, even if you're not from the same university, you can have online meetings with your student you agree, so that at least you move at the same pace. Than one supervisor, now moving with the student, you reach somewhere, you go back to zero, because you don't move at the same rate. So I would propose and request the supervisors always to harmonize, have meetings, supervise together, agree, so that at least the student is also helped to move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Dr. Emenyo. Hey, Dr. Viola, what happened? Because I called your name and I think, sorry, let Dr. Emenyo.
Thank you so much. I've enjoyed the workshop. But I also want to say I'm chaotic because I want you all to be fine. And that's what I did over a number of years. You are fine because you have been protected. Thank you. I want to come to the topic of discussion today, particularly on what I call nuisance of policy. We have seen REC. Mathematics deals with the numbers, not anything else. If you subject mathematicians to REC, it doesn't add any value and it doesn't affect the population. I just request they immediately give it a waiver.
Dr. Menyo, you has already explained you are exempted.
Two, there are things like, I don't know whether our reward system works, because some students finish even within less than 3 years, and they are punished. They are made to work, to wait for graduation. The same thing, like if you finish late, the punishment comes. So maybe we need to look at some of these things, policies, and then we adjust on policies. Then on disagreements, not only between supervisors, but even leadership of departments, including postgraduate coordinators. At times, when they see good students, they take those ones, and the bad ones are for a colleague. At times, they want to appear in the supervision of every student. I think these things are causes of conflict in supervision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Menyo. Let's go to Dr. Viola, then Professor Grace later after Dr. Viola, then I come here, then I come to Professor Batwala, and we give the panelists the chance to respond.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I want to thank the panelists from the supervisors end and the students earlier. I have never been on research ethics committee, but I think Dr. Alele gave us quite a good explanation of why all of us have to go through the process of REC, but maybe we have to differentiate between registration of research and ethics review. I don't know, I was just commenting because of what came through the discussion. Because when institutions or guidelines are set, they are tested, and how they work, they can be upgraded. I don't know whether Research Ethics Committee and National Council of Science and Technology can go through to see the issues that people are presenting, just for a comment. I want to go to an issue of boundaries. Those of you who are believers of the Bible, you know very well that human beings without rules, they can create their own convenience. So when we are dealing with students, what governs us? What kind of regulations are we following? What is the expected code of conduct that we know when we have gone beyond it or when we are within the limit with the students and the staff? Because any human being, I'm a sociologist, any human being without clear set boundaries, we are meant to be curious, we are meant to challenge boundaries, we are meant to do things of our convenience. So we can't let supervisory processes to laissez-faire. So we need a process that is supervised, monitored, evaluated, and checked about its performance. For me, actually, that's why I like this kind of debate that we are looking into each other. The last one is on motivation of staff. When I came into Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Professor Kayanja used to refer to, by the way, today we're allowed to talk about Professor Kayanja. Professor Kayanja used to say, if you're part-timing and going around and about, you will never be a professor like me. But actually it is not true within the last few years that when you're part-timing, we're not part-timing, you're not going to be a professor. So people have found the convenience of finding life outside must. And so they have to move on. Those people who have stayed inside Mbarara University doing their job, some of them have not seen the benefit of being the proper people that were defined by the founder of this institution, whom all of us looked upon to and still look upon. For me, when I attempted to part-time, I came back without even my pay because I thought that Professor Kanja was looking at me. But these days, it's the game. You look for your colleague, you don't see them. They are not on their desk. But they have found a loophole to do many other things. What is the code of conduct of Mbarara University of Science and Technology as supervisors and as lecturers? I don't fear to say that. What do we stand for? What are we known for as Mbarara University? What is our level of morality? Before we talk about students who want to come and compromise our spaces, whether they are girls or boys, what kind of morality do we have? And I think institutionally we can have a culture, and culture is built by leaders, whether in your home or in your community. It's you who sets the face of your culture. So that's what I wanted to say. Some of the things that have gone compromised, let's pull it back and do what we are supposed to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Viola, and that aligns with what people talk about, the workload analysis. You also have workload analysis in another institution, so you add it to this one, and then you are not in office, as they are rightly. This is the one who said, I'm just trying to echo what they have said. Professor Grace.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank the panelists for having brought up all the issues we are facing as supervisors and mentors. I only have one comment that I want to throw out there, especially to our boss, the DRGT director. We have looked at the point that supervisors are already overloaded, doing so many things, teaching, lots of courses, the workload analysis as they talked about it. The PhD, especially program, is 3 years, and it has been 3 years by research. Recently, they added courses for students to do, and they have told them that if they are not finishing within the 3 years, there is a surcharge. And because we are understaffed and overloaded, it's a requirement that they help in the teaching. When you look at international standards, most PhDs are at 4 years. We are struggling in our own cocoon with a lot of load and all the things they have said. The PhD program has remained at 3 years. And they expect the student to complete in 3 years. I know this goes back to curricula, the curriculum that we have written. But National Council says PhD programs should be at least 3 years. It's not must be 3 years. They pay their money, their supervisors are not paid, they don't see equipment. Now we are even going into supervision with all these challenges. I want dear Ajiti to critically look at this student vis-a-vis the supervision and the 3 years. Isn't it possible to make this a 4-year program so that there is that kind of flexibility and working without a lot of pressure or bunkenke, like they call it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Grace. Second last, before I hand over the mic to Professor Vatwala. Yes, a gentleman in. Hope you are noting.
Thank you
others
very
are comments, others are questions.
Thank you very much, moderator and the panelists. I am Charles Mwonge Magoba, Department of Educational Foundations and Psychology. I want to add on what Dr. Chijambu said about students hiring mercenaries to do the work, and they come to present things that they don't know, they are not aware of. And recently, there has been, coming on board of generative artificial intelligence, things like ChatGPT and other things along that line. And I don't know whether we have enough capacity as staff members to, tease out some of these things from the students' works that are submitted to us. So I would request the postgraduate, the DRGT, to give us tools that can enable us to screen the work that we are given by these students, to tease out, some of these things, plagiarism, and then work that has been generated by AI. Yeah, because, recently I organized some bit of workshop where we are talking about AI and pedagogy. And one of the things that came out is, what in this era of AI, what does knowledge mean? What does it mean to know? Do people really know what they come to present or what they present in their research reports? So I think we should become very, very strict and very careful about some of these things. And secondly, about communication and standards. And you have some students who want to bypass. You look at the submissions, the journals where they want to submit their articles. And yesterday I was talking to one of the students and telling her that if she wants to submit, she had proposed a certain journal. And I said, if you want to publish your work in that journal, please don't put my name on this manuscript. And so you have them, submitting work to predatory journals. And this is very, very problematic. And the other time I had a student, we were still reviewing the manuscript. He went behind my back and then submitted to a journal. And then, interestingly, this manuscript was sent to somebody in our group. And this was my wife, because we have, the same expertise. And so on one weekend, she was reading very bitter with this manuscript, cursing, and I decided to have a look at this manuscript. Now, interestingly, I see this manuscript, we were developing it with my student. I just kept quiet and, didn't talk about it. She wrote a very stinging report. And then she didn't know that she was actually submitting a report which I had to eventually have access to, because it was supposed to be given to my student. So I think students should know how to communicate. Some students, just disappear only to come back a month.
Yeah.
And you have this kind of fire brigade kind of mode in handling issues.
Okay, thank you very much. Just, Professor Vatwala, I don't know whether they are ready. Let me have.
let me give the chance to Prof, and then if there's another opportunity, we'll give it a second round very quickly. Let's be a bit fast, then we'll get another round of questions, please. It means your presentations have tickled people. That's why there are many hands up, and I think that's the reason we're here. We don't want to leave anyone out, Prof. Next time, 2 days, that we have all this.
Thank you very much, members. Mine may not be questions, but trying to address the issues that have been coming up.
Prof,
yes.
If you're addressing the issues that may have come up, why don't you do that as the last man? Because you're the biggest man in the room. Let's give the chance to Prof. Yes. This is a comment from, okay, let's first hear that, then we'll read these comments. Then I come to you, and then there was a lady somewhere there, and then Kate. Those are the last, then we'll give the...
Thank you very much, the presenters and the organizers of this symposium. I have one question, and then one comment. I'm asking myself, can guidelines be reviewed also? So why don't we do it? I think we are using guidelines from very far. I will give an example. The guideline they give us to mark master's dissertation, they say that research methods we give 10, and result presentation which come from methods and discussion we give 60. Is it fair? So can't we revise, or we are simply getting from other people and we adopt? What works well somewhere else may not work well for us. Then I go back to the issue of duration of courses. She talked about the duration of PhD course. The duration of master's courses, general surgery, obstetrician, dermatology, ENT, they are all master's courses. But what is in there for us to teach is much, much different. You find that in general surgery, candidates don't have the time to do research at all because of the volume of work. I will give you an example. They do general surgery, they do neurosurgery, they do ENT, obstetrician, they rotate in orthopedics, urology, and what, my friend? And plastic surgery, and urology. So you find that, and anesthesia, they don't have enough time to do their research. So you find, that's why actually you find that we did not have any graduate in the past graduation ceremony, because when they cut the semester short, they don't take that one into account. We remained moving on with the program as it has always been, and they were caught. And now the university says, or it said, that they must pay because they have gone into the next semester. Is that fair? Are they going to graduate anyway next year? Will there be a graduation ceremony next year, or we are going to 2026 January? So I'm thinking that these programs are all master's programs within the same university, but they can have different durations depending on how much there is to teach them, so that they can have enough time to do their to do research and produce good publishable work.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Let's give the chance to Reverend. Yeah, we'll give you the chance. It's okay.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add to Professor Jambos and our friend that there is a lot of copying. Many master's students fear research. Now, when you come down to the subjects they do before they actually go for research, there is, and it is so bad that you'll find students of the upper faculty giving work to the computer, to graduates of computer to look for, to do assignments for them. students of nursing can give to engineering students. It is so bad. And it is not only here, even other universities. There's a lot of that. I've heard of stories where you'll find a student is doing work in Mbarara, but within the thesis, there is Kasese. Why? Because this person went to that research hub. There are things called research bureaus or something. You know, there are people who are specialized to doing research for anybody from any faculty. It itches me.
Sorry about that. Second last, and then we get Kate, and then we have to conclude on this. We're
Anyway,
running out of time.
thank you so much, the presenters and everyone. I think mine, a lot has been tackled by Professor Chitia. I'm from the Department of Surgery, which by God's grace I hate. But I just wanted to report a habit which has cropped up into these clinical disciplines, most so probably in surgery. I don't know the others. Because of the delays in getting ethical clearances, as well as from the hospital side, the students have started collecting what I would call background data. Because before they start, they get the clearance, where they have data. You find the clearance comes in July. In September, within 2 months, the guy has data of over 100 cases. And for mentorship and supervision, we find ourselves, because the dean and the DRGT, the director, they want the students to graduate and they take us to task. So we also have become victims of the consequences, and we have, I'm sitting near pastor, we have sinned in front of God. We have lied and we have come to accept that scenario because we know there are delays everywhere. So how are we going to handle this? And also still, as Prof said, it's really high time we revise this. Because I will take an example of the Department of Anesthesia, where we send our students. You find in the past, probably they were handling only maybe their students and also surgery. So courses keep coming on board. And you find they have to, on top of their residents, they have to teach the undergraduates. We have to send our students. Emergency medicine also sends in the students. And then probably other disciplines which send students. So you find they have a queue which keeps waiting. And in the long run, definitely, we have to accept the havoc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kate, and then last, okay, Victoria. Then give
Thank you so much for the opportunity. With me, the concern is with AI. I believe as students, we normally use Google Scholar, we use everything. So with me, what I see, those people with expertise should help like students know how to use ChatGPT. Because if I want to get a formula on how I can arrive at a certain sample size, and I go to OpenAI and say, please, what formula can I use? Is it bad? We review literature from all those other words. So OpenAI should not be taken like negatively. It is technology and we are developing.
So we have to adopt technology. That's what you're saying. Okay, let's have the last, then I come to Prof here.
Thank you, Kate. I'm going to follow from what she has said. In as much as, you listen to previous presenters and the general attitude is we should stop the students from using AI, and I disagree. A few years back, you had to do your data analysis from scratch, calculate your sample size, find the formula, and do it yourself. Now, we have data analysis software. Yes, There's Stata, there's SSP, now there's Red Cab, there's everything. And so I believe if we do it responsibly, AI can be a very good tool. We're already complaining that we don't have time, and it can help with the time-consuming steps of research, as long as it is used responsibly. Yes? And so if you are going to stop the current student from using AI, yet the current student is more tech-savvy than us, let's accept it. Yes? I have a 10-year-old, the boy is coding. I have no idea what coding means. And so when he gets to high school, he'll be using AI for his assignments. So we need to teach them the responsible use of AI. And then maybe in response to Kate, one of the guidelines for using AI is you need to acknowledge its use, but also consent or authorship comes from a human subject. So AI can't be a co-author. And so those are loosely some of the things that we can consider going forward.
Thank you very much. We are already within our time, but I'm going to give the panelists 1 minute each to respond to some of these issues, and then I will request Professor Vatwala to summarize all the issues which have come from the floor. Simon, you have nothing to say?
I'll speak last.
I want you to speak first because it was the other way around. So you just, not everything, just what you think is pertinent for you to respond to. You don't have to respond to all the questions or comments.
Yeah, I'll just expound more on OpenAI since this is in my field. Yeah, it's a good thing, but you must use it responsibly. I find it disturbing when a student, the entire proposal just puts in AI, brings even the links, they don't even edit, and then they submit to the supervisor to read. Automatically, I'll give you 0 because you've done nothing. Just like we have Google Scholar, we use it, but at least we put in time, we read, understand. So I'll emphasize what my sister Vic said, we must use it responsibly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Simon. Let's go to Grace.
Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to comment on the issue of ethical review. I do agree with Professor Lele. At one time, I was in the school of thought that some things do not actually need to go through some sort of institutional review. But also, we need to remember that the PhD or master's research is not an endpoint in itself. At one time, you never know, this research might involve human subjects. So for training purposes, I think it is important that a student is acquainted with the institutional review. On this issue of workload, I wanted to propose, to management, this issue of workload perhaps can be solved if the current HR is actually put in practice. So if I really like to research, I can apply for a research position. If I like to teach, I can apply for a teaching position. Now, when it comes to the colleagues in medical school, they suffer much more than we do because they even have to be on the ward. So I think that some issues to implement a review, have a research position. And also, the issue of duration, I think Prof. Tita has mentioned it. There is an assumption, I think, generally in maths that everything must be cut to the same length. A student comes, you have no equipment, they are paying 8 million. They have to go to another lab and another student who doesn't need it. So I think that Prof. Kita already mentioned it very clearly. I still have this issue of minimum requirements. It's not, I don't think it's an offense if I'm very fast and I finish in 2 years, because the guidelines are clear. If the student has their outputs, and there are exceptional people who are very smart and manage to finish their PhD in a very short time. So I don't think we should really be a stickler for the exact 3 years, so those things can come in during the review. And in terms of AI, I think we must adapt. There is no way outside of it. We must adaptant technology is there to ease life.
Thank
I
you.
submit.
Dr. Frederick Jambo.
All right, thank you very much. I will start with this quote that strict to the rules is a sign of frustration. These days, we have been handling the issues of changing of supervisors at the faculty level, especially when it comes to sexual harassment. It is there, it is true, and I've been handling them. But these days, one wanted to change a supervisor, then the directorate said, right, have minutes. Then when I talked to the girl, said, if it is minutes, forget. Let me die silently. So, true, we need to change regulations. And again, AI came. And for you are lucky, one student used the AI and he failed. When I was trying to settle the matter, the student asked me, what are you examining? Is there any regulation which says that you should not use AI? Why are you examining human intelligence only? What's wrong with that? So, when you said you gave him 0, you are lucky. You would have taken you on. So, my advice is that we should change the regulations. We shouldn't be so strict when it comes to these issues. Some students are shy. They don't want to mention. The moment they say, who is that one, Chijambo? That man, kindly give me another supervisor. When you try to probe, I said, please, I need another supervisor. So director, kindly we request that this issue bring minutes, sign here, sign there, at times don't work. Succeed.
Thank you, Doctor. Let's go to Dr. Scholar.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I'll make a comment on, when I talked about co-supervision, I didn't mean we are meant to delay students. What I meant was, most times when we are co-supervising, some of us really put in work and want the students to progress, and with good work. And at times, the other co-supervisor is laissez-faire. Let it be as it is, and the student is not progressing well, or maybe progressing without much of that work. Like if somebody else reviewed, it may not be quality work. So when I say, more times I want to work with the student initially to make them understand what they are doing, I don't actually mean to delay the student, I meant to help the student progress faster. Because when you understand what you're doing, then you reach at the stage of, hey, I can challenge whoever is telling me something, and I can pick something out of it. Yeah, so it's not all about delaying the student. Actually, I think when a student understands when they do, they're able to progress well. About AI, ChatGPT, put in and it will give you everything, even with the wrong citations. Yet will just pick anything and give you. So if you put it out there, somebody who has been doing research in that work, they're going to know that is a wrong citation. Yeah, so just know that as much as you may want to use it, carefully and understand that it's going to give you wrong information sometimes. And if you just take it as it is, then you're maybe submitting something that is not worthy of somebody to be able to review it. Then they talked about the setting boundaries as lecturers, supervisors, and other things to make sure you are not taken advantage of. I think that's important. We all have standards. Work stops where it stops, supervision stops at a certain level, and as a supervisor, you should be setting boundaries of this is where you stop, you cannot cross that line. There's no you're going to send me a message on a Saturday that we meet where? Work stops on Friday, find me in my office and I give you advice. Or else, you could send an email and I give you advice on how you can progress with your work. So set those boundaries and the students will know what to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Jonas?
Thank you, moderator. At the beginning, you had actually given us a question. Why is it that our students cannot write good concept notes? And I would like to just make a small response. I think somehow we have normalized the aspect of poor writing in our institutions, in our culture, even among staff. We read emails and you say, I haven't understood what this person is communicating, and somehow it just goes. And we see lots of poorly written material from students, and somehow we really don't do anything about it. I run the faculty Turnitin account. I see lots of submissions that students have to make to bring the similarity score from 40s all the way down to around 20. I don't know how much meaning is retained by the time they change words and trying to avoid the software. So we have lost the originality in our thinking. And I think that's why even with the use of AI, students just use it. So when you're marking, you're not marking the student's intellect, you're marking the AI's output. So I think we need to bring AI into the training itself so that it becomes a tool that students are trained on, so that they use it in a way that still requires them to be intellectual and understanding of the theoretical aspects of what they are doing. So that's the comment I wanted to make on the writing generally. I think it's something as an institution we have to learn or to begin to recognize and encourage originality of thought and the expression of that thought in our settings. The issue related to what we are discussing on supervision, I think there's one thing that we may have overlooked, which came to my mind later on. Our human resource manual, the current human resource manual, was approved by council, I think April last year.
23,
Yeah, that's when March, April there. That's when it went into effect. So it removed the premium on last author or corresponding authors. So if you are supervising a student, PhD student, they publish 3 papers, very good papers. You are a last author, you're even a corresponding author in some cases. That paper actually doesn't contribute much to your promotion. Because now the requirement is that it no longer has those kinds of points now in the new manual. In the new manual, you need first author. So you find that a supervisor like myself has to also look for my own work where I'm the first author. That is if I don't want to steal students' work, because I know there are some lecturers who may be tempted to do that. So I think that is not good, because we have to now look for our own independent work that we are going to publish as first authors, so that we can, get those. So I think DRGT and the rest of the powers that be, we need to restore that. That last author. Yes, it should be part. Ideally, really, you are doing almost as much as the student in this particular paper, and then it is treated as a paper where you have just maybe contributed something small. So I think those two are my parting shots, and I would like to hand over to my colleague.
Dr. Cleophas.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me try to be fast. Mine is about REC. I think here I'm also asking a question. Where does REC start and where does it end? When a student sends work to REC, first of all, there is a form and there is a format. So this form favors more those people in natural sciences, if you read it. And sometimes someone in humanities has stressed where to put their work, or maybe where to write. So I don't know whether we should separate the forms and also the format. And also, where should REC start and stop? When a student submits their proposal, it seems REC members, maybe that's why there are delays. You read the whole proposal. I don't know whether you have specific parts to address. So they're actually doing the role of a supervisor. So maybe that will be, because they have to read the whole proposal. I don't know whether they are supposed to look at methodology or maybe ethical conduct or reviews or something. Then I go back to people who are saying that some research doesn't need the REC. I don't think so, because at one way or another, in one way or another, you'll find that you are speaking to the human beings. I remember late Professor Julius was doing mathematics, but was studying malaria, and we were in the public when he was defending, and I was like, there is a big link between mathematics and also human beings. Last time, Everest also PhD was working on traffic lights and how they work and what, but at the end of it all, it's the human beings that are going to use the traffic lights. So on a lighter note, is it supervisor or mentor? There was this story which was moving around Makerere where someone was doing some research in agriculture. So they had to plant some, let's say some beans. And then as they grow, now someone comes and spreads chemical and they dry. So now the samples kept drying. So the student decided to come with his panga and hide in the bush. So to get someone who was spraying his things was his supervisor. So, so that one, is it a mentor, is it a supervisor or some? So they had to discuss, and the student had to bring the book and the supervisor signed the book. On another note, we talked about communication. In communication, as a supervisor, you are looking at the supportive role. Sometimes in communication, to balance between support and harassment. So there was this supervisor who called the student rumpen. You rumpen. And now, and we said they are mature students doing masters. So as I was moving somewhere, I said, as you disappeared, then the other one saying, Bwana Mukuru, calling me a rumpen. The other one was a Catholic priest. And the supervisor said, a rumpen, and said, Bwana Mukuru, parish priest calling me a rumpen. So he looked at his status and also someone calling you a what? A rumpen. And there is also, I don't know whether they meant in our communication status. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As I give the chance to Prof, there's a message from Emmanuel Ntambi who is saying universities should think of SASA, it charges, it puts, if the candidate doesn't finish in time when laboratories are not equipped, securing laboratory services elsewhere is a real challenge, especially in terms of cost. Smart students may take the university to court. Let me give this chance to Prof. Briefly respond to this so that we have the next session running. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are having a good conversation, and this has taken long to happen. We promise to have such conversations very often. Now, issues of conflicting interpretation of articles in the handbook, I agree. And the handbook is old now, 7 years, and we notified the deans with the templates for articles to be amended, but it's 12 months now, no response from them. 12 months. We even sent a reminder, no response. What we want, we gave out a template, you state the article, and then you phrase what you think it should be, so that when we convene in a meeting like this, we can move on smoothly. But if we bring the handbook as it is and start discussing here, we cannot gain anything. So I'm going to research later again, and maybe I will copy all of heads of departments so that people can actually respond. 2, the issue of REC has come up again. I believe all studies proposals should be sent to REC. It's REC to give exemption, because some people are doing studies in modeling. They used demographic health survey data, and actually they ended up identifying the households that gave the information, and they were studying sickle cell disease. So these people came to know, and they were so stigmatized that That's why I say all the studies, whether modeling, using secondary data, should be submitted to REC so that REC gives the exemption. Student progress monitoring, as you are aware, we have, there is a committee or a team which is building a must-owned student information management system. As the directorate, we gave them the information of what we need. And in that report, what we gave, we wanted the graduate tracker embedded in that system. And some members are here. I believe they are taking our submission seriously, so that we want to know any student at any time what that student is doing. Supervisor conflict resolution strategy. This is laid out in the handbook, really. There's a strategy to resolve the conflicts. Only that members here may be fair to report each other. But if you see there is a conflict, I suggest that you escalate the matter. We shall handle to your satisfaction. Yes, so we shall handle the matter. Now, biosafety committee, I have heard people talking about it. The Uganda National Council for Science and Technology wrote to the VC, and the VC wrote to me. I communicated to the deans. They nominated the members, and we wrote back to Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. So the acting chair is Professor Bazira. So that committee exists, but only maybe it has not started working. So if there are any issues, please address those issues to Professor Bazira. Professor, you want to say, can I complete or you want? Okay. Okay. Now, I have heard that some staff are struggling amongst themselves for students to supervise. This shouldn't happen. We found this issue before the directorate was created, and we said the deans, the heads of departments should nominate supervisors for students and then forward to us for appointment. We write appointment letters, copy to dean and even to the students, so that the student will know that you are my supervisor and no one else can come and claim that you are the student is his. And that has been happening. We have been appointing student supervisors for business and management science and even fees, and I think FCI, but medicine, only one department I know. Science, I don't know any department. So members, forward the names so that we appoint you. And as in my opening remarks, I said, I think these appointment letters have become more important than before. If you are going to submit for promotion, then you need to show evidence that actually you were appointed as a supervisor. So you better start like yesterday, sending the names for appointment. PhD from 3 to 4 years. I think we should not live in an island. Maybe we need to do benchmarking so that if we don't change, otherwise we may not get students because there are many universities. I'm not saying we should not change, but we need to do benchmarking before we can change from 3 to 4 years. Otherwise, National Council for Higher Education states 3, minimum 3 years, and not below that. Yes, the issue of anti-plagiarism software also came up. I think members, you are aware, the directorate paid for Turnitin license, and it has been working, only that it expired, I think, last week. But we have already submitted a requisition to renew the license. Maybe the staff doesn't know that we have Turnitin already now, but it has been there, I think, for about 3-4 years now. And the AI issues, I think we need to engage the faculty which is more knowledgeable with AIs, and then we can come back to you people. Maybe when we meet next year, we shall be able to inform you. Duration of master's programs for clinical disciplines from 3 to 4 years. Members, you agree with me that is the user departments that develop curriculum. So the department developed a curriculum, submitted through the quality assurance for accreditation for 3 years. Isn't it? And it is semesterized. So now, you cannot reach in the middle and you say the students are not completing in 3 years. How did you develop the curriculum? In that regard, I think when it reaches time for review, you propose to 4 years, but also you have benchmark with the other universities. How are they doing it? Otherwise, you will not get students. Someone cannot study for 4 years here in a must, when another university is studying for 3 years. It can't happen. And the is for? It's okay. If there is a national agreement at national level, there's no problem. But if there are other universities within Uganda for offering 3 years, then it is risky for you to change to 4 years. Then the issue of seniority versus the mentee in publications. Indeed, we are suffering. We are struggling with the mentees for first author position. This issue has come up, and I think as members, we need to struggle and change the position. Otherwise, if you are my mentee, I can't struggle with you because I also have to be promoted and also you want to be promoted. But yet we can use the same paper for promotion. If I am the corresponding author, you are first author, all of us can move up. So let us struggle together so that we change that position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members. Let's give a round of hand clap for our members here. Let's also thank ourselves for being active and asking the questions. My task as the moderator for this session has expired. May I request you to take your seats? Can I call upon the next moderator to come and take over from me? Thank you very much, Director, for giving the chance to moderate this session. And thank you for being attentive. Thank you. Can I call upon the next moderator? Oh.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Tom, and good evening, everyone. I'm afraid I am speaking after the Director, dear Rajiti, but I just want to make 2 comments. And since morning, I've just been listening in and just drinking in what everyone is saying. I just want to make 2 comments. The very first one is about REC. I know REC has always been a big time issue, and it's not only here. I mean, there are so many people who are doing research about REC operations and the relationships between researchers and REC members. So it's always going to be a big talk. But I just want to respond to, it was like a query, or Dr. Karoma was maybe wondering aloud, and she was wondering, where does REC start and where does REC end? So I want to speak as someone who served on REC for 13 solid years, but I've also served in various capacities at the national level. And I'm also in charge of research ethics, education, training program at MAST. I've been privileged to sit in at various meetings at the NIH campus, just talking about research ethics. So ladies and gentlemen, research ethics begins, if you were talking about REC, the review begins right from the cover page. The years that I served on MAST REC, there are various things that we did not. You find that someone has written the title, the objectives do not speak to the title. If they have consent document, you find the title which is there is different. But as if that is not enough, so maybe in summary, I want to say, bad science can lead to bad ethics. Just like bad ethics can lead to bad science. It is as simple as that. Because if we think that the only section that REC is required to consider is that section which is written as ethical considerations, we've missed it. We have missed it. If the REC does not interest itself in simple things as sample estimation, sample size estimation, it means that at the end of it all, we are going to have findings or data which loses meaning. So let us not compromise on anything. When we talk about, because in the deliberations of REC, they look at so many things. Conflict of interest. They look at what we call, for example, justice in selecting research participants. So they deliberate on so many areas. And I want to leave it at that. But if you want to hear more, every now and then, we have trainings in responsible conduct of research. And there are 11 canonical topics that we handle. So there are many issues which RECs consider. But let us not divorce science from ethics. Then the second one is about what Professor Batwala has said about the institution biosafety committee. Perhaps it is still in paper, it is on paper, because I sit on the National Biosafety Committee and I am in the know. And whatever communication comes to this institution, I am copied in together with the Vice Chancellor. Unless if that committee was maybe approved last week, and I haven't yet received communication, but to the best of my knowledge, this institution does not have a biosafety committee that can approve work that will be accepted by the National Biosafety Committee. Perhaps we are in the process, and if we are in the process, that is very good, because at the moment, the communications that I have seen is that Mbara University is still dragging its feet when it comes to establishing the Biosafety Committee. Thank you.
So I think we are done. Thank you so much for listening. I think Dr. Francis is not around. He couldn't make it. And equally, Dr. Stephen is not around, who is supposed to be closing. he's not feeling well. But one of the things he has said is to move far. You just need to move on the shoulders of giants. That is his general comment. And he says he's very, very happy that this stakeholders meeting has really happened. He's watched some online, and we look forward to seeing many more nice things happening. Thank you, Mbara University, for reaching out to GHC for the support. Over to Professor Batwara to close the session.
Members, thank you for all your time. You've been here. It has been a long day. We can't take it for granted that you came. Sorry? Hey, to the podium. I've been told that I come in front. Okay, so thank you very much, members, for coming. And we are grateful. We have feedback from the VC. She was excited to see such a huge audience. And as the organizing committee, we are happy. And we shall be calling upon you whenever we have functions. And we shall repeat the same strategies we have used for mobilizing you. And thank you for accepting our calls and even replying our emails. So the function here, the workshop is closed. And of course, I want to thank the funders, the Global Health Collaborative that funded this workshop.